Miss Appraiser and the Gallery Demon. Volume 2, by Ita Marie Tamaki, translated by Umemaru Sakai. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Prologue, A Counterfeit Chair. It was an event in the Holy Fig Tree Room. "John, are you unhurt?" Riz Milton asked this in a stiff voice. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her abdomen so as not to lose to the terror gnawing at her heart. "I am unharmed," John Smith answered without hesitation. He was sitting in an old wooden chair that was placed alone in the middle of the room. It was a special chair that the pious 18th Pope, Urbanus, who dedicated his entire life to God, habitually used until he welcomed the end of his days. The backrest was engraved with a drawing of branches that could be regarded as hooks and a fig tree drooping with fruit. To the devout this was a holy chair, but to the wicked it was equal to a torture device. It was said to deprive the body of freedom and to seal powers, and was used to destroy vampires or malicious spirits who would threaten the peace of the people. And it was also used on demons. Riz approached John, who was imprisoned in that chair, and firmly swore a vow. "Just wait. I'll definitely save you." "I am all right. Please do not do anything unreasonable." "I won't hand you over to anyone and I absolutely won't let you be executed." She crouched on the spot and placed both hands on his knees. John stared at Riz's hands and furrowed his brows in conflict. "You are my demon. However, my lady, let me save you." "No, I've considered it and, in the end, you cannot. Please be quiet and obedient." His voice seeped with a distress that couldn't be hidden. He might have been concerned about her welfare, was her sorrowful assumption, but, in the next instant, that was easily betrayed. Faster than Riz's answer of "don't worry," his lips curled with sarcasm and he told her this. "Let us look at the facts. No matter how hard you try, you are extremely frail. Are you not? You would likely die before saving me. Simply running a little will make you dizzy and collapse and your breath will be feeble. Rather, the one who needs help is you, my lady." Riz instinctively had questioning eyes. "Oh dear, will this lady be all right without me there?" He was legitimately troubled. "You cannot skip your meals. Keep to your medicine time. In addition, you cannot act without restraint and stay up all night because there is no concern of someone questioning you. Listen. You must get 6 hours at the bare minimum. Be sure to sleep. You must take a break every 15 minutes when you are outside." Riz felt like her cheeks were about to twitch after being told this with a serious expression. "Are you aware that, right now, you're being restrained? Do not divert the topic. In any case, do try your best not to do anything reckless." "Understood?" He sent her a dubious look when she reluctantly nodded. "Do you truly understand? I cannot seem to believe you though." Riz thought this demon should work harder to read the atmosphere. He was the one in a dangerous situation, and yet why did she end up in a position to be scolded? "Shall I make a contract so that you won't live a life of sloth and make you seal it with your blood?" "No, rather than such a slow method, perhaps it would be quicker to employ a spy to monitor you." "Just how much trust do you have in me?" "Smaller than an apple seed." "That small?" Riz drew her eyebrows together. What sort of human was one who was distrusted by a demon? Chapter 1, The Insatiable Corridor. That event could be traced back to a few days ago. The location was the art gallery of the Auro district, which was set in the southern part of the royal capital Sprarugal. Today Riz was also staring passionately at a book of paintings, staying inside a storehouse overflowing with art panels, painting materials, and reference books. She was sprawled out on a chaise lounge with a thin blanket over her knees. Riz was presently the owner of this art gallery, although it was only for the period until her uncle Hein, who left for another country, returned. She could immerse herself in the world of art to her heart's content. She was relishing in her joy when the door to the art studio was opened from the corridor. A man in austere clothing, sort of like a butler, entered and directly approached Riz. "My lady, letters have arrived." He announced this and held out 2 letters. Riz closed her book of paintings and sat up on the chaise. As she accepted the letters, she glanced up at the man. His name was John Smith. His appearance was that of an intelligent and handsome young man in his early 20s. He wore a long jacket, vest, and tie that were all in black. However, his shirt was a glossy cream. A total of 3 pocket watches hung down from the buttons of his jacket and vest. Their making was the same, but a difference could be seen in the designs carved on their lids: beasts, birds, and flowers. There was also a slight difference in the color of their chains. One has come from the Royal Fine Arts Agency. From the Fine Arts Agency? Indeed, the sealing wax used the emblem of the Fine Arts Agency. However, the signature belonged to the Seventh Church. Riz faintly frowned. This wasn't the first letter from the Seventh Church. During this month, several had already arrived. I believe one arrived last week as well. What are its contents? John asked this and turned an observant gaze onto Riz. Nothing serious. It's a common invitation for me to visit the church more frequently. Riz answered with something made up. Its actual contents were different. She didn't know what they were thinking, but the Seventh Church wrote a list of highly colored words demanding for her to hand over ownership of the art gallery. If she was resistant to this transfer, then they asked if she would bind an exclusive contract with the Seventh Church or welcome a bishop as an advisor. The matter hurt her head. It would be understandable if the church demanded for them to nurture a recommended artist in their art gallery, but these contents were quite forceful. The fact that this was delivered by the trade association without a messenger also lacked consideration. It was not a letter one would send to the daughter of an influential aristocrat. No, it might have been because she was an aristocrat with power that this was concluded with only a recommendation by letter. If that was the case, then wasn't this a relatively serious situation? It seemed best to consult early with Verma, but the fact that it was addressed personally to Riz was suspicious no matter how one looked at it. There was also how they tried to put pressure on her by borrowing the emblem of the Fine Arts Agency on purpose. Furthermore, it was delivered to the art gallery and not the mansion. As she was thinking, John leaned his waist lightly against the armrest which Riz had just been reclining on earlier and let out a listless sigh. His gaze was concentrated on the letter in Riz's hands. Riz was secretly flustered at the unexpected close distance, but, because her expressions were limited more than a regular person, it seemed like he didn't notice. The church. Is it that if the noble Maiden of Stars was to fervently attend, then believers will increase? Come to think of it, the maids in the mansion gossiped with dreamy expressions on how my lady looks like the saints depicted in religious paintings when you wear a veil. Perhaps John believed in Riz's lie because he made that comment. She had mixed feelings. Riz, who had inherited the beauty of her mother, Verma, was called the Maiden of Stars ever since she was young. Glossy silver hair and pale skin like snow, her lustrous eyes were like black jewels. Apparently, however, regrettably, her expressions were overwhelmingly dead. You seem like you would doze while acting as if you were offering up prayers with your eyes closed. Though I don't hate the church, there are many religious paintings and it's calm and dim. If only Dawn didn't have to come because she hated the morning sun. She wanted to stay more in the damp shade. If it was possible, she wanted to stay cooped up in the art gallery for her entire life and stare at paintings. Riz was a lazy young lady without exaggeration. In addition, she was introverted and sickly. The people who knew Riz's personality lamented at how she was so beautiful, but it was a wasted treasure. Riz personally thought the same from the bottom of her heart too. Their objective is somewhat impure, but is my lady obediently obeying that request of the church and so, nowadays, has been attending frequently with the madam? John moved his gaze from the letter to Riz's face. In his eyes there was an astounded and teasing light. Riz liked his calm voice and languid atmosphere, which suited the moonlight more than sunlight filtering through trees. It put her at ease to be at his side. However, but the thoughts of the clergy are slow and annoying. If they intend to entice believers with a beautiful woman, then I think it would be more efficient to build a brothel around the church. Even without inviting them on purpose, passionate people would descend on them. He was catastrophically horrible at conversing. Instead, how about providing naked women and male prostitutes in the lounges of the church? If I was a priest, I would choose that method. How was she to train this demon? If you wish to know the love of God, then first love thy neighbor. Just say something like that and send the believers to a bed. The believers and God will be content, and this is two birds with one stone. He was saying such outrageous things with an unruffled face. Riz pressed her fingers against her forehead. John, humans have more complicated feelings. Ah, you mean that it is vulgar to show desires? I do not understand. Rather, I believe it is more cowardly and base to keep up appearances of oneself with insincere words and by putting on airs. John said this with boredom. He was merciless. In the eyes of a demon, it seemed like the self-respect of humans showed as nothing more than a deception. Riz herself was one of those humans covered in lies. An emotion similar to shame spread through her body like smoke. She placed a lid on her own heart for now though and returned to the course of the conversation. There is another reason the number of times I've gone to church has increased. My mother was worried I was suffering an injury to the heart. An injury to the heart? Why that concern? My fiancé, Sir Emile, suddenly died last month. Until recently, Riz had a fiancé. However, because that person, Emile Karoshin, died, her engagement was naturally cancelled. Riz's marriage itself became an unsettled matter. Seeing that I was spending more time in the art gallery than before, my mother seemed to misunderstand that I was horribly depressed. She even suspected that I might commit suicide to follow after him. Suicide? Yes, and so she said we would go to the house of God and soothe my heart. I see. Sir Emile is actually alive. It's not like I could say this truth. Riz fell into thought while she unconsciously stroked the edge of the letter with a finger. She was thankful for her mother's concern, but she also had a guilty conscience. Emile eloped with his servant, Loretta. He was surely living quietly with her in a peaceful land. After that, the Karoshin house changed its head of the family and sold their countryside lands to pay their debts. There seemed to be a fuss for a while, but presently things were calm. Although the new head was still young in his 30s, he was a sincere and serious person. The declining Karoshin family would start to steadily get back on its feet. The Milton house also intended to aid them. If my lady told the truth that we had cooperated to fake his death, then even the madam would likely faint. John showed a smile that concealed a scheme. I wonder if the degree of shock would be stronger if I told her my true identity was a demon? How about we test that? Stop it. What shall I do? John, you have a terrible expression. Because I am a demon, we are terrible, you know. Your appearance isn't very devilish though. All the more reason for me to be wicked. Do you not think so? He appeared to get interested in that. Smiling, he imitated the growl of a beast and lightly held a lock of Riz's hair between his fingers. Honestly, did he have the characteristics of a dog? For example, this terrible demon is seducing an adorable and lovely young lady and drawing her into the art gallery every day. Whether it was intentional or not, for some reason or other, he showed her sweet and dark eyes. Riz was secretly pressured by the weight of that obscure gaze. Your wording is indecent. It's the truth. I'm coming to the art gallery on my own will. It depends on how you look at it. Because he was holding back a laugh. His voice slightly shook. To a certain degree, it was a casual conversation because they were frank with each other, but somehow, she felt like she was playing with him. There was no doubt it would be mentally better for her to think of it as just messing around with a pet dog. He didn't try to release Riz's hair. He was enjoying the sensation. Appraiser and Demon 2ch1 leaving him to do as he pleased. She checked the second letter. Who is this from? From a dead man. Riz stopped her movements at John's answer. A dead man. There was only one person who came to mind. Could it be Sir Emile? He should have just died right away in the wild. What a tenacious man. It seemed like John didn't like Sir Emile, and so he said that in a sarcastic tone. Riz opened the letter. A pseudonym was used in consideration of the possibility this could be read by others. Lime Knoll. Lime was the letters of Emile read backwards and a knoll was a hill. Thinking on it, she could understand this. The last place Riz and John met with Emile was at Dawn's Hill. She believed it was taken from there. It was not a letter that spoke a lot. Although we're at a loss in this unfamiliar life, we're both doing well and we're very grateful to the two of you. It was that sort of harmless and short content. My lady, why are you smiling? She raised her gaze from the letter and looked at John. Because even though they wrote about their unfamiliar life, I can feel a happy air. To be honest, when she saw the two of them off, there was a cold thought in her mind that one day both of their presences alone wouldn't be enough. It was a situation where their values were different, social status would be shown in unconscious actions, they would be impoverished, and there was no one to rely on. Anxieties would summon desolation and, eventually, it would bear the black-colored fruit called regret. Riz could easily imagine the future of two people who disagreed with each other. However, Having read this letter, she was relieved. Love was protecting the hearts of these two. Ever since she was born as an aristocrat, the lesson that she had to fulfill her aristocratic duty was taught to her from a young age. She wasn't well off for no reason. Marriage was not to nurture love but to connect blood. If she couldn't finish her duty to make an heir, then she couldn't obtain freedom. But sometimes exceptions might be nice. Especially so in this case, Riz believed. Although Emile and Loretta did it for love, and there was no other method, they troubled many people. Some people changed their way of life. The head of the family also changed, and the mutual friends of the two of them too. Even those who worked in the mansion were changed. Riz, who was complicit in the middle, also had a responsibility. That was precisely why she wanted them to be even happier. Up to now, I have seen many humans and I have seen their desires as they are. John looked at the shelf, where art supplies were crammed into, and quietly spoke. But, in rare cases, there are people who choose love from the bottom of their heart. Persisting with love in and of itself may be the sole desire for those people. Love is a desire? There is nothing as selfish and intense as love, is there? Did demons also want love? She had such a question, but for some reason she couldn't ask. She just looked absently at John's profile. His earlier expression of amusement had already disappeared. What Riz found beautiful were faces overflowing with life like her elder sister, Grace. Ones that had plenty of emotions and were carefree. On that basis, John was the antithesis of that. Fundamentally, he was apathetic and he rarely raised his voice to laugh. And yet, the feeling of wanting to stare at him forever was unexpectedly born. At the same time, there was a pressure that made her heart creak under the stress. No, perhaps it was more of a prickling or damp feeling. When Riz pressed a hand to her chest, John's gaze returned to her. Those black iron eyes were blurred with a color of melancholy. "Are you unwell?" "No, that's not it." "You have a pained expression though. Do not lie to me," he scolded Riz in an irritated voice and placed a hand on her forehead. "You don't seem to have a fever." That hand slid down gently to her cheek. She thought of him as an overprotective demon. From time to time, maybe because he found it annoying to keep up appearances, his words would become a mess, but he would never be shoddy when it came to her care. Far from that, he took care of her gleefully. Lately, he even brushed her hair and he seemed to have become interested in pharmacology. He had a good mind and was dexterous, but even someone as talented as him had things he was poor at. Even though he was blessed with his abilities as an excellent appraiser and painting restorer, he couldn't paint an original painting. Riz glanced at the easel next to the central work desk. Placed there was a strange drawing that was hard to distinguish as something like an abstract painting and yet not. It seemed like he had drawn an animal, but seeing the white-looking fur that sprouted, she wondered if he was drawing a snow leopard or something, or was it a hedgehog? As she stared at the drawing with doubtful eyes, she was noticed by John. He showed an unusually flustered face and then rapidly stood up, leaving Riz to approach the easel. He snapped a cloth over the easel roughly to cover it and hid the drawing. It looked like he was aware of his own poor drawing to the point of being distressed. When she smiled, his expression became severe. She could see a faint color of shame in those rebuking eyes. Surprisingly, he had a cute side to him. A ticklish feeling came to her upon learning that. "My lady, should you not be making preparations to return to the mansion soon?" John spoke coldly to gloss over the second of shame that had been visible. Riz's enjoyment suddenly wilted and she furrowed her eyebrows. It was planned for her to head to church with Verma in the early afternoon. She wasn't able to refuse. However, before that, John straightened his back and made a serious expression like a butler. Riz was also drawn in by that and sat up straight. "What? It is time to drink your medicine." Her demon was fastidious about time, Riz muttered in her heart. Riz returned to the mansion together with John and, upon joining up with Verma, they hastened to the church in a carriage. The place Riz and the others went to was the 7th church, built in the main district of the royal capital, Sprarugal. This capital, which occupied the northeastern part of the Quito-Izira Empire, was an aggregation of 7 parishes to be exact. Each district was highly independent to the point of holding their own jurisdiction. The large churches were called the 7 Pillars and there were as many of them as there were districts. The 7th church, which could hold court even among the rest, had an important position and had an intimate relationship with the Royal Fine Arts Agency. There were multiple art studios established on its grounds and craftsmen polished their techniques and sensibilities by day and night. It was said that the aristocrats that lived in the capital did not talk politics in lounges hazy with cigar smoke, but in the break rooms within the church. Riz looked around this break room with complicated thoughts. Because Verma firmly linked their arms together, she couldn't even escape to run. From an outsider's perspective, they probably looked like a close mother and daughter. Rouse yourself, Riz. However, take care not to forget elegance. Meaning that even if the heart is a carnivore, the face must be that of a herbivore, right? Mother? Don't comment. The pressure of Verma's smile was overwhelming. Riz quickly turned her eyes away. She had explained to John that she started going to and from the church in order to soothe her heart. But there was also another reason. It was to find a good man. She believed that Verma, at the beginning, also proposed going to church with the pure feelings of wanting to console Riz's heart. However, her mother's expression gradually began to change. She ended up staring at the gentleman visiting the church with the eyes of a hawk hunting for prey. Those with power gathered at the church. In other words, single aristocrats with influence would appear by turns. Her mother was strong. It seemed to come to her mind that perhaps Riz's marriage partner could be found. So, after cleansing their hearts with hymns and gracefully offering up prayers, they moved over to the break rooms like this. Incidentally, John wasn't in the church currently and was waiting beside the carriage. There appears to be wonderful men here today as well. The glittering in Verma's eyes increased. Mother, I really wonder about looking for a man in a holy church, for moral reasons. Riz said this in a quiet voice. The scary thing was that she could see mothers and daughters here and there with hidden ambitions similar to them. What are you becoming timid for, Riz? The church is a place that preaches love. There is no suitable place more than this to search for your future husband. Verma replied in the same quiet voice as she looked around the break room with a broad smile. I didn't want to teach that sort of calculating love. God seemed to roll their eyes. Listen, love isn't something you can obtain just by waiting around. You must snatch it without hesitation and shoot it down. Verma whispered those heated words, showing an expression like that of a saint. Think of this place as a hunting ground. Understand? Hunting ground. Now, concentrate. The prey is scattered about all over. There was no doubt that if God could hear this they would be covering their face with both hands. However, you mustn't show an artless attitude to the gentleman such as oh, what do I do? My heart seems to have been stolen by you. You must satisfy a gentleman's desire to control well. That is what it means to be a lady among ladies. Mother, I think God will cry soon. In any case, finding the right person to nurture love is first. You must choose the more promising and attractive one. She wasn't listening. I know you are still hurting from the bond with Sir Emile being cut, but the living cannot stay in the depths of grief forever. You must become happy for him too. I'm certain he is also wishing for your happiness. No, Sir Emile wasn't dead, but Riz held back from wanting to disclose the truth. Look. How about that gentleman beside the window in the back? No, a gentleman wearing old-fashioned clothing is out of the question. If the husband's taste is bad then it will be a hardship on the wife. Verma bluntly gave out biting criticism. Then, the gentleman sitting on that couch over there. Ah, no, he has amorous features, that is the face of someone who will one day have many lovers. She seemed to have become a prophet. The gentleman in front of the round table on the other side of the room. Oh my, isn't he quite fine? It doesn't seem like his age is too far apart and I believe he is somewhat handsome. Riz sent a fishy look towards Verma, who was in high spirits. She wanted to tell all the gentlemen and ladies who were spellbound with her mother and who said, the Madam of the Milton House is looking splendid today as well, about her evaluations. Riz could feel the fatigue descending on her as she accompanied Verma, who began to exchange greetings actively with people. Lately there were continuous days of her in good health, but even still it would be a burden on her to walk around for long hours. However, she hesitated to tell Verma, who had seen a close friend, that she wanted to return home. It wasn't like she was tired to the point of aggravating her health. She would be fine if she rested a little. Riz looked for an opportunity and then quietly left her mother's side as she continued to make pleasant talk with her friend. She was given a glance by Verma when she signaled with her eyes that she was going to rest by the wall. Her mother nodded with a worried look. She was a troubling mother, but also dear. Riz thought over things while she walked to the edge of the break room. That they were searching for a good man every day showed that Verma was seriously worried about Riz's future. Before Emil's sudden death, her mother frequented the church to pray earnestly for her sickly daughter to live a healthy life for even one day longer. Knowing this made it so that Riz was unable to abandon her family and ignore her social status and position. Stopping in front of the wall, she gazed out at the break room again. Despite being inside a church, there was a salon-like gorgeous atmosphere drifting about. This break room was exclusively for nobles and the rich, and the common people were forbidden from entering. The fact that such a discriminatory room was created within a holy church was a contradiction in and of itself, but if one read the Bible then they would know that God's love also had a large bias. For example, only those who did not lack in love and faith for God would be allowed to go to the land of miracles and promised fortune and eternal peace. In contrast, painful trials awaited heretics and those of different races. Not a single word was written about how any sort of person would be equally saved. A good man, huh? Riz murmured this under her breath. Did there exist a real man who would love a dismal girl who lacked sociability like her without any self-interest? In addition, she didn't even know if she could leave behind her heir or not and only held an interest towards paintings. Thinking such dark thoughts up to this, John's figure suddenly passed through her mind. She thought of his usual position beside her chaise as she sprawled on it in the art studio. When he didn't have business he would guide the reading Riz in this and that related to paintings. Later, he would cover her with a blanket in a familiar motion. When he was in a good mood, he would even brush her hair. She would even feel a little like she gained something. Riz hurriedly erased his form from her mind. For some reason, recently, she remembered him whenever she looked at paintings. She remembered him when she looked at men around the same age. She remembered him when she looked at her own hair. Somehow, there was a habit to tie everything and everything back to John. Each time that happened her heart would quicken. What was happening to her heart? Riz furrowed her brows. Even though no one was looking at her, she ended up making a displeased expression. This was strange of her and, wondering what she was doing, she grew even more embarrassed. The moment she exhaled deeply to calm her feelings, a young noble, who was looking over at her, came to a decision and walked up to her. Taking advantage of that, the nearby men and women also started to talk to her with smiles. Riz repeated inside her heart that this place was a hunting ground. They were hawks, rabbits, and foxes. If she captured them, her personal connections would expand. Maybe because it had been a while since she challenged socializing as an aristocratic young lady that, after a while, her head began to hurt. When it became worse, her vision darkened like it was a cloudy day. It was best for her to finish things up here. She lowered her head a little and, before she could give notice, the gentlemen and ladies spun words that fretted over her physical condition and a path was opened. Riz was grateful for that. Telling Verma that she would wait at the carriage first, she hurried to where John was standing by at the stables. She would have him stroke the temple of her forehead. For some strange reason, when she was touched by that large hand, the pain would soften. Riz unconsciously let out a sigh when she imagined that his hands were hers and even his gaze should be directed to Riz in the end. If this was the art gallery, then she could have put her head in his lap, and she wouldn't have to be left disappointed. She allowed her thoughts to run even more rampant while she endured the pain that seemed to stab deep into her head. If she were to find a new marriage partner, would that man's hand soften her headache like John's hand? If a man with gentle hands like that were to become her husband, then wouldn't her days be endlessly peaceful and blessed? She was confused at herself for feeling this on the spur of the moment. Honestly, what was going on with her? To compare her future husband, whose face she didn't even know, with a demon, she sped up her legs as if to shake off her guilt. Until she came close to the carriage, she wouldn't think of him anymore. Even though she swore that firmly in her heart, it felt like reality was chasing her down to the end. After she reached the carriage stop, there was the carriage used by her house. but the essential figure of John was not there. When she asked a coachman, she was told that a priest-like person came and took John somewhere. What sort of gentleman was it? Yes, miss, it was a very respectable, polite, and compassionate priest. The coachman gave a model answer. Even if the truth was different, he would probably reply like this. There was nothing else he could say. There were many who thought that speaking ill of a priest would get them punished. However, did something happen? The two seemed to be acquaintances. I see. Thank you. Riz told the coachman to wait here and retraced her steps back to the church. The moment she heard the word acquaintances, the first thing she felt was uneasiness. John was contracted with Petron, the former bishop of the Seventh Church, before Riz. Perhaps among the churchmen there were some who shared in that secret, or there were people he was close with. That he was meeting with people connected to his previous contractor. The thought was unexpectedly frightening. The foolish thought that John might leave her shook her heart. It was the first time she had such frantic emotions for someone else. She wasn't confident that she could put on a calm attitude. Riz looked away from the pent-up feelings in her heart. At any rate, she was going to look for John. The church could also be entered from the carriage stop. That was where she came from. Basically, every church of the royal capital was designed to be easily accessible to aristocrats. It happened when she climbed up the stone steps in front of the carriage stop and came out onto a pathway. Riz noticed a single priest standing to the colonnade in front of her to the side. Their eyes met and Riz stopped. This was the man, she thought. There was no doubt that this was the priest who took John away. It appeared he was waiting for her. He approached with relaxed steps and stopped in front of Riz, showing a gentle smile. You are the young miss of the Milton house, are you not? Riz rapidly observed the priest while she lightly pinched her dress and curtsied. He was in his late 20s or, no, was it early 30s? He was wearing pale vestments tailored as one cloth. The stole that hung from his shoulders was gold, and his eyes were blue with an impression of being slightly cold. However, thanks to his friendly expression, it was well hidden. His hair was a grey color that was reflected silver due to the degree of light. There wasn't much inflection in his voice and it was deep, but calm. He was a man who gave the impression of an optical illusion painting. If she weren't in this situation, then she would have been interested in the priest in front of her. My name is Greco Lowell. I am a Supan priest, in charge of managing the sacred paintings and sacred tools in the First Church, but I was assigned to the Seventh Church since last month. Father Greco then. As you know, my name is Riz Milton. I am the youngest daughter of the Lord of the Southeast, Earl Adoville. Riz was taken aback by the sudden self-introduction, but she didn't show it and easily gave her name back. He wasn't a regular priest who held rites. The organization of special priests whose roles were limited to religious works of art, or, in other words, the management of relics, were called Supan priests. She heard they were specialized churchmen of this independent nation who stressed the protection and development of art while also, in particular, investigating demonic possessions. However, she didn't know if this was the truth. I have previously borrowed the wisdom of Mr. Hine from the Milton House on many occasions about the authenticity of religious paintings. However, the gentleman has presently crossed to the neighboring country. Hasn't he? Yes. He is planning to search for works of art over there for the time being. Mr. Hine is also familiar with classical art. I have no doubts he can even make sense of the distinction on works with motifs between the Bible and the Old Verse Bible. Greco's explanation was smooth. From his position, it wouldn't be strange to have interacted with Hine, a noble art dealer. Riz looked at his face again. Putting aside portrait paintings, she wasn't skilled at remembering the facial features of flesh and blood humans. But, if she carefully thought back, she had seen him several times inside this church. That reminded her. Hadn't he also come to her art gallery twice? I've always had the thought of wishing to speak with you. If you do not mind, could I have some of your time? His bearing and way of talking was polite, but there was a resonance that did not allow a refusal in the core of his voice. Riz let her gaze run quickly through her surroundings. Close to the carriage stop, the servants waiting for their masters stood by with bored looks. There were also people who snuck glances at Riz and the man who was speaking on the stone steps. Your thoughts, miss? Yes, I do not mind. She returned her gaze to Greco. He smiled widely and, placing both hands behind his back, prompted her with then, "Why don't we take a small walk?" Like how he came up to her, he proceeded on a path with a relaxed gait. It seemed like he didn't want others hearing the contents of their conversation. Riz inwardly put up her guard while she walked to follow him. She didn't think a priest would harm her inside the church, but, no matter how hard he tried, this man was shady. The very moment she sent a doubtful look to that slender back, Greco turned around. "I have visited the art gallery in Auro before. That is an honor. I hope there was a work that touched this father's heart." Riz looked back at Greco's smile while holding a harmless and inoffensive conversation. In the end, it didn't seem like she saw wrong. She had witnessed him in the art gallery. "Even among us, Supan priests, your art gallery is a topic of conversation. I am overjoyed to have received the interest of the fathers. However, the majority of the works we deal in at my art gallery are highly for entertainment. There are also ones that tend towards radical expressions, so I wonder if they have not been thought of to be profane." "Not at all. Popularity with the streets also has important implications. After all, I am relieved to hear you say that." A cold sweat spread. Saying they were interested sounded nice, but it actually didn't have a kind implication. It was the same as being warned that they were listed as a candidate for surveillance. Why was her art gallery? Riz was only flustered for an instant and then had too many guesses. All the more if Greco realized John's true identity. She was employing a demon and her fiancé had a sudden death. Never in her life had she been so thankful for her own lack of expression, for the teachings of her mother. Never forget the mask of a lady at any time. 2. However, even though I wanted to greet you, I have always been blocked by John. Riz stopped. "By John?" "Yes, John Smith, the manager of the art gallery you employed." Greco repeated the name, as if to block an escape route. "Thus, this time I had to take a forceful method." Forceful? During their talk, she wanted to remove her gloves. Her palms were sweaty and it was uncomfortable. Greco's attitude remained consistent. He was showing the merciful smile peculiar to churchmen. Like how Riz wore the mask of a lady, he also wore the mask of a priest, and they faced each other. Riz took a single breath and calmed her shaken heart. In this situation, where she couldn't tell where the conversation would settle at the end, she couldn't show a pointless weakness. "Father Greco, are you familiar with John?" She deliberately ignored the dangerous words, forceful, that she just heard and asked this. "We are old friends." Greco also did not bring it up again. He returned to facing the front and calmly walked through the corridor. The churches within the royal capital were generally impressively built. They were wide and tall. Its decorations, which could be taken as extravagant, heavily reflected a religious point of view, faith, and the sensibilities of the age it was constructed. There were elegant colonnades making half-arches, cupolas with a generous amount of precious gems scattered about, a richly colored decorative ceiling painting depicting a world of paradise, and angel statues exquisite to the point where it wouldn't be strange if they were to move. Riz felt like she could hear the flapping of their wings. The polished knowledge and techniques were beautiful, and the place where the techniques of beauty were concentrated was the church. The tiles of the stone floor, carved with images of birds, made the sound of their shoes echo quietly. The images of the stone floor were worn away and faint, like a faded painting, and it was probably from the coming and going of many worshippers. In this culmination of beauty, the history of all the people who walked through like this was accumulated. From time to time, they would pass believers and priests. Seeing Greco, they would give a light bow. Supan priests managed the studios which were exclusively with the church and actively interacted with art dealers of the streets. It was possible that Greco met her uncle Hein there. But what about John's case? She wouldn't be wrong in thinking this was connected to his previous contractor, would she? Riz stared hard at his back. There was a grace in his movements, and they weren't actions someone could learn in a short period of time. He was a churchman from a noble background. You spoke of being old friends, but how long have you known John? She threw out this question and he stopped before turning his whole body to face her. However, His gaze was not at Riz but towards the granite holy beast statue that was placed in the hollow of a pillar. Riz also looked over there. It was a winged lion with a flowing mane and its front limb raised up. It was a pose that overflowed with liveliness, as if even now it would leap at its prey. She gazed admiringly at its supple back and the power of its back legs which supported its weight. "Do you not think this statue is strange?" "Pardon?" The topic was changed and Riz was bewildered. "This is a holy statue. However, if you look closely, there is a sense of discomfort." She was triggered by Greco's words and turned her eyes to the details. The hollow of the pillar was built in a place that was slightly higher than Riz's line of sight. Because of that, she naturally had to look up. Riz stared at it for a while and then suddenly jolted. There were symbols of blasphemy. The highly perfected statue was carved extremely delicately. The movements of its fur were detailed and it made a person feel the wind. But what caught her awareness was the flow of fur around the abdomen. Depending on how it was perceived, it seemed like there were many small inverted crosses carved there. She reflexively took a step back. Why was such a blasphemous statue placed in the church? If she remembered right, John had said before that there were a number of dreadful symbols carved into the walls of the seventh church. Perhaps this holy beast statue was one of those secrets. What about the angel statues beside the wall which were placed facing this holy beast statue? Riz turned her face to Greco. Why did he feel like telling her about the existence of an ominous artwork? Distorted paintings are not restricted to things such as oil paintings or watercolor paintings. If you interpret pictures in a broad sense, then it could be objects such as statues or hymns. He was still the merciful priest as usual, and yet with a smile she couldn't perceive. Riz's back suddenly became chilled. It was like this man, who was a priest, was going along with this blasphemous lion. Riz pressed this terror to the bottom of her chest and straightened her spine. Her headache wouldn't settle. If she didn't lock her legs firmly then it felt like she would collapse to her knees on the spot. Distorted paintings? Miss Riz, you also know, do you not? Distorted paintings are when creators unconsciously draw in blasphemous symbols in their works. It is equivalent to a blessing for demons. They happily live there and, before long, call for disasters to their surroundings. You also heard an explanation on distorted paintings from John, right? Greco was inquiring with a tone that held confidence. However, the color of his eyes abruptly changed, as if he transformed from a priest to just a man. Still, Miss Riz, you are beautiful. Huh? He approached in an instant. She was confused at the sudden compliment. There was heat in the eyes that looked at her. If I was a sculptor I would move my chisel with undivided attention to capture your beautiful appearance for an eternity. I appreciate your compliment. You've a beauty that steals the heart. Just one of your gestures would have a poet compose 100 poems, and a writer would imagine a number of stories. Riz was used to her appearance being admired. There was nothing but her appearance, which she inherited from her mother, that would receive compliments from the other gender. After all, she was an introverted and sickly woman with dead eyes. Putting that aside, they were talking about distorted paintings. So why did he suddenly start to talk about her personal appearance? It happened the moment she tilted her head, unable to read his thoughts. However, John wouldn't be submissive and drawn to just a beautiful woman. Riz's breath caught. The heat from Greco's eyes disappeared and he regained his serenity again. He's nestled close to you and attached to that art gallery because there are distorted paintings there, correct? The conversation hadn't been changed for no reason. He deliberately touched on her personal appearance in order to watch her reaction. Father Greco, you were the one to send letters to my art gallery, right? She finally understood the reason why she was asked many times by the Seventh Church to transfer ownership. Ah, so you looked over the contents. Did she invite this situation upon them by continuing to be non-committal in her responses? To make her responses flustered, he took a forceful approach, meaning a method that implied a threat to John. There was no doubt that Greco knew John's true identity, even after touching the topic of distorted paintings. However, there were still some unclear points. Riz had kept quiet about John's secret from before they were contracted, so why was she being contacted about this now? And what was the reason for their insistence on taking away the art gallery? So, where is John right now? From the coachman's testimony, she knew a priest John was acquainted with took him. Miss Riz, I see you possess a strong heart. You are advancing the conversation calmly without being disturbed. Greco said that in a tone which didn't sound insulting. It was impossible for her not to be frightened. Riz kept this refutation only in her mind. She wanted to avoid confronting a person connected with the church as much as possible. In the case their conversation turned sour, she would even cause trouble for her father. Unlike Verma, who was sweet to her children, her father was strict. In order to protect their honor, he had the resolve to abandon even his real daughter. I cannot help but wonder, why is it that virtuous people are drawn to wicked beings? Even Father Petron was quite fond of John. Greco smiled wryly. Riz didn't actually know what sort of days John spent with his previous contractor, Petron. However, when she looked at John, she would feel something indistinct. That didn't they perhaps have a rough relationship where they cheated each other? Are you willing to tell me? Where is John? When she patiently repeated her question, he didn't answer immediately and fixed the position of the gold stole hanging from his shoulders with excessively careful actions. Riz felt annoyed, but she waited for an answer without rushing him. Gentlemen and ladies who seemed to have finished her service and were returning to their carriages passed by them. The sound of their shoes striking the stone floor slid into her ears. After they became distant, Greco finally opened his mouth. He's restrained in the Holy Fig Tree room. Restrained? Riz furrowed her brows deeply. She couldn't hide this expression. It's a room decorated with the chair that the 18th Pope, Urbanus, habitually used. Presently, us Supan priests also use it as an assembly room though. If you are restraining John over the art gallery matter, then could you release him? Let us resolve this problem between us. There is another issue. He is suspected of killing the former bishop, Petron. What did you say? She forgot her anger and fear and stared fixedly at Greco. Even while talking about violent words such as murder, a large change in Greco's expression couldn't be seen. He was just merciful and calm. Why is he suddenly being treated as a criminal? It simply didn't become public knowledge, but there has been suspicions since before. After all, he is a cunning demon, is he not? Exclamation mark. Greco had plainly stated John's true identity. As I thought, you also knew. I suppose that's natural. Knowing he was looking for a reaction, Riz inwardly groaned. Please, mother, teach me how to wear the mask of a lady harder than any iron. Seeing that look of yours, my heart is racing against my better judgment. To think you would give me immoral feelings. Riz resisted asking him if he was a pervert and switched her emotions over. Is it not just you, Father Greco, but also the other priests, who even now protect the love and teachings of the former bishop, who know about John? And, because of that, there are suspicions. John is named as a suspect more for being the closest person to Father Petron than because his identity is a demon. Although, well, there are also priests who have realized his true identity. Somehow, it was an unclear answer. Whether it was because he didn't know precisely or because he was intentionally avoiding a statement, she couldn't read it from his appearance. I was one of Father Petron's disciples, and so I realized his true identity immediately. Several questions emerged. Was he fine even if his own master contracted a demon? Even if he was disinterested in another person's circumstances because of an indifferent personality? From the standpoint of his position, she felt like it wasn't something to simply be accepted. Normally, wouldn't someone be surprised and desperate to distance themselves from a demon by all means? He should have tried to exorcise the demon and, if that didn't work, discuss this with an inquiry commission board. It was that sort of important matter. She wanted to inundate him with questions, but right now she had to get back John first. Father Petron met the end of his days with no signs whatsoever. Even though there are suspicions, it is a known fact that Father Petron loved John like a son. Thus, he was quickly removed from being a target of judgment at an early stage. However, Greco looked down at Riz, as if troubled. He went to you. And, this time, your fiancé came to a suspicious death. Riz endured her vertigo. She wanted to scream. Did Sir Emile's death cause John to be suspected again? Sir Emile's stepmother, Lady Rachel, made a fuss in the church. Yes, I believe she said her stepson was killed by a demonic picture. and that it was because the daughter of the Milton house was cursed. Riz wanted to sit down on the spot. It was only natural they were suspected from this. Although the matter of the painting was originally Emil's own plan, Riz also helped in his elopement. It had come to light that Rachel had fraudulent dealings with her business, and so, presently, she was awaiting trial. She was probably panicking and wanting even the slightest bit of advantage for her trial. Furthermore, the scandal related to the youngest daughter at the Milton house was much more interesting in the eyes of the people than Rachel's lone ruin. There was no mistake that she wanted to keep everyone's interest over to Riz. It went without saying for John, who was restrained, but Riz herself was in a pretty dangerous position. She was disgusted at her own carelessness. In the end, she was just an aristocratic lady ignorant of the world. Once a matter happened, how much influence there would be on those around her, how further ripples would spread, she hadn't properly anticipated these at all. However, Riz promptly sealed her regret and focused her awareness on Greco. It was precisely at times like these that she needed to be calm. Cursed, nonsense. That is a misunderstanding and a grudge. Of course, I sympathize with Lady Rachel's unfortunate circumstances. A misunderstanding, you say? Yes. Greco looked as if he was trying to resist laughing when she nodded without hesitation. Riz didn't care about that and continued speaking. Moreover, John also didn't kill Father Petron. Oh my, are you insisting he is innocent? Is he not just deceiving you? John had said previously that Petron was killed by another demon. He was obsessed with searching for distorted paintings for that reason. His contract with Riz was also for getting revenge on the demon who killed Petron. According to him, she possessed the so-called holy eyes possible of seeing through to demons lurking in distorted paintings that were hideaways. Riz went to explain this but caught herself. She shouldn't carelessly surrender information to an opponent that would calmly threaten her. Do you believe in the excuses of a demon? Or do you have the hubris of being trusted by a demon? Riz gave a vague smile. One of the teachings of Verma, who carried 100 masks of a lady undercover, was to smile prettily whenever one was at a loss for an answer. Father Greco, are you intending to judge John as a demon rather than the adopted son of Father Petron? Is the request for the transfer of the art gallery also because of suspicions that it is tainted by a demon? He showed a deep, contemplative expression and stared at the holy beast statue. If this continues, then it will result in John's true identity being exposed to the public. Is it a sealing or an execution that waits at the end of that? Riz wanted to swear at his heartless words. What stopped her was because she caught something in Greco's roundabout expression. It seemed like he answered her question, but also didn't answer it. Come to think of it, Greco did the same when she asked him whether or not he sent letters to the art gallery. He didn't clearly admit that it was him. Did another person send the letters instead of him? The accusation of murder on John and urging her to hand over the art gallery, was it all another churchman? However, Greco was the one who restrained John. No, did he just take John there and left the capture to someone else? She stared into his eyes after thinking up to there. Could I be allowed to see John? Well now. Although he is restrained, he is a clever demon and contact is dangerous. He might use you in order to escape. Even though he replied like that, his voice sounded as if he were testing her. It didn't look like contact was forbidden and she would be brushed aside. He was putting on airs. Which one of them was the cunning one? Even though he was a priest, he was looking for compensation. Oh Father Greco, a faithful friend of virtue and with a heart of mercy deeper than the ocean, please won't you point the way for this lost and pitiful sheep? Yes. Your words are light and your eyes are hope, and your forgiveness brings about safety to the earth. Even the dark forest will clear in an instant and birds of wisdom will sing highly. Ha ha ha, you're a funny one. You're making a request while boldly reading from the Bible sentence engraved in that pillar over there. Greco seemed as if he unintentionally spilled out to laugh. But God's grace is given only to those who believe in holiness. Conversely, it seems like you believe in the devil. Ms. Riz? She didn't see that coming. Was this retribution for holding irreverent thoughts about how God wasn't fair? Riz looked into the distance, but then immediately clasped her hands in front of her chest and feigned a sweet request pose, one of her mother's skills. Please take a look at my clean and clear sincerity. Sincerity, you say? Greco's lips twitched. I'm a devout believer. I frequently go to church while searching for a good man. He covered his mouth with a hand, perhaps trying to resist from bursting out into laughter. Searching for a good man. No, that's right. The path to walk with God is tough and steep. There are hidden traps of desire here and there. Right now, you must be in the middle of that path. I am grateful to you for changing it to a beautiful expression. Please convey to God to look at me with tolerance. He turned sideways. His brows were pulled together, but she could tell that he wasn't angry. Yes, Miss Riz, you are reputed to be the maiden of stars by everyone. Even God must be impressed by your lovely appearance of offering prayers. Thank you very much. I was strictly ordered by my mother to be properly conscious of looking neat and tidy even in the middle of prayers. After all, one doesn't know when they will catch the attention of a good man. That is amazing. No, an impressive amount of work. His voice was clearly trembling with a laugh. I wonder if God will respond to my efforts. But, right now, I want to see John more than a good man. God bestows trials as well as mercy so that humans do not become conceited to God's love. I understand, Father Greco. Please tell me the contents of the compensation that is called a trial. At last his shoulders shook as he laughed. I didn't think you were this odd. No, this interesting of a lady. I am at a loss and I do not dislike that. It makes me want to indulge you. Welcome to the path of depravity. Please indulge me thoroughly and to your heart's content. I can be indefinitely indulged. Riz watched over Greco as he continued to laugh with a lowered head for some time. She wondered if, thanks to her mother's education, she had become quite skilled at conversing too. Ah, it's my loss. Very well, I'll let you meet him. He wiped the tears of laughter from the corner of his eyes and pasted on the smile of a priest, whose emotions couldn't be read. Again, however, I cannot allow him to be free. I am certain he will receive judgment in the near future. If you say he is innocent, then please search for that evidence. Is proving John's innocence repayment for you, Father Greco? From the start, I have not asked for anything in return. I only wish to avoid a false charge. Even if the other person is a demon, that was shady, but she probably wouldn't receive a precise answer if she poked any further. Greco extended a hand towards the back of a straight corridor. It was a beautiful gesture. He looked like a real messenger of God. Riz moved her feet in the direction he pointed. However, please take care, Miss Riz. For what? If you aren't able to prove his innocence, then you will also be judged heretical with the sin of protecting a demon. Is that so? I will keep your advice in mind. Riz's feet didn't stop and her expression didn't change either. As a lady, even when she was scared and anxious, she must be elegant. Section. John. Riz's demon was, as Greco said, restrained in the Holy Fig Tree room. He was seated in a sturdy wooden chair that was said to be habitually used by the 18th Pope. Although it was said he was restrained, his limbs weren't bound with ropes. Maybe just sitting in a holy person's chair was equivalent to being restrained. Riz was conscious of Greco's gaze as he withdrew to the wall and approached John with her usual pace. John, are you unharmed? To Riz, who asked him that, he also answered dispassionately with a calm expression as usual. When she vowed that she would come to save him and he just needed to wait, he sent detestable replies back one after another. Furthermore, he even lectured her about being lazy and other such things. After a short while, where they had a conversation that seemed to be somewhat out of sync, John turned a chilly gaze to Greco. I would like to speak with my lady alone. Greco immediately excluded that cannot be allowed. John became displeased to the point where even an outsider could tell. Riz looked over at Greco once and then kneeled in front of John, questioning him in a quiet voice. John, can you really not stand from this chair? It's impossible until after sunset, where the power of darkness increases. My entire body is numb as if poison was poured into me. Riz drew her eyebrows down. Poison? He had a nonchalant expression, but wasn't it actually quite painful? I was thoughtless. I shouldn't have made you accompany me to church. What are you saying? Who would shove medicine into that mouth if your health worsened along the way? Wait, your priority is my medicine? What else is there? It was hopeless with this demon. Could it be that you're unusually reflecting on yourself? He snorted. She was worried about him, and yet what was with this attitude? Where is the need to be gloomy? There are tools and seals to welcome demons into the church hidden everywhere. Prospering evil, the pale horse spreading fire and death. Even the ancient grimoire that begins with such an ominous declaration is stored in the archives of the church. Therefore demons can trespass even into sacred spaces without being burned. Riz's eyes widened. Was he saying that Holy Beast statue was placed there to protect demons? But who exactly did that? Enough about me. You must return to the mansion and rest early. There is no blood in your face. Your head hurts, does it not? I'm fine. She couldn't rest. She had to prove John's innocence. Did you hear the reason for why I was captured? Suspected of murdering your previous contractor. Correct. Thus, it is unrelated to my lady. Returned quickly with the madam. Her heart stung at being told that curtly. But right now you're my demon. When Riz refused to back down, John scrutinized her. How about you sell that art gallery? You could just have a new art gallery in another place. That way Mr. Hine can save his face. Why are you saying that? If I am judged then it would result in even you being implicated. You don't have to worry about that. You received letters from the church and, in truth, their contents were about the buying and selling of the art gallery, yes? Unable to nod, she was lightly glared at. If you were to turn over the art gallery to Greco over there then, at least, my lady's safety will be protected. But, John, you won't be safe. Rather, my execution is good news for you. This might be your last opportunity to escape from the chains of a tainted demon. I'm not willing to let go of the art gallery or you. Did you forget your vows? You are to serve me as if you loved me, right? Then I will respond to that. John gave a huff of laughter. Riz noticed that his glasses were slightly askew. She raised herself and fixed the position of his glasses. His smile deepened. Why? Doesn't it sound like I am loved by you? She thought he was making frivolous talk. However, right after their eyes met, the depths of her chest suddenly became hot as if a flame was tossed in. She wanted to praise herself from the bottom of her heart for having difficulties expressing emotions on her face. Yes, it is close to love. Riz drew back and turned her body around. She felt John's gaze. Wait, I'll be sure to free you. There was no response. He seemed to be at a loss. She was struck by the urge to turn around and see his expression. At that time Greco, who had been standing beside the wall, approached while being all smiles. Miss Riz, if we do not leave soon we will be discovered by people. By nature, this is a place where no believers can enter. Riz, after wavering, asked Greco a question. Can you guarantee John's safety? Regrettably, I cannot promise that. She thought about giving the name of the Milton house, but, in the case she couldn't save John, all the lives of her family would end up being exposed to danger. That was something which must be avoided, but she was also resistant to leaving John in a place where there was a risk of harm. In Riz's conflict, Greco suddenly looked at her with sweet eyes and took her hand. It was an expression unbecoming of a priest. Riz was puzzled to ask a churchman such as me to protect a demon. However, if you truly desire that then... Oh, I know. I would like a reward from you as an individual and not a priest. What is it? She wanted it to be a commonplace desire. If it was gold bars or jewels then she could prepare them. And if she borrowed Verma's power then there was a degree of accommodation even in the church. But the wish that he expressed was an unexpected thing. Kiss me. A kiss? She was shocked. To be honest, she was worried that something more troublesome would be demanded. You'll be satisfied with that, huh? For some reason Greco had surprised eyes, even though he was the one who wished for it. Or rather he looked at her with eyes that doubted her sanity. I understand. Let's do that, huh? I haven't done this to anyone apart from the dog raised at my grandparents' mansion. And so I do not know if it will be to your liking. Ms. Riz? I apologize, but could you bend down a little? You are tall so I cannot reach you. Think this over. Calm down a bit. Miss Riz specified the location. Is it the lips or the cheek? Forehead? She wanted to settle this before she was told. Oh never mind. She yanked Greco's collar, while he panicked, and brought her face close. Greco turned bright red while saying, We can't. Despite rejecting her with his mouth, both his hands were placed cheekily on Riz's shoulders. He was a man with a strange reaction. "My lady!" John suddenly shouted. Riz reflexively startled and released her hands from Greco's collar. Greco also swiftly drew back like he was a young boy found to be playing a prank. "I cannot believe this, but you are not seriously intending to follow through on this degenerate's nonsense, right?" "Degenerate?" Greco's face twitched as he murmured that sorrowfully, and, on that note, he fell silent. Riz couldn't reply either. Expressions were missing from John's face. "You are a young lady who has yet to be married." His voice was low. It made her feel like she was being sentenced to death. "But, John, I think one kiss is a small price to pay if it can guarantee you're safe." Riz cut off her words in the middle, because the coldness in John's eyes behind his glasses increased. He moved his gaze slowly, as if it were a massive force, to Greco. Greco took a step back. "Greco, you are also, more or less, a clergy." "What is the meaning of boldly flirting with a woman in church?" "Supan priests are allowed marriages though." No. I'm sorry." Greco tried to hide behind Riz's back while he mumbled his excuses. What sort of priest was lectured for moderation by a demon? "If you want a woman, go to a brothel. Do not tease my lady." John's eyes didn't leave from Greco, who was shrinking down behind Riz. If he was this strong, then there wasn't any need for her to help him, was there? Riz quietly thought this. "It is even worse if you wanted someone to play with. In the first place, my lady isn't suited to having affairs." Look closely at her. There is less light in this person's eyes than that of a freshly severed sheep head. Severed sheep head. Even more light disappeared from Riz's eyes. Wasn't there a better way of saying it? "Furthermore, my lady's physical strength is less than a baby's, and I would ask of you not to make her walk around needlessly. She is a troublesome person whose health collapses whenever there is an opportunity. In addition, she is extremely introverted. It would be easier to rear our mole above ground." The largest problem is that, despite being aware of her own delicateness, she doesn't care for her body at all. "I have been thinking of shoving an anesthetic down her throat the next time she stays up all night." After a freshly severed sheep head was a mole, the expressions were so bad there was no room to defend herself. "Wow, he's quite overprotective, isn't he?" Greco said this to Riz and sent her a strangely sympathetic look. John didn't deny this and glared at him. "If I wasn't overprotective, this person would be dead on the roadside." It was a declaration. "Get my permission when you are contacting my lady. However, all meeting Tims should be within 30 minutes. Am I a prisoner or something?" Riz wanted to say that, but she resisted. "John, you don't have to worry so much because I'll be alright. Before I met you, I wasn't causing that much trouble to others. However, currently, you have a body which cannot live without me." "It hurts when you say that." John was too perfect. She swallowed back her sigh and stared at him. "I can't live without you, John, so I want to clear your charges as soon as possible." "You have your priorities backwards if you end up collapsing." "Yes, I can't collapse safely without you. Honestly, I even want to bring you back home right now." He opened his mouth like he was about to say something. However, in the end, he chose silence. "Miss Riz, come, let us leave." Greco gently took Riz's arm and prompted her. She nodded to that and turned towards the door along with him. Right before Riz left the room, she looked back. "Wait," she told John without saying it out loud, "because she would definitely free him." John stared back at Riz as if he was seeing something a little dazzling. As they walked on the path, the choir boy approached from the front with quick steps. From the young and rosy-cheeked boy she received the message, "Verma is looking for Riz." She had several questions for Greco, but it seemed better to withdraw at this point today. Riz thought this and obediently returned to Verma. In front of Greco she feigned being calm, but inwardly that wasn't the case. She was severely disturbed at John suddenly being restrained. Even she could tell that about herself. She was worried about leaving John behind at the church. However, it didn't seem like he was in a situation where his life was in danger if he wasn't helped out of there right now. Riz believed in that instinct of hers. Besides, there was a fear that if she caused a ruckus in that place and people gathered, then the situation John was placed in would worsen. If the situation were more urgent, then even John shouldn't be that easygoing. No doubt she wouldn't even have been capable of meeting him, but it was a fact that he was charged with murdering Petron. That itself was probably why he obediently became restrained. But Riz couldn't wipe away a sense of discomfort on that point either. There were too many unclear points in the explanation she received from Greco. It could even be said that he was too vague. He might have been deliberately hiding information. Riz felt like she was in front of a complicated abstract painting where multiple colors were colliding. In the end, what was Greco's true desire? Did he seriously want to execute John? Or did he not want to act himself, but it pained him to abandon John and so he wanted the charges to be cleared by someone? Or was he not interested in John's well-being and just wanted to reveal the truth of Petron's death? There was also the possibility that he simply found fault with Riz and wanted to steal her art gallery. She didn't know what was right. It displeased her to dance at the will of another and on the picture they drew, but the important thing was that John returned unharmed. First, she would explore how it was at Petron's time of death. If she couldn't grasp the circumstances there, then she couldn't make the right judgment. That being said, it was work she was reluctant to do. It was certain she'd end up touching John's past without permission. Leaving the church, when she had been pondering over things even in the carriage, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Verma, who must have misunderstood her to be sick. "Riz, are you dizzy? How about we rent a room somewhere and rest?" Verma's eyes, as she peered into Riz's face, seemed to be damp with fear and sadness. Riz loved those eyes of her mother. She thought they were the eyes of the sun. Life burned and shone in their depths. Her older sister, Grace, was the one who inherited their mother's passion the most. Riz thought it was beautiful from the bottom of her heart. She was also envious. In contrast, she was like a ghost. Wasn't it like half of her life was missing? That was surely why she only shined half as bright. "Riz, there's no need for concern, Mother. I'm healthy." Verma lightly sighed when Riz squeezed back. "Really? That's fine then." "Still, where did John go?" "It appears he met a friend of his adoptive father, Father Petron. They must have had many things to talk about. So I was asked to go back first." She gave the excuse she thought up beforehand. Verma looked as if she understood, but she showed an unhappy expression. "But to have left you alone when your complexion is this bad." Even with Verma it seemed like John was decided to be Riz's caretaker. "I'm fine. He needs to be beside you even if you're fine." "Is there anything in this world more important than my Riz?" Riz nearly laughed upon seeing Verma declare that with what looked like the dignity of a queen. She quickly tightened her expression. "Oh my, Riz. Why are you hiding your smile?" "A smile doesn't suit me." "Even if your smiling face looks warped like an evil witch, your mother will accept it with a broad heart." "Mother, you taught me before that a lady must not smile easily. She has to aim for that moment and smile." "Oh, did I say such a thing? But you often smile in front of John, don't you?" "Do I?" "Yes, you do. It's not fair." "Won't you show your mother?" Riz stared at Verma, who was puffing out her cheeks like a child. She was at a loss and then a belated sense of embarrassment ran up her back. "I don't mean to smile in front of John either though." "Oh my." Verma's eyes widened. "My child, you don't know just how special the expression you're making right now is, do you?" "Special? What do you mean?" "It means my daughter is the most beautiful one in the world." This was declared with full confidence and Riz was bewildered. "Mother, think about it realistically. Isn't it only God who knows the faces of all the humans in the world?" "I believe just knowing the faces of everyone living in the royal capital would be more than amazing enough. Incidentally, do you know who it is that has repeated the most heartless and cruel massacres in this world?" "Yes, that's right. It is the God we believe to be merciful." "Floods, epidemics, burning meteors, locust plagues. They hunt human lives with the most efficiency and without mercy. Death also hunts souls, but in the end this is due to God's order." "But, if you tell this to people, you're guaranteed to be told that you don't know God's love." "They preach teachings about seeing the truth, yet deny the truth. I wonder if humans love contradictions." "Good gracious, this child." "By the way, I wonder if Death, during their life, was a farmer who was a believer. The scythe carried by Death is a relic of farming tools. You're changing the subject on purpose, aren't you?" "I won't let you." Verma pinched Riz's cheek slightly and showed a gorgeous smile that was befitting a lady. Why was she looking over here with such a happy expression? Riz gradually became uncomfortable. "I knew it. I need to scold John later. Why? Because he is not here. Riz looked around the small carriage. Right now, if John were here. Thinking this, Riz realized that for the first time she didn't know what to do with the feeling of being lonely. If he was beside her, then the brightness of her lacking life would be a little better. Don't worry, Mother. John will return soon. Maybe because she put strength into her answer, but Verma had a puzzled look. Chapter 2, The Midnight Clandestine Meeting. After dinner the maids prepared Riz's bed and left the room. The time was around 9 at night. It was later than the time she usually slept. A yawn leaked out but her mind was clear. Riz rolled over on top of her bed and lay face down. The full-blown social season was about to begin. For the majority of aristocrats who were busy playing at love, it was the time for victory or defeat. However, it had no relation to Riz, who would grow dizzy with just one dance. She was exploring solutions here and there to save John when a small clunk echoed. Riz adjusted the front of her gown and got down from her bed, placing her feet into her indoor slippers. She wondered if the window was making noise because of the wind. But there was good weather today and the night was warm. Did a bat stop on the window frame then? Or did a squirrel get lost? After some thought, she lit a candlestick and approached the double casement window. She flung open the curtains and window as hard as she could. But there was no squirrel or bat. There was no wine either. In the moment she tilted her head in puzzlement. Thinking it was her imagination, her candlestick's fire suddenly went out. Her surprise was so much that she dropped the candlestick. Riz crouched down and picked up the candlestick. At that instant, something brushed against her cheek without warning. The faint moonlight shining in from the window revealed its identity. It was a black feather. Riz also picked that up and spun it with her fingers. A crow might have entered the mansion. Right after she was convinced, her back suddenly prickled. The moonlight was abruptly blocked and a dense shadow, darker than the night, fell on top of her. Riz raised her head with stiff movements. How careless, my lady. If I was a burglar, what would you have done? A man intruded into the room, a bit constrained, from the window. For a second, she felt like there were large black wings on his back. But maybe it was an illusion. The candlestick that should have gone out suddenly lit with fire this time. She could clearly see the figure of the man who stepped down with both feet onto the floor of the room. Riz came back to herself and straightened her back. Are you John? No matter how she looked at him, it was Riz's caretaking demon. John, do you think there is a demon besides me who would creep into your room? I don't think so, but you're really John? My lady, you're quite distrustful. She brought the candlestick close to his face and stared all around. She couldn't believe it. Riz even believed it was because she thought about him too much and maybe a hallucination appeared. He seemed to find the fire of the candlestick too bright. Narrowing his eyes a little, he gently grabbed Riz's wrist and moved the candlestick away from his own face. Without me you truly seem like you will easily die. Huh? What time do you think it is right now? Why are you not sleeping? John's gaze became sharp. Naturally. You were sure to take your meal and drink your medicine, correct? Riz unconsciously averted her eyes. She left about half of her meal. Her medicine. Crap, she forgot to drink it and it was placed on a small table. I reminded you extensively too. Humans grow by repeating mistakes. Do not preach the human ways of life to a demon. She felt the signs of a lecture and quickly searched for another topic. Wait, John, you should have been restrained. Did you escape? Moreover, how did you come to this room? It's not on the first floor. I flew here from the church. I don't know where to start commenting. What is there to comment on? She was replied to with a serious face. You said you flew, but when it comes to you, it's different from the metaphor that you rushed over here as if you flew because you were worried about me, right? I do not understand the meaning of a line being drawn with when it comes to you, but well, I actually flew through the sky. She had seen many religious paintings that drew black-winged demons. Was it similar to that? Riz unconsciously looked down at the feather she still held in one hand. Was this John's feather and not a crow's? He extended a hand and plucked the feather from Riz's fingers. What are you surprised about? I am a demon, and so I have 1 or 2 wings. You have 2 wings? To be precise, I have 4. 4 wings? Like a butterfly? Something like that, perhaps. It seemed like he was annoyed at answering and gave a non-committal response. That was what she thought. but then her chin was softly lifted up with the tip of the feather. Do not divert the subject. You didn't drink your medicine, did you? I'll drink it later. This is why my lady is. John threw away the feather and wrapped his arms around Riz's back and underneath her knees all of a sudden and lifted her up. Riz startled and she was already clinging onto his neck. The candlestick barely avoided being dropped. He walked at a brisk pace and set Riz down on the bed. He also sat on the edge and took the candlestick from her to place on the small table beside the bed. Because her medicine had been abandoned there, John's eyes became stern for an instant, but he didn't lecture her. Riz was inwardly relieved and changed her posture to lie on her side. Seeing you like this, you are a picturesque person. John said this, sounding appreciative, and stared at Riz, like a dozing goddess which would appear in a religious painting. No, perhaps I am mistaken, it would be the Maiden of Stars. She tried to sit up but was stopped by his gaze. Riz felt awkward and squirmed. John continued to observe her much like a painter looking at a model. No, it was a more heated look. I know you flew in the sky, but how did you get out of that fig tree room? When she asked, he blinked as if he woke from a dream. Then his eyes returned to their usual chilly gaze, like a winter day enveloped in silence. I placed a substitute sculpture in the chair and exited normally from the entrance of the church. He answered indifferently and picked up the ends of Riz's hair which spilled from her shoulders and spread across the bed. Tell me in more detail. Greco did not seriously wish to confine me, for now. She silently prompted him to continue. In the first place, the start of it all was the death of your previous fiancé, Sir Emile. I heard about that from Father Greco too, although just a little. Did you get an explanation too, John? A general outline. John removed his hand from Riz's hair and piled up cushions beside the headboard before he seated himself again like he was leaning against them. She absently thought on how this was a married couple's distance before hurriedly drowning that out. She threw out her next question before he sensed her disturbance. Father Greco took you away when you were waiting at the carriage stop after Mother and I went into the church, right? Yes. I thought it would take around an hour and so I intended to go to a tea house until you ladies returned to the carriage. It was there Greco appeared. He conveyed that there was a private matter and so he asked me to follow him. Were you close with Father Greco from before? No, not at all. After he gave an immediate answer, he crossed his arms as if to reconsider. Simply, Greco is one of my previous master Petron's disciples. In particular, he has a talent for painting and was favored by Petron. There were opportunities for us to meet frequently. That gentleman knows your true identity. Rather, it was seen through. To be honest, that man doesn't think highly of my existence. Normally, despite being superficial, he has an unexpected delicate side. He wanted to try and keep me away from Petron, but it was Petron who wished to make a contract with me in the first place. May I ask the reason why Father Petron wished to make a contract with you? He raised an eyebrow when she hesitantly asked, did you not know? The majority of cardinals are contracted with a demon. Thus, it is not like Petron alone had fallen specially. Wait, my ears are rejecting the shock of this unexpected fact. Her headache, which had finally settled, seemed to return. Aren't you personally contracted with me? My case is a bit unique. Why would even the clergy want to make contracts with demons? I believe you will understand if you consider it. For a while, it is to protect themselves. They're making demons guard them? Riz was dumbfounded. What sort of reason was that? It is not a strange story. Churchmen are especially targeted by demons. Causing a holy person to fall in and of itself strengthens their powers of wickedness. Opposing demons with the power of demons. That sort of thing? Yes, for you see, humans detest sullying their own hands. In addition, John continued with a serious expression. Demons appear even in the Bible. In other words, the Bible recognizes the existence of demons. That is the reason demonic symbols are placed in the church and the justification for the clergy to use demons. It sounded like nothing but sophistry, but it seemed that the cardinals were really overlooking the controversy. Has the conversation strayed? In any case, while Greco doesn't hold any favorable feelings towards me, he is doing his duties to his teacher, Petron. For some of the clergy, contracts with demons are an open secret, however, As you would expect, it would be terrible if all the priests and believers were to know. If the truth was to be revealed, then it would result in all of Petron's achievements being questioned. That is why, as long as it is not something outrageous, Greco will tolerate my existence. But you were restrained today. It appears I was fooled. It's not like you to follow someone else obediently. Were you threatened with anything by Father Greco? They looked at each other for several seconds. John averted his gaze, abashed. John, tell me. He said there was a significant matter with the art gallery issue. If it's about the gallery, then it's related to me. Is it not? Riz stared at his profile. Even though he must have felt her eyes, he didn't look at her. Were you worried about me and the art gallery? More or less. He nodded with a tone that sounded as if frustrated him to admit it. My lady is my master after all. He was a surprisingly loyal demon. It was sort of funny and sort of ticklish. She wanted to thank him, but she also felt somewhat embarrassed. Riz got up and reached out to John's tired face. She removed his glasses and, when she gently moved her fingers in circles above his eyelids, he stirred as if bewildered. The reaction was like that of a cat unaccustomed to people. After she smiled at his expression, she looked back at her own actions and was shocked. How shameless to have touched the face of a man who wasn't her husband. Riz intentionally met his eyes in order to gloss over her actions. I'm your master, so I need to spoil you from time to time. Oh? John looked hard at Riz, or, that was what she thought, but he suddenly grabbed her wrist and pressed her hand to his cheek like he was telling her to stroke him more. If he had been a cute child, then she could have touched him as much as he wanted, but John was a demon. In addition, a calm young man who had no connection to being cute. She couldn't assertively pet him all around just because he asked for it. The act of touching is meaningful. He put a smile on his lips as he kept his cheek pressed to Riz's hand. Even in sacraments, a saint will place their hand on the head of their apostle. No, the laying on of hands is said to be a prayer, a joy, and a healing. Is it also a joy and a healing to a demon? He quietly released Riz's hand. To a demon, a human's body temperature is too hot. Riz looked at her own hand and opened and closed it. Realizing that this action was being watched, she strangely became embarrassed. So, as a result of following Father Greco, you were confined under the charge of murdering Father Petron? Yes. I did not think I would be sat down in the saint's chair though. Is there any problem with your body? No. Because he answered so briefly. Maybe he thought it was hard to understand. And so he immediately added to that, the saint's chair is equivalent to a torture device on demons. It is a troublesome product where you'll be bound by simply sitting in it. But it is not like you will be destroyed. How did you escape from that chair? Did Father Greco release you? That was how it concluded. However, even without borrowing that man's power, I would be able to escape on my own. Once it becomes night, my powers become more. It was faint, but it seemed like he was sullen. His voice was heavy with force. I wonder why Father Greco let you escape. That is because he wants you and I to search for the demon who killed Petron. John's expression tightened. Most of the cardinals know the fact that I am a demon. Because of that, I was more or less suspected immediately following Petron's death, but I told them I was not the offender. They believed you? It was a demon's oath. Thus, the charges on me were completely cleared. In addition, in order to protect Petron's honor, the adoptive relationship was not cancelled and I ended up inheriting some assets. Assets, land and a mansion. The rest are types of art. Petron lacked any interest in money. Oh, the management of the art gallery was entrusted to John, but it wasn't like he served at Riz's mansion. It seemed like he normally lived in the mansion bestowed to him. The cardinals, and those equal to Greco, have a policy to tolerate me as long as I do not harm humans. However, John furrowed his brows and lightly poked Riz's forehead with a finger. It didn't hurt but it made her frown. He then gently stroked the area, maybe as an apology. The sudden death of your ex-fiancé appears to have caught the attention of some priests. Some? People who don't know about cardinals being connected to demons? Yes, those people took Sir Emil's death as a starting point and looked into my lady's art gallery. Then they saw that you, the former suspect of killing Petron, were at my art gallery. Precisely. Those who have vaguely noticed my true identity seem to be among them as well. There are also those who have a strong disgust towards binding themselves to demons, even knowing the circumstances. In particular, these thoughts are concentrated from the first church to the fourth church. The priests have that sort of faction, I see. Yes, he sighed along with his words. It seemed like he was discovered by troublesome people. Further, Greco had to pretend you were restrained in order to convince those people for now, right? Greco must have inwardly thought that it was an unnecessary act towards their actions. But, on the contrary, this time the priests who have raised their voices wish to purge the demons from the church. In this opportunity, the whole picture could be seen. The cardinals and Greco wanted to maintain the status quo, but a group of priests with their own thoughts were trying to dig up the truth of Petron's death. In order to calm this commotion, it was necessary to prove that the true culprit of Petron's death was not his adopted son John but another person. But, John, even if you successfully caught the demon who killed Father Petron, wouldn't the conclusion be what those priests want? Do you mean that there are those who would advocate, in the end, it hasn't changed that a demon killed Petron, and so that this tragic event does not occur again we should thoroughly eliminate all demons? Perhaps so, but Greco and the others will claim the opposite, that the demon was left unchecked and this calamity could not be prevented. In that case, evil should be converted with the power of perseverance and a virtuous mind while being monitored in the church. In order to advocate that you cannot be the criminal then. He nodded. Greco may just simply want to protect Petron's honor, but the real intention of the cardinals must be different. Perhaps something such as how they do not want to let go of their useful contracted demons. Even if there is some risk, it looked like they were pawns to be used for the convenience of the clergyman's positions. Before I slipped out of the church, Greco deliberately told me about several areas where suspicious events occurred. Is he telling us to search there? It was hard to think that he found these for them out of the kindness of his heart. Yes. If we are fortunate and demons are discovered, then my safety can also be guaranteed. However, in the case that these investigations fail, then I should be prepared for an unavoidable execution. In order to protect the honor of the entire church, they plan to cast away Father Petron as a last resort. It seems he can postpone things until Christmas next month. During this time, he said he would suppress the other priests. Where are the unusual areas you heard from? Further Greco. Regarding that, could you come to the art gallery tomorrow? Of course I can go, but is something there? The demon who killed Petron moves its house from one to another. It changes distorted paintings. Apparently, it seems to wander between studios and art galleries. Greco sent for rough sketches from studios he thought were particularly suspicious. I was entrusted with those and they are stored in my lady's art gallery. John's voice rang with irony. From this talk it seemed like Greco had been searching for that demon for a long time. If she didn't think that, then things wouldn't add up. Just looking casually into the art studios within the royal capital would take several months. So then why didn't he tell this important information to John much earlier? Was it really in order to protect Petron's honor rather than to protect John? He might have also thought about wanting John to continue acting as a human for as much as possible and to live quietly. However, due to the commotion of the priests, it was necessary to make urgent countermeasures and so he ended up unwillingly supplying the information he wanted to keep covered if possible. Perhaps it was something like this. Okay, if I look at those paintings, we might grab some sort of clue. Most likely, if we were to discover a distorted painting where a demon hid, then the painting itself would be sealed and we could hand it over to Greco. John, I will definitely find that demon. It was a little annoying to be led around by Greco and the others, but it was to protect John. She also had no intentions of letting the art gallery go without a resistance. No, I would like you to check the rough sketches, but could you leave the rest to me? I can help too. Even if she was in poor health, she wasn't going to be a burden. In the human world, her own status was useful. John should know that too. I don't want to lose you. Nowadays, life without him was unthinkable. John would be fine even in a life without her though. If you aren't by my side then I won't be happy. She knew he was taking care of her because of their contractual relationship. But, even then, she had no doubts that he had a devoted side. If that sort of person was in trouble, then she should also fulfill her obligation and lend a hand. Was it just because of their contractual relationship? Really? The desire to help him, was that thought simply nothing but an obligation? Riz was flustered at the voice of doubt in her own heart. On the other hand, John looked over at her with a bewildered face, but then he suddenly showed a cold expression. By your side? Until you find a good man, huh? I never dreamed that a mother and daughter would come to church to find a man. How do you? Did Greco secretly tell him? Do you want to marry that much? Do you not care who it is as long as he is a good man? I prefer good men over bad men. Amazing. The air became chilly. If you have a husband, you would love them more than me. What are you saying? Even if there are replacements for husbands, there's no replacement for you, John. For you, what degree of priority would a husband be? If we're talking about stairs, then 5 steps. And me? The second floor. Too low. But my room is on the second floor. John had a strange look on his face as if he didn't know how to respond to that. A short silence passed. By now, Riz realized that she blurted out something stupid. John, I'm going to sleep now. Her voice was high. She had never had such an embarrassing experience apart from when she obtained a valuable painting. Right. You should sleep. For some reason he also spoke as if in a hurry. Riz pulled the cushions to her and lay down like she was burying her face there. John placed the blanket over her body. Was he heading out? She didn't mind him staying until the morning though. So far as it goes, I am restrained in the church even now, and so I do not wish to be seen by too many people. My lady, can you make it to the art gallery alone tomorrow? I can. Come after you properly take breakfast. Is 9 o'clock acceptable? Okay. Then I shall await you. Suddenly, she felt like her head was stroked. Moreover, although she didn't think this possibly happened, she also felt a light kiss dropped on her. The opening and closing of the window sounded. Riz hurriedly raised her head, but John's form was no longer anywhere. For some reason, it felt like she had been left behind. Riz's gaze wandered round. A single black feather fell on top of the bed. The moment she picked it up, it disappeared softly like fleeting snow. Section. The next day was an oppressive, cloudy day. Riz used their mansion's exclusive 2-wheeled carriage and headed to the art gallery at the designated time. The eeriness that had been there the first time she saw this place was completely gone. It now had a stately appearance. The entrance door was locked, but John had already arrived and was waiting for Riz. It looked like he spent the night here, and there was a new painting on the easel. This time it was. What was it? Some kind of ghost painting? There was a sinuous white thing that was drawn. On the work table in the drawing room cum storehouse was a plate with bacon and half-eaten bread, cheese, fruit wine, and other things. There was a shirt that looked changed out of casually placed on the chaise. When Riz looked at that, he grabbed the shirt and moved it to the stool. Then, as if it was along the way, he covered the easel's drawing with a cloth. After that, he prompted her to sit in the chaise with a gesture. She couldn't feel last night's strange atmosphere and John's attitude. For some reason, while being relieved, there was also a feeling of regret. Your health does not appear to be bad. John smiled after he stared at Riz for a while once she sat down in the chaise. I'm fine. My health's been good these days. She tried to say it was thanks to him, but faltered. It seemed like the foreign medicine he prepared was right for her. It wasn't unnatural for her to tell him that, and yet for some reason it got stuck in her throat. That is good then, John responded curtly and then approached the work table, picking up 5 drawings set beside the plate of bread. He returned back to the chaise holding them. These are the rough sketches entrusted to me from Greco, and these holy paintings have a connection to some strangeness. Just 5? The number's surprisingly small. I thought the same. But I heard in actuality that there are more studios where suspicious events have occurred. However, the studios and art galleries that have these 5 holy paintings appear to have similar abnormalities. Furthermore, all of them are within the royal capital or managed by the churches in the surrounding area. Riz accepted the 5 drawings that were held out and stared closely at them. 3 were watercolor and the last 2 were drawn in charcoal. Their width was around the length of her fingertips to her elbow. John sat down beside her. He crossed his legs and peered at what Riz had in hand. Being in a position where they were unexpectedly glued to each other nearly made her hands, which were holding the drawings, tremble. Riz tensed her shoulders and acted as if it was nothing. Her eyes concentrated at her hands to the point of being unnatural. "What do you think of these rough sketches? Have you fallen asleep, my lady?" "I'm not sleeping," she returned that in a stiff tone. Just whose fault was it that made her act out of character and feel nervous? But she felt like she would lose if she said that, and so Riz chose silence. However, John read too much into her attitude and seemed to misunderstand. "My lady, could you possibly be afraid?" "Of what?" Right away, she couldn't understand the meaning of the question. "There is some pause to be given at your eyes, but you are, in outline, a young lady of age. Searching for the demon who killed Petron must be a terrifying topic. No, if you make a single mistake, you yourself might be killed." "Me? I didn't think about that." "Think about it." An exasperated look was given to her, but it was true that until it was pointed out she hadn't given it a single thought. "But you're here, John, so what do I need to be cautious about?" His eyes went round. For her, just seeing him being surprised made her surprised. "If you're saying the demon is far stronger than you, then I'll hire exorcists in the city and crush it with all my strength. But that's not the case, right? Since you've been chasing it up to here alone, that means you're surely stronger." "Yes, most likely." "Then there's no reason for me to fear that demon. I am also a demon though. Haven't you thought that when a crisis approaches you might be betrayed or abandoned?" When Riz answered that she hadn't thought about that, he showed an expression like he was looking at something strange, and recrossed his legs. "What is with your straightforward trust in me? If you ever want to betray me, then tell me in advance. I'll prepare myself." "That is not the issue at hand, John. If we're talking realistically, killing me would be extremely simple and you don't have to bother yourself with an act of betrayal. If you stop my medicine for a few days and then have me run around like that, then death would visit with a friendly manner." He hid a face which said he didn't like that. Riz secretly had this thought that he seemed to enjoy caring for her. Didn't he seem to be enthusiastic about a bad hobby like taking the time and effort to make something that easily dies live? It was the sensation of safekeeping a rare painting. Once his interest waned, then it might be the beginning of her ruin. "Fool, why do I have to give your soul to death?" If a demon is not greedy, then they also lose their charm. "I've taken all of you." "By taken, you mean it's a done deal?" "What are you saying at this point?" "It was decided at the stage of our contract." "Oh yes." "Oh." Riz laughed without thought. "There is still more. It is also my right to drive out your husband from your room." "Yes? Drive out?" "They would be in the way." "And what if I said no?" "It is the original way of a demon to take joy in doing things that displease people." "No?" It was a dim delight that filled her chest. This wasn't a lawful conversation. It was a ghoulish conversation. The god of this country would probably never forgive Riz for swinging from joy to sorrow at the words of a demon. She would surely fall to hell, but hell itself was where John's world was. In that case, it would be fine. "So, we just need to check these 5 paintings, right?" When she returned her gaze to the rough sketches, John's arm went around her shoulders. The distance, which was close from the start, became even closer and Riz nearly crushed the drawings. "Read the distortions with your holy eyes. Is there any drawing that feels strange?" "I will prioritize investigating from the art gallery with the drawing you've selected." "Got it." Hearing John's voice by her ear made her comfortable to the point where she wanted to flail her arms and legs without any meaning. Even though she thought it was a colder voice without inflections, there was a softness concealed in its core. That's why it slowly soaked into her body and the reverberation of it lingered forever. Somehow, it seemed like a bad idea to feel this way. She couldn't explain it well, but it was extremely bad. The first drawing is a farmer using a hoe. The second drawing is a lion encountering a deer. The third is a drawing of a flock of geese flying above a hill road. Even she didn't know whether she was concentrating on John's voice or concentrating on the drawings. The fourth drawing is a preacher standing underneath an olive branch. The last is a drawing of an innkeeper chasing after an adulterer and his wife fixing her disheveled clothes. The first one she zeroed in on was the drawing of the preacher. Olives were plants with profound familiarity in the Bible and, being symbols of peace, they were often depicted in religious paintings. There were also the symbol of a goddess. By the way, what are the suspicious events that happened in the art galleries and studios? Riz asked this while she compared each drawing and searched for anything that stood out. Faith in religious paintings. She raised her eyes at John's concise answer, but then hurriedly returned them to the drawings. Close. Their distance was really close, to the point where she could clearly feel his body temperature. Didn't this mean she was being conscious of him? He had a masculine, yet delicate cheek and an intelligent mouth that was pressed tightly together. She wanted to look over there once more. Riz shook off the temptation and desperately stared at the drawings. Are they possibly paintings of Virgin Mary's crying, stigmata appearing on saints, and other types like that? Generally those are usually fakes that were artificially set up, right? Such as using the properties of a pigment that will melt in heat, or 2 layers of drawings. Miracles could be easily produced as long as a person had the technique and knowledge. She wanted to say it was fine if those abilities were used for good, but that was never the case. People's thoughts became distinct and deft like a polished blade precisely when they were doing bad things. It was evil that was always in a crisis and struggling to the death. The gentleness that was born from good often dulled the mind and heart. As my lady says, the majority of them are shams designed so as to raise the reputation of the studio and church there. Is it impossible to judge whether the works these 5 rough sketches came from are artificial? John affirmed this by lightly tightening the hand that was around Riz's shoulder. What was with this demon? She was trying hard to forget their too close distance, and yet she was disturbed every single time. She just had to say the single phrase that she wanted him to move away, but she didn't want those words to come out of her mouth. The moment she held back her sigh, her eyes were drawn into a certain drawing. It was the one depicting the flock of geese flying over a hill road. Hey, John, don't you think all the geese are looking in the same direction? The sharpness in John's eyes behind his glasses increased. Their gazes are looking down. It's like they're looking at the hill. There was a flower girl walking on the hill. They're looking at the flower girl? Riz stared at the face of the flower girl for a while together with John. It was a red-haired girl. The flowers in her basket were all red roses. There was a field next to the hill. Let us head to the studio where the artist who drew this painting is. Hesitation was born at John's words. She couldn't say with confidence that this drawing was definitely suspicious. If you try to force a meaning, can't the same be said about all these drawings? However, this rough sketch is the one you are most bothered about. Is it not? I believe in my lady's instinct. Really? He said something that made her happy. It seemed that the pleasure in her voice could be heard, because the corner of John's eyes softened. Your knowledge is still shallow, but those eyes of yours are real. It was a rather rude statement, but it was also an honest evaluation. Riz returned her gaze to the rough sketch. Where's the artist who worked on this painting? When she asked, John reached out a hand and turned the drawing of the geese over. There were scribbles there. They are in the Kaiwi district outside the city. There is a painting studio under the Church of St. Wallam of the Third Church. This JL is the artist's name. Kaiwi district? My mother's friend should have a holiday house there. I'll try asking my mother for help to get us closer to the studio. Ah. Is it time for a bribe to make its appearance? John, please at least call it a deal or transaction. I believe the result is the same though. It's an issue about the process. Even if the process is different, the scent and weight of money hasn't changed. Being told those words with clear and intelligent eyes was something that stabbed her in the chest quite well. I understand. You are saying appearances must be kept. Are you not? Her demon was too free. Since you are a poor talker, I will raise this topic with the madam! Exclamation mark. Riz suffered a considerable blow. Even from a person she sympathized with as being a destructively unskilled speaker had similar thoughts about her. She wanted to believe that she was just a little bit better. The madam is overprotective, is she not? If we do not make up a special reason, I believe she would not let you go outside the city. That's true. What could they say to get permission to head outside? Therefore, please entrust this to me. I will persuade her well. He stroked Riz's shoulder as if to soothe her. Riz wanted to groan. She was troubled over whether or not to leave it to John, but her greater trouble was this state of being right up against each other. Right now, Wasn't she in a position that was completely leaning against his chest? To distract herself she poked at the pocket watch that hung down from his vest, but she was lightly scolded with a "Come now. These are different from normal watches. If someone other than me opens the lid then they will have to pay the consequences. If you desire a watch then I will select one used for women at some date in the future." No, she wasn't pestering for a watch. "My lady, why have you abruptly furrowed your brows?" "John, I think it's finally the end for me." "The end of what?" "My heart's throbbing." Riz pressed down on her chest with a hand and John showed a stiff expression. "Is it hard to breathe?" "Considerably." "In what way?" It was a terrifying tone as if he was interrogating her. She hesitated over whether she should be honest, but she eventually lost to his piercing gaze. "John, could it be that you tried to put a suggestion on me?" "Suggestion? What are you saying all of a sudden?" "My heart becomes weird whenever I hear your voice from a close spot." He stared doubtfully at Riz. "Against my expectations. You're speaking in a soft voice. Moreover, as far as I'm aware, you have the most handsome face and you're intelligent." "My lady, what are you saying?" John was trying to stop her in a hurry, but she tapped on his chest with her fingertips. "You have a lot of knowledge about art and you're reliable. But, whenever the chance arises, you take away my calm. Even though I definitely don't dislike it, why is it that whenever you're close I feel butterflies in my stomach?" When she looked back at him with some irritation, he was speechless. And then he looked at her as if he was seeing something pitiable. "Are you seriously asking me that? Are you jesting with me? Does my face look like I'm joking? It is hard to tell since your expressions do not move even a little bit. You can't tell that I'm this flustered." "Where? Your eyes are as dead as usual." He pressed the back of his hand against his mouth and held back a laugh. "My lady, I would also like to ask whether or not you placed a suggestion on me." "Me? Why?" "Even though you are a lady lacking this much expression, with eyes as stagnant as a bog, and detesting the light from the depths of your heart like a mole, I'm also seeing you more and more as the Maiden of Stars. There is a limit to strangeness." "Stars aren't only silver, right?" "Yes, that's right. They are red, blue, and white. My hair isn't red or blue though." Riz knew she was a boring person lacking in color. The moment she was about to become dejected, John stirred and scooped up her hair with one hand. Her silver hair. If it didn't have this color then she probably wouldn't be called the Maiden of Stars. "However, my lady is full of all manners of color." John gently gripped Riz's hair with a careful motion. "Red, blue, white. You have the color of many stars held in your heart." Riz felt like that voice fell into her heart with a tremendous resonance and sparkled. Chapter 3, The Phony Angel. 2 days later, thin clouds spread through the sky like a veil covering the face of a maiden. John visited the mansion before noon and, as promised, negotiated with Verma and snatched away the permission for Riz to go outside. Even though he was poor at talking, when the time came for it, he was strong at negotiations. Riz wondered what his secret was. In the afternoon of that day, she hurriedly left the mansion together with John before Verma could change her mind. That said, it was only John who ran around in order to prepare their luggage. For Riz, she was quickly assigned to be good and drink tea by John and was chased out of her room without being given any time to object. Riz's older sister, Grace, appeared when Riz was drinking tea in the lounge and reflecting on her loneliness. Grace quickly went on and on about how a lady shouldn't be going on a trip for a week and what would she do if she were attacked by burglars. But what it all came down to was her contrary sister seeming to be concerned about Riz's health. When Riz pointed this out, and thanked Grace, she was yelled at. Her sister's moods were extreme. The person who came next after Grace was her eldest brother with wanderlust, Daniel. It was said that he suddenly returned to the mansion because Riz took her breakfast in her room. She hadn't noticed her brother's arrival. Daniel, upon seeing Riz, lit up and broke into a smile. Riz thought he was like a sunflower. "Ooh, who is this gorgeous woman? Is this woman my future wife?" Wait. It is my little sister Riz." "Yes, it's been a long time, big brother." She stood up from her chair and pinched her dress to greet him before both her hands were gripped by her brother. Why is it that you had to be born as my real sister? If only we weren't related by blood then you would be my soulmate. It's so regrettable. Yes, you're right. Because Riz heard this every time he returned to the mansion. She was long used to it. The reason he continued to be single was because Riz, who should be his soulmate, was his real sister. That was the claim he brandished, and he elusively escaped from talks about marriage. Riz liked this brother. If one were to look at his facial features only, he might even be more beautiful than Riz or Verma. However, he was a pretty enormous man. His silk shirt looked like it was about to burst and his jacket's buttons seemed tight. Riz remembered that he had an average figure until his early teens. His personality was bright and he was intelligent. He was the Milton family star of hope, to the point of his body and mind being praised to be as pure as an angel. But one day a misfortune occurred which could never be recovered from. Two men and a woman brought out knives and argued over her brother. One of them was an aristocratic woman with a husband. Her son stormed into their mansion with a yell about how Daniel seduced his mother, but even he was entranced by Riz's brother with one glance. Then the situation developed to where mother and son hated each other and, in the end, the son chose to commit suicide. When this incident happened, Riz was living at her grandparents' mansion, and so she didn't see the actual dispute. It was said that Daniel's wandering began from then, and the way his weight increased before their eyes. By the time Riz returned to the royal capital, her brother was already like this. However, no matter what his size was, his gentle hazel eyes remained the same. Grace was being noisy over this and that. But I heard that you're spending 7 days away from home with a young man. You haven't even traveled with me. Your brother, Uncle Hein's art gallery was entrusted to me in his stead. So I'm going to study at another studio to try and be useful as much as possible. The person accompanying me is John Smith, the manager of the art gallery. He also holds a license as an appraiser and I plan on asking him to teach me too. Naturally, his background has been confirmed. Daniel nodded many times, jiggling the flesh of his chin, when she talked about the setting that she had decided on with John beforehand. John Smith, accepted as the foster son of the former bishop, patron of the Seventh Church, and an appraiser of the fine arts, a young man who primarily restores and examines religious paintings. His reputation as an appraiser is superb, but no one has a special relationship with him. Also, no one knows about his life before he became a foster son, and there are no records. Riz didn't reply and just smiled. Her brother was sharp and capable. By the time he came here, he must have looked up everyone involved with the Milton family. Hearing that my cute Riz had a fiancé called Emile Corrosion, I hurried back to this country only for that person to suddenly die. The person who appeared next was this suspicious young appraiser. I can't stomach this. In the first place, I saw this John Smith man in the hallway earlier, and doesn't he seem to have a cold-blooded atmosphere? He is a calm and collected person. He looks like a straight-laced person who can't understand jokes. He's devastatingly poor at speaking. No, I mean he gives novel expressions like a freshly severed sheep head or like a mole. He's clearly an incompetent man. He's a wiser person. Since he's an appraiser, he's rich with knowledge about art. No matter how smart he is, he's an ugly man. His physical appearance is extremely neat. His manners are also graceful. A man isn't just his face and head. He is more devoted to taking care of me than the maids. I have doubts about a weak man who only serves others. He's strong to the point of us not needing guards. He protected me from danger before too. I'm sure he's loose around women. He doesn't seem to play around with women. What's that man's weakness? He's really bad at painting. Ha ha ha. I win. I'm good at that, you know? A man who is bad at drawing isn't decent, and, as your brother, I won't approve of him. Brother, even if you dock that point from him, I believe John is more than capable enough and he is a reliable man. Riz, whose side are you on between me and him? Of course yours, brother, but I won't lie about John. Daniel covered his face with both hands for a while, lamenting. Riz, what is it? Until I approve, you are not allowed to kiss that man. Promise me. Kiss? We don't have that sort of relationship though. Daniel lowered both hands and shook his head with a dark expression like a night sky with the moon hidden. If this promise is broken, then I, your brother, will challenge him to a duel. Please don't. You'll be instantly defeated. Riz, my heart has already been repeatedly stabbed. Please don't add another attack on me. Daniel looked like he was about to cry and then reached into his breast pocket and took out a rolled parchment. He held that out to Riz. "What is this?" "A protection charm." "This parchment? Is it some sort of certificate? You're going to the church of the Kaiwi district?" "No, I have several acquaintances there." "Bishop Mile, James." "Ah, this is nostalgic. If you're ever in trouble, show them this parchment." Oh, she understood now. Her brother knew a lot of people. He was probably giving her a letter with the single phrase, "Take care of my little sister." If this was the case, then it seemed like she could sneak into the studio without needing to ask for bribes from Verma. "Thank you, brother." "No thanks are needed, although, if you'd like. How about we get married?" "I cannot marry my blood-related brother." "There's the next life. I'm very patient and I can wait that long. Until the next life." During the time she was enjoying this harmless conversation with Daniel, it seemed like John also finished their preparations. He showed his face in the lounge. "So that's the demonic man who is tainting my Riz." Towards Daniel's eyes, which burned with jealousy, John gave a look that said, "What's with this man?" Still, her brother's intuition was good. John wasn't demonic, he was an actual demon. "Be careful, Riz. If that man tries anything that would break etiquette, you can stab him." "I know, brother." Leaving Daniel, who burned with hostility towards John, she hurried to the entrance. There, Riz and John left the mansion while being sent off by a teary-eyed Verma. "Each and every one of my lady's family members are noisy." John muttered this with exhaustion in the carriage. "John, what exactly did you say to convince my mother?" To be able to stay outside for 7 days was equivalent to a miracle. But when she asked out of curiosity, he didn't answer immediately. Fixing his glasses, he turned his head away and so Riz prompted him with one more. "Tell me." "I'll tell you one day." "Now." "Not right now." "Why? If I say not right now, then it means not right now." John smiled as he said this with a teasing tone. It was happening again, Riz thought with a frown. Her chest stirred whenever a smile was directed towards her, and then a drop of brightness fell into her heart. It took about 3 hours by carriage to reach the Kaiwi district. The royal capital of Sprarugal covered a vast area. Because of this, it took time to travel even to just outside of the city. St. Wallam's Church was a beautiful building with 12 spires. It was built to be self-sufficient. It had a large field and there was a forest nearby, managed by the third church, and so it was unlikely for them to be troubled for food even during winter. The name of the church was taken from a beekeeper, Bill Wallam. When this man converted to the church, he donated all of his bee yards. Then, one day, when a gang of weasels descended on his home, the Kaiwi district, and tried to ruin the fields, it was said that in that moment a golden bee flew out and drove away the weasels. It was also said that the honey gathered by those bees have saved people who were suffering from illnesses. From this tale, honey became a specialty in the Kaiwi district. Even today, after they arrived at the carriage stop, set to the left side of the church, John and the coachman divided the labor of carrying the luggage down between them. "The other day, I spoke to Madame Verma and requested that a letter be sent to the trade association and I obtained permission to inspect the studio. But," he murmured this in doubt as he looked around the area. Riz was confused at the lack of a greeting. She wasn't going to lodge outside and planned on borrowing a chamber in the church. Most churches were equipped with accommodations. Rather than being used for pilgrims, it was used to take care of or conceal aristocrats with special circumstances. Because of this, the accommodations for aristocratic use were neat and clean. Depending on the circumstances, one could even employ a chef from the nearby town. She believed John also knew this, which is why he didn't bring up going to a lodge in town. "In any case, shall we go and greet the head priest here?" "Let's." The luggage and carriage would be watched by the coachman, so Riz and John approached the church's front door. St. Wallam Church's history was still young and so the building was new. That being said, it had been 400 years since it was built. The majestic white walls of the church, along with its needle-like spires, were darkened from being exposed to years of wind and rain. In the front parlor, an angel with a raised bishop's staff greeted visitors and 3 doors leading into the nave. Occasionally, Riz thought that the solemnity, beauty, and divinity of the church wasn't created only through human knowledge and technique. At that time, God was surely beside the craftsmen and there were great blessings and miracles. The candles that decorated the walls of the aisles shook. It was close to evening already and, even inside the church, her breath was white when she exhaled. It would probably snow soon. They grabbed a priest walking through the aisles and asked him to lead them to the head priest. However, he was currently in prayer. From the corridor, they moved into another spire and ended up waiting for a while in a drawing room. It was around 30 minutes before the elderly head priest, with a friendly face, appeared. He welcomed Riz and John, but he also behaved oddly. Because he hadn't been in good health for several days, he had requested a priest named Mile to guide Riz and John. The head priest summoned that Mile here and had him guide Riz and John to their lodgings. Mile, who was tall, pretended to be sincere in front of the head priest, but he showed his true character only to Riz and John when they went out into the corridor. He clearly found them to be a bother. To come all this way to our church, you nobles are eccentric. If you're here for religious paintings, then isn't the 7th church in possession of more? I heard the paintings of this church were also wonderful. Miss Riz of the Milton House, I do not know if you will be satisfied. As she listened to the sarcasm leaking from his mouth, she could tell that it wasn't just her personally that he was rejecting but the Milton House. This was land under the patronage of the 3rd church, so it wasn't unnatural to be wary of the Milton House that liked the 7th church. Speaking of that, Riz was reminded and brought out her brother's letter from her breast pocket. She was sure her brother said the name Mile. When she handed the letter over with, "Excuse me," here, it was more effective than she imagined. Wow, this is that punk Daniels? So that man was part of the Milton House. Mile paled before Riz's eyes and then started treating her reverently. She was a little curious as to what her brother was, but decided to act like she didn't see anything. After their luggage was carried into their accommodations, she wanted to head to the painting studio immediately but was stopped by John. You rode in a carriage for 3 hours. You should rest for today. Certainly. She felt exhaustion weighing heavily on her entire body. She might have felt even more tired because of the cold too. Upon thinking of their plans starting from tomorrow, Riz obediently obeyed. John was naturally in another room but late at night, while she was sleeping, she felt like her head was stroked by him. It was probably a dream. If that wasn't the case, perhaps it was a wish of hers. Riz went to the painting studio the next day after lunch. It seemed like it snowed for a few minutes in the morning and the air was both chilly and damp. Thanks to that, John's overprotectiveness increased. How about we rest for another day? I'm fine. Surely it is too cold. My lady, your hair and skin are pale and it almost seems like you will disappear together with the snow. John, I really am fine. Please dress warmly. A cloak, with enough fur to make her shoulders feel heavy, was draped over her. Her ears were also covered by a hat. Riz wondered if it was possible that the majority of their luggage was clothes for her to use to keep out the cold. She felt a bit dizzy. The painting studio was established in a place away from the church. It was a brick building with a domed roof and an official sign hung down from the top part of the wall. Its large, round stained glass windows were gorgeous. She didn't notice this yesterday, but she could see a small town in the highlands on the western side. There were houses with triangular roofs, a chicken farm, a tailor, an eating hall, and a tall bread building. Even she, ignorant of the world, knew what that was. It was a brothel. She was a bit surprised at seeing this large brothel which didn't match the size of the town, but, a little while later, she understood it was for aristocrats who were visiting incognito. On the northern side of the church were 2 layers of solid, towering stone gates which surrounded the royal capital. The outer gate was white, while the inner gate was blue. This was in conformity with the colors of the country's crest. There were similarly built brick buildings around the painting studio. There seemed to be a storehouse, an additional workshop attached, and a rest area for the workers. There was a large water wheel with a roof, aqueducts, and a mess hall was also built. It seemed like there were cooks placed there too so that no one had to go to the mess hall in the highlands. However, the studio also wasn't that far from the highland town. It was a distance that women and children could reach without problems. In fact, the townspeople used the winding road to visit the church. When Riz peered into the painting studio, whose doors were open, A man around 50 years old and who seemed like the head of the studio turned around from facing a large canvas. He walked over, clad in an apron that was dirtied from painting tools. Riz pinched her dress and curtsied. "My apologies for intruding while you were in the middle of your work." "Ah, no." The man shook his head with displeasure. But then his eyes suddenly widened and he stared intently at Riz. "Are you the miss from the Milton house?" "Yes, I will be in your care for several days." "I apologize then. I was going to welcome you, but I became engrossed in my work." The man scratched his chin, above his beard, and smiled. "I heard about you from the father, that you seem to be a gallery owner." "Miss, my name is Knox, and I'm the supervisor of the painting studio under St. Walham's Church. My name is Riz Milton and this is my helper, John Smith. I am planning a competition next year at my gallery with the motif of the spring goddess and, hearing rumors about promising artists at this church, I rushed over wishing to see their works. I will be sure not to get in the way, and so I was wondering if I could take a look at the artists' works and working environment." She hid the primary reason for their visit and made up a suitable lie. "For someone as beautiful as you to come all this way makes us embarrassed." His tone was friendly, but his eyes clearly conveyed this small girl is a gallery owner. Seeing as he showed no timidness in front of Riz, who clearly looked like an aristocrat, showed that Knox himself might have a high status. Or was it pride possessed by an artist? "The doors of the church are always open, and our studio is much the same. Please, feel free to take a look around as much as you'd like. However, I'm afraid I have plans to set off for the neighboring town in the afternoon. I will ask Navi, my apprentice, to be your guide. Thank you for your consideration." That was how she answered, but inwardly Riz was taken aback when she peeked at John beside her. His brows were also slightly drawn together. Knox said that his own business took priority as if it were natural. He was looking down on them. Riz thought about revealing her strongest weapon, Daniel's letter, here too, but decided not to at the end. "Navi, come." Knox called for a young boy in his early teens who was cleaning in the corner of the room. The boy, with freckles scattered over his nose, closed the lid of a medium-sized copper can which seemed to hold art supplies and came over with agile movements. He made people think of a foal, rich with curiosity. His eyes were large and his hair was chestnut-colored. "Show these two around the studio." "Yes, director." The boy nodded obediently and turned his eyes to them. He looked surprised and then shyly lowered his head. "Well then, please take your time." Knox said this, without hiding how he looked like he was freed from a hassle, and hurried away. Riz was bewildered at his excessive attitude, but she quickly looked over the studio. It seemed like this studio was divided into two rooms by a wall, as if it were around hard bread. It was possible the room beyond the wall was divided even more too. There were many paintings arranged side by side on the wall opposite to the entrance. There was a door at the end and it probably continued into another space. This side was a room for seeing guests and several chairs and easels were placed here. Maybe it was due to the time, but there was no one else in the room. It seemed like the workers were crammed in the mess hall. Riz tilted her head. Judging from how the works here were open to the public, she could tell that this place regularly welcomed art dealers. If an artist could catch the eye of an aristocrat, then it was highly likely their future would open up. It was for this reason too that churches had studios, and yet Knox took on a perfunctory attitude as if it wouldn't be strange if he brought on their dissatisfaction. Even if Riz was a woman, this attitude was a bit unusual. Did he act like that knowing that the Milton house was supporting the Seventh Church? Miss, Madame, would you like to see the paintings?" Navi called out while fidgeting. For a second, she was stunned. "Madam? Mister, you too, please." Navi turned to John, as if he just remembered him too. It appeared that the simple boy fell for Riz's physical appearance. If he had been a young girl, then there was no doubt his awareness would have been snatched by John. Still, to go out of his way to correct his address of Riz to Madam and to call John Mr. meant they were mistaken as a married couple. "May we get close to the walls?" John asked Navi. Navi gave many large nods. "Riz, let's look at the paintings." Riz startled at having her name called by John without any warning. "Come now," he seemed to say by extending his hand to her. She placed her hand on his, drawn along, and was led to place her hand on the crook of his elbow. Impossible. John was escorting her like a normal man. John. When did you grow up? Read the atmosphere, my lady. Riz unconsciously lowered her eyes when he whispered that into her ears. She couldn't resist. Good grief, what was going on here? Did John's voice have an effect of making her useless? How many artists does this studio have? Navi turned round to answer John's question. 8 people, mister. And are all of the paintings of those 8 people here? Of course, mister. Every time he was called Mr. John held back a laugh. Come, Riz, look at the paintings as well. Tell me if you find any works you like. Although his voice was gentle, his eyes glimmered with a reason. He was telling her to confirm whether or not there were any suspicious paintings. Riz turned her eyes to the wall. This wall, which separated this room from the other side, had 38 paintings in total, including those that seemed to be studies. Their sizes were all over the place, from watercolors to oil paintings. Even the pigments used were everywhere. There were also paintings that decorated the wall where the entrance door was. It seemed like the main paintings were on the wall that separated this room though. The finished products were clearly different. She strained her eyes and stared at the paintings. Were there traces of demons anywhere? Were there distorted paintings mixed in? This was strange. There was none. She didn't feel anything particularly off. Every one of them was good, in their own way. Riz calmly judged that none of them were works to be cared for in an art gallery. Several of them were works that would catch the eye, but they were either a miraculous work of the artist or a strange work where glimmers of talent were crammed in. Just in case, she also checked the works that were displayed on the entrance door wall. These seemed to be works of apprentice craftsmen. The majority of them had flaws that stood out from a technical perspective. How are they, Riz? Yes. These are nice works. Her bland response seemed to convey her meaning. I see. You enjoyed yourself then. Incidentally, Navi, are there any works by an artist with the name of J.L.? Yes. You mean Mr. Julius Lampson's works, right? Over there. The boy pointed to the upper part of the wall. It was a drawing of a praying believer. It was good but, like the other works, she had no further impression. In this case, Riz felt like the rough sketch she saw at her own art gallery caught her eyes more. She couldn't find the completed work of that rough sketch. She was about to ask whether or not it was displayed when John opened his mouth first. Navi, is there a painting of a flock of geese here? Geese, correct. A flock of geese flying above a flower girl walking up a hill. An acquaintance of ours showed us this rough sketch and so we came here, interested in other works of his as well. Ooh, yes, I'm sure it's that painting. It exists. I believe the painting you're speaking of, mister, is the one adorned in the church. The boy was excited and promptly answered him. The church. Are there other works displayed there too? There's a lot. Navi leaned forward and declared this. Looks like Mr. Julius is a real master painter, huh? Master painter? Riz and John asked this at the same time. Because God exists in Mr. Julius' paintings. Navi puffed out his chest and stated this with pride. His green eyes glittered. Riz exchanged looks with John underneath Navi's notice. She didn't think this cheery boy was lying or trying to trick them, but the things he was saying were extremely suspicious. What do you mean in particular when you say God exists in his works? John asked this while staring at the paintings on the wall. Riz followed his line of sight and looked at them too. The value of paintings changed greatly depending on the appraiser or their time period. There were cases where a painting would be evaluated as rubbish to one person and a masterpiece to another. Riz thought about this. A painting that God existed in. Maybe it didn't appear in her eyes, but maybe the figure of God appeared in the eyes of an innocent boy. Does the painting speak or something? Mister, God doesn't need words. The boy took John's sarcasm with a smile. Riz stared at the boy who suddenly looked grown up. The candles on the work table swayed and she felt like the dim shadow at the feet of the boy swayed in the same way. You'll understand if you see his painting because your heart will shake. Navi clasped his hands together like a prayer and told them this in a voice filled with belief. Section. It seemed like they were called the paintings of the sacred date. Originally a treasury, The room now called the Room of Peace was decorated with 16 paintings drawn by the 8 artists that came from the painting studio belonging to the church. It was said that each work was finished under a theme noted by the 16 apostles of the Bible, 2 works per person. Riz stared at the paintings in a clockwise order. Several of them were continuous paintings. Reeds swaying under a winter sky, a man and a woman standing underneath an apple tree, a maiden playing a harp, apostles in a conversation under a tent, workers carrying heavy loads, people suffering from a plague, angels of blessing descending to a windowsill at night, animals gathered at a blue spring, a saint and an old woman standing by a pear tree, horses running through the plains, friars illuminating a dark night, ashes falling on ruins, a town with its doors closed and fearing a disaster, foreign merchants selling salt, and farmers planting seeds in a field. Their purpose, the painting of the flock of geese and red-haired flower girl walking up a slope, was also there beside the painting of the workers. It was the completed version of the rough sketch Riz saw at her art gallery. This room, which was built at the opposite end of the confessionals, was an octagon. There were 4 paintings on the white painted wall right in front of them, and the remaining 6 sides had 2 paintings each. The only side that had a door was not decorated with paintings. There was a semicircular pillar in each of the corners of the sides and a statue of an angel was placed there. There were no windows. What was surprising was that in this cramped room of peace there were many people pushing inside. They stared at the paintings and prayed as if they were gazing upon a saint. At this spectacle Riz felt a faint fear before any feelings of shock. She was seeing something that wasn't any different from idolatry. Did the priests not notice this dangerous possibility? In the Quito-Izira Empire it was strictly forbidden to make works of art objects of worship. Lively artistic movements and worshipping idols had completely different meanings. People could feel the existence of God through art, but to place something one created on the same level as God was profane and blasphemous. Navi, who led them here, looked at the people concentrated on praying and smiled. People come here for worship without missing a day. Every day? The priests do not stop them. Maybe John had similar concerns to Riz because he asked this in a stiff tone. No way. They can't do something cold like drive away the people who come here looking for salvation. The pew boy looked up at John with puffed cheeks as if he was telling John not to say such cursed things. Everyone is really religious and good people, right? Riz and John, who stood near the entrance, looked at the worshippers with dubious eyes and then entered inside. Still, Riz was reluctant to brush them aside as they seriously prayed to examine the paintings. Maybe once it was evening the line of worshippers would end. She could just check the paintings slowly then. She wanted to ask about the artists first using this spare time. Were they aware of the fact that their own works were objects of idol worship? What would they do if this terrifying situation was known to the 7 great churches? St. Walham's church would be misunderstood as spreading heresy and an inquiry would happen. Once that occurred, there would be no way to be saved. John, let's come here again later. She told John this and left the room of peace. Navi also cheerily followed them. Just in case, she looked around the interior of the church. During her check of the wall murals, the ceiling murals, and the statues, she discovered several works of art that had blasphemous symbols. However, unfortunately, those seemed to be unrelated to their current matter. You do not need to be concerned with these works. John said this in a quiet voice so that Navi, walking behind them, wouldn't hear. Why? Riz asked, also lowering her voice. They were intentionally placed. It's different from distorted paintings. The artists made those blasphemous marks, knowing what they were. They protect the demons who are allowed to visit the church, and their arrangement has also been considered to act as a path. They are always made to face holy statues. Thus, demons cannot live in these. Now that it was mentioned, there was an angel statue placed on the opposite side of the holy beast of the 7th church. She understood now. Were those to watch over the demons? As they progressed through the corridor, they saw priests in vestments and several men talking. The men were wearing linen aprons with paint on them. These were artists. Mr. Julius, Navi said with bright eyes. It seemed that voice reached them since they all turned around at the same time. Riz noticed that among the priests there was Mile, who led them to their lodgings yesterday. His expression disappeared when he saw Riz and John and hurriedly ran away without greeting them. It felt like rather than being scared of Riz and John it was because of her brother's letter. She was curious about what sort of relationship he had with her brother, but it was probably better for her not to know. The other priests and artists who were left behind there saw him off with curious looks. Navi approached one artist with light steps. That person was probably Julius. Riz secretly observed him. His facial features were distinct and he had a masculine face. Long black hair was tied at the back of his head. The painting of the flock of geese had a calm style, so she had expected an elderly painter, but he was surprisingly young, probably around his mid-20s. He seemed to be the youngest member of his group. The others looked anywhere from 30 to 40 years old. It looked like the artists noticed that they weren't worshippers from their appearance and they eyed them with curious looks. Julius placed a hand on Navi's shoulder and walked over here with him. Riz and John also approached him. "Are you two perhaps the ones who came from the capital?" Julius asked this in gentle tone that couldn't be imagined from his extremely beautiful appearance. Riz gave her name like she did with Knox, the director, and made a shallow curtsy. There were various reactions from the artists right after learning she was an art gallery owner. There were those whose eyes glittered with hope, those who were wary, those who looked as if they expected someone to come poach them, and those who were disinterested. Julius gave a helpless smile. From this expression alone, he didn't seem like a greedy person. "It sounds like the madam came here because of your work." Julius tilted his head at Navi's excited voice. "Mine?" she said. "It was the painting of the geese in the Room of Peace." "I see. Is that right? If so, that is an honor." Julius turned to them and gave a bashful smile. Riz was more interested in the reactions of the other artists than his. There was envy born in them, but more than that their faces turned pale. She met eyes with one of them. They tried to act natural and averted their eyes. "Every one of those works are interesting." John said this and took a step towards Julius. "Everyone's works seems to have gathered the belief of the worshippers, as if it was idolatry." John's words were too direct. Julius' smile froze. Tension ran through the other people as well. Does everyone feel more appreciated than the teachings of the priests? The donations must be amazing as well. I've seen the studio outside and its equipment is not lacking to those in the capital. If there are these benefits, then you cannot stop displaying those paintings. Can you? Stop, John. Her demon had too much freedom. However, this surprise attack seemed to have its own effectiveness. Two people looked to be shaken. There were also those who were purely angry. The artist Riz met eyes with earlier was one of the former. Julius faintly furrowed his brows with displeasure. She wondered which one of those two this reaction meant. Was he angry because they guessed right, or did he want to refuse that it was for fame and donations? "How could you say such terrible things, mister?" In the tense air, Navi was the first to object. "Do you suspect these teachers to be gathering believers for the sake of money? You're wrong. These teachers' paintings are really wonderful, so everyone comes to pray after being touched in the heart." Navi clenched his fists and insisted this, because their paintings move. Move? When Riz asked this, Julius pulled Navi's arm in a panic. He probably wanted to silence him, but she wanted to hear more details. Riz had already crouched in front of the boy. Everyone looked shocked. Navi's reaction was even greater. His face turned red and he became flustered. Madam, please stand." "Navi, does Mr. Julius' painting really move?" "Why yes, not something like a holy mother weeping tears or anything?" Navi peered at the expressions of Julius and the other artists many times before looking down with a troubled face. He seemed to regret saying too much. Riz, praying silently that this was the time for her facial muscles to work, looked up at Julius. "Of course, I came to St. Walham's Church to appreciate the works that were reputed to be lovely, but the first reason was because I wished to deepen my knowledge of the teachings of God." "Madame." Navi's eyes widened like this was a realization. The artists also stirred with a quiet toe. Only John's eyes held a look of exasperation. "I would like to see the work of God by all means." "Please, won't you point the way for this lost and pitiful sheep?" "Yes, your words are light, your eyes are hope, and your forgiveness brings about safety to the earth." There was no doubt that if Greco heard this he would burst out in laughter at this point. It was that exact sentence from the Bible. But these people were simple, especially Navi, who clapped his hands in joy. So the madam came here to pray too. If the madam lived here, you could surely see God's appearance too, because the 16 paintings of these teachers are miracle paintings. Miracles. The first one that brought a miracle was Mr. Julius' painting of the flock of geese. The direction the geese were flying changed. Then, on the following day, a fire happened in that direction. Julius probably thought he couldn't stop Navi's enthusiasm because he showed resigned look. The next was the painting of the reeds. One of the fathers saw it, but it sounds like the reeds swayed in the wind. People started whispering that this could mean God was close and was pointing out that a storm would be coming to this place. So then everyone planned for the storm, and the storm arrived as expected. Yes, the people who believed in the painting and prepared were saved, and those who thought it was stupid were harmed and suffered. Were there other miracles? There were. The angel drawn in the painting that talks about the horror of the plague pointed at the well. Thanks to that, we learned that rot in the well water could spread the plague. Navi explained the contents of the miracles with a proud face. Then everyone believed these to be sacred paintings where God's will dwelled and came to worship. That's right, Madame. The artists glared at Navi with grim expressions. Julius' face was clouded more than anyone else. Lady Riz, it is true the church has received donations and there are many who say they wish to see the sacred paintings, but us artists have not accepted any money or goods. We also use our earnings from the monthly bazaar to support the poor and orphans. Julius resolutely said this. Moreover, I personally do not seek fame. If there is but one person who sees my paintings and feels at ease, then that is more than enough of a reward. It doesn't seem like the others are that unselfish though. But Riz swallowed these words back. She wondered what John felt after hearing this. Thinking that, she turned to look at his reaction. John was watching the artists with cold eyes. Section. When the worshippers who descended on the church finally made their way home, darkness was already starting to dim the air. Riz and John returned to the room of peace and quickly began to check the miracle paintings. All of them are oil paintings. John held a lamp and roughly looked over the paintings displayed on the wall. During this time, Riz placed the candle stand she brought on a small table. That being said, this was actually prepared by John. One lamp was unreliable in this darkness. Transferring the fire to a portable candlestick, Riz also moved to his side. The breath she exhaled was white. A chill air crept up from her feet and made her body shiver. John, about the miracles we heard from Navi, do you think they could be man-made messages of God using the darkness? Riz shook her candlestick left and right and tested her personal theory. Like this, when I shake a light in the dark, it sort of looks like the paintings are moving. You mean a psychological illusion? John looked down at her like he was interested. There's no windows here, so it's dark during the day too, right? What I was thinking was an optical illusion. Optical illusion? A painting that misleads the eyes, such as a straight line that looks bent, lines that are the same length but one seems shorter, or sizes that are seen to differ. There's strange paintings like that. I've seen them in foreign countries. However, the ones here are different from those designed paintings. John said this in a tone as if he was talking to himself and raised the lamp to eye level. Despite being a demon, he suited the atmosphere of the church very well. The sight of him raising a lamp in front of a painting gave off a solemn impression. The other thought I had was to use this enclosed space and intentionally create an intoxicated space. What he was staring keenly at was Julius' drawn painting of the flock of geese. Riz didn't open her mouth and waited for his next words. The quiet glow of the lamp stained his cheeks in orange. His black iron eyes were like tears falling in the darkness. There are no windows built in the room of peace. In this circumstance, if the believers crowd in, breathing would become hard, and this would be especially so in the summertime where the air is heated. I would guess there were some who even fainted. So their dazed consciousness would be mistaken as intoxication or exaltation? Correct. We saw in the day that many people were fervently praying. At that stage, haven't they already entered a hypnotic state? People wish to see what is convenient for them. The moment they pray with the wish to be saved, they lose their consciousness. Their ears start to ring, and they see hallucinations. They hear things like the message of God or the voices of angels. No, they believe they heard those. And if the people around them fall into similar states from a group experience, these subjective impressions are suddenly tinged with persuasiveness. The miracle of God is now complete. Her back became cold in another sense. Riz took in some deep breaths and settled her emotions. There wasn't just the hint of winter in this closed space, but also a variety of smells that mixed together. It was stained in the smell of pigments and the sweat of the worshippers, a smell that couldn't be removed even if it was wiped with alcohol. Prayers and lamentations were also sucked into the walls. "My lady, are you all right?" Because Riz was silent, John moved the lamp in her direction. This space with just the two of them was completely cold in every nook and corner. "Let us return to our rooms. I'm fine. I want to carefully check these paintings." John furrowed his brows, but he didn't object. "If it becomes painful, then say so immediately. I know." Smiling at her protective demon, Riz concentrated on the paintings. The instant she entered this room, she had a premonition that the distorted painting was definitely mixed in with these 16 paintings. Like the time she looked at the rough sketch, something prickled at her awareness. First, she examined the painting of the geese. That was the reason they chose this church. It was several times larger than the rough sketch. If she had to say something, then the brush technique was rough. It didn't seem like Julius was aiming for the texture. Unlike the brush strokes of those who learned this technique, she could see it was the clumsiness of a personal style. The thing that directly caught her eyes was still the flock of geese in the sky. They flew in a shape that was drawn like an arrowhead. Could this be an important symbol? Arrows mean revelation. John responded promptly with no at Riz's murmur. "Certainly. There are times when arrows themselves mean a revelation under certain conditions, but the shape of these geese is not a symbol of a distorted painting. It's too obvious." Then, the red roses. Roses are also an easily understood motif, but it doesn't make sense in this painting, does it? She was ruthlessly cut down. Riz stared at the painting, furrowing her eyebrows with concentration. "Isn't it somewhere, a hidden mark of blasphemy? A sign of evil that was marked without the artist himself noticing? How about the flow of the hair of the girl going up the slope? Is there anything hidden in this slope?" "John, the path is snaking. Is it the symbol of a snake?" "Too easy." This was also flatly rejected. "Those aren't it, my lady." "Take, for example, a drawing of overlapping branches and a shadow created on the knot of the tree trunk. Concentrate your eyes more." But the flock of geese really are looking down at the flower girl. "Then, can you see a hidden symbol there?" She couldn't answer. There was stagnation. It wasn't the night. There was a heavy darkness that settled in this space. She knew it, but she couldn't see it. Riz clenched her fist without thought. She had to catch this demon no matter what. Chapter 4. The Upset Demon. Emotionally, she was planning on challenging the 16 paintings through the night, but she was stopped by John in less than an hour. "No, it is cold here. We should return to our rooms now." Saying that, he forcibly took Riz out of the room of peace. "Wait. I heard that believers come to worship in the morning. If that's the case, then we can only check these at night. If you collapse, then everything will come to nothing." "I won't die from just collapsing once." It wasn't expressed on her face, but Riz was impatient. She wanted to find the demon who killed Petron as soon as possible. "If this continues, you'll end up being falsely charged." She appealed to a stubborn John as they exited the narrow corridor they passed through in the day and walked past the columns built in the center of the cathedral. "Just give me 15 more minutes. I will not permit that. Your complexion is white." "That's because of the cold." "It's because it's cold that I'm saying we should return now. You're being an unreasonable young lady." "John, I want to help you." "Give me that chance right now." A strong voice slipped out of her mouth. John stopped and turned around as if surprised. The moment the sound of their shoes stopped, the silence suddenly pressed in. Riz grabbed his hand tightly. "I've always spent my days needing someone's help. I know this is allowed because of my status, and that I also have a duty I must fulfill. But, just once, out of my own will, I want to fulfill a wish. I won't yield to anyone with this one life I have. Is gaining my innocence important to the point of being your one and only wish in life?" "I realize that for you, John, Being suspected of murder really is no skin off your nose. Unlike Riz, he wasn't impatient at all. He also didn't act as if he had all the time in the world. There was just a feeling of mere displeasure. He probably wouldn't even care if things ended like this without his charge being cleared. John wasn't a human. He was a demon. If it came down to it, he could throw away the name John Smith, slaughter everyone who came for him, and escape far away. It was just like that. You're this desperate even while knowing I couldn't care less. He showed an odd expression. He might have been ridiculing her. If your charge isn't cleared, then I can't be a shut-in together with you at the art gallery, John. Is that important? Extremely. That'd be equivalent to killing my heart. For some reason, he stirred when she vehemently argued this. You have no idea what you're saying, do you? What do you mean? From time to time, my lady becomes passionate. I'm usually calm though. Don't lie. Your eyes are dead, but you're quite an emotional one. John had said this to her before, but she felt like his common sense was off a bit. If you didn't have the holy eyes, you would surely be healthy and you would smile every day in a way that would make everyone fall in love. That wouldn't be me. The person who is called the Maiden of Stars is this dead-eyed me. A smile that would match a cheerful her would be a fake. John stared at Riz with a bemused appearance, but then he suddenly grabbed Riz's body and yanked her into him! Riz nearly screamed when she was flung into his chest. She was relieved when the lamp that was dangling from her other hand didn't drop. Right after that, behind her, there was the echoing sound of something extremely heavy that fell down. Following that, she also heard the noise of something shattering. It was all right where Riz had stood. Turning around, there were fragments of a statue scattered on the stone floor. It was a small statue that decorated the upper parts of one of the columns. It seemed to have fallen. Coincidence? But it wouldn't have suddenly fell like that. John took her off his cloak and grabbed a pocket watch that hung from his jacket. The moment he opened the lid, small parts such as gears and screws floated up. They revolved through the air like a swarm of fish, and then, the second they swirled together like a whirlpool, there was the sound of parts sticking to each other. Before long, a machine-like skeleton knight was created. There were gears of differing sizes fitted in its left and right eye sockets. Chase. The instant John ordered that, a black shadow darted between the aisle and nave of the church. It looked like a human shape, but it was impossible to think of that quick movement as human. The skeleton knight ran to the back of the nave, joints creaking. A thick darkness covered that area. It was late at this point, but Riz realized that the candles on the altar which had been lit when they came in were all blown out. Within seconds, she heard the short howl of a beast and metal being broken. Then, when that ended, she heard a noise like small stones rolling. Something small bumped into the tip of her shoe. Riz hesitantly looked down at her feet and saw that a bent gear had rolled to her. It was the gear that had been fitted in the skeleton knight's eye socket. Suddenly, a chill ran down her neck. She unconsciously raised her gaze, and in the depths of the darkness, damp bloodshot eyes, like a grape with its skin removed, floated there. It stared relentlessly and resentfully over here. There should have been a lot of distance between them, but she had the illusion that it was right in front of her. It felt like she could even hear its breathing. John's words abruptly crossed her mind again. Optical illusion. A painting that misled the eyes. Was it actually close or far? Found you. John squeezed out. He also seemed to have noticed those eerie wet eyes. Riz tilted her head, not understanding the meaning behind his words. Found you. But then immediately understood this was the demon who killed Petron that he had been searching for all this time. John took a step towards it, as if possessed, but she grabbed his arm at once. He tried to violently shake off Riz, but halfway, he looked down at her like he woke from a dream and stopped moving. His expression couldn't hide his irritation and confusion. Riz wondered if her words would reach him right now, if she wished for him not to go. She felt like it wouldn't be granted. She suddenly felt alone. Riz tightened the hand that was holding on to his arm. The brightness of the lamp in her other hand shook greatly, and a thick shadow fell on John's face. Wait, your skeleton knight hasn't come back. John didn't respond and looked in the direction where those wet eyes appeared. They were already gone. John pulled Riz off of him with calm movements and headed towards the darkness. This time Riz also didn't stop him. She followed after him and they approached the place where those wet eyes emerged. In John's stead, as he stood still with a severe expression, she shone the lamp around their surroundings. There was no alarming presence anywhere anymore. What about deeper in? Thinking that, she took a few more steps, but then she stepped on something hard. She shone the lamp towards the floor. There, pieces of a pocket watch were scattered all over. She tried to pick them up but was stopped by John's eyes. He clenched his hand around the pocket watch that kept all these pieces, and when he did this there was a cracking sound, like thin glass, before it shattered and disappeared in a faint shimmer. Simultaneously, the pieces on the ground disappeared without a sound. My familiar has been killed. It has more power than I expected. John, what we just saw, was that what killed? It's definitely the demon I've been searching for. It seems it really has made this church its space. But now that it's been discovered, won't it run away? No, it appears to enjoy this place a lot. Despite not having revealed its hideout, it approached us on its own. Does it wish to eliminate us rather than escape? Riz stiffened upon hearing the word eliminate. It also appears to have wisdom. It destroyed my familiar. But maybe it knows that causing a large commotion will be disadvantageous, and so it readily withdrew. It's making light of us for being unable to guess its hideout. In other words, we're being laughed at. John said this with a voice full of irritation and, grabbing Riz's arm, started walking. He picked up the cloak he had thrown away earlier and cut through the silent nave. I shall escort you to your room. Riz looked up at his face as he headed to the front door while being cautious. Listen, do not come out of your room until the day breaks. What are you going to do, John? I am going to chase the demon. Then I'll go with you. No, stay in your room. His eyes looked in her direction, but he wasn't seeing Riz. It was just her reflection that was being reflected. His words about her staying in her room wasn't to keep her safe either. It was because she was a bother. But this is my problem. There's nothing you can do, my lady. He probably wanted to start searching for the demon soon and declared that in a restless tone. This was the first time a line had been drawn like this. Riz couldn't say anything back. Riz wasn't in a state where she could sleep at all. But her shoes were forced off by John, her cloak was ripped off, and she was pushed into bed. Do not ever leave the room. Don't get up, John warned her as he lit a candlestick on the shelf. She didn't reply, and, when she looked down and held a pillow, she felt him start to leave the room. Footsteps went towards the door. She strained her ears. The door opening and shutting was heard. He went out and left her here. The instant her head shot up, she met eyes with John, who had remained there. Riz froze. Come to think of it, after the sound of the door opening and shutting, she didn't hear footsteps. My lady, you are thinking about chasing after me, are you not? Her cheeks turned red when this was pointed out. John sighed and then returned to the bed. He removed a pocket watch from his vest and placed it beside the candlestick on the shelf. I will leave this protection here, so that you will be safe. If you're in a safe place, then I can chase after the demon without worries. Riz didn't feel like responding to him. She hid underneath her blanket in a depressed mood. John patted her head from above the blanket and then, this time, he left. I can't be without worries because you're going alone into danger, John. Of course. This mutter tucked in the blanket wouldn't reach John's ears. For a while she remained still. Her body demanded rest, but her mind was clear. It was like there was an anxious fog in her heart. If she sighed, would the fog come out of her mouth as well? Lying there unable to sleep and despondent, she heard a small vibration from the shelf. What was that? Pushing the blanket aside quietly, she looked at the shelf. She got out of bed while staring hard over there because her bare feet touched the cold stone floor directly. A shiver ran through her body. Still, her gaze was pinned on the shelf. John's pocket watch, which was placed beside the candlestick, vibrated. He said it was protection. She imagined it was probably connected to John. Did it act as a warning like this when danger was close? She looked around the room, her entire body tense, but there was nothing abnormal. Then, why? She daringly grabbed the pocket watch on the shelf. She probably shouldn't open the lid without permission, right? Could this mean that danger was close to John and not her? The moment she thought that, she felt her heart squeeze tight. It hurt to breathe. She clenched both hands around the pocket watch and passed through the shock. Suddenly, The vibration of the pocket watch stopped. What was happening now? "John, are you safe?" The pocket watch didn't react or speak. Seriously, what was going on? It wasn't warning her about danger descending on her, or the nearness of a demon, or that John was in danger. Gripping the watch, she wandered around her small room. Then she picked up the candlestick on the shelf. She wasn't going to leave the room. She was just going to open the door and check the hallway. Riz was careful not to make a sound as she slowly opened the door. The hallway was pitch black and silent. The cold froze the darkness and it even seemed like time itself had stopped. She held her breath and peered into the darkness for a while, but nothing happened. Riz went to close the door but she suddenly blinked. For a second, she stepped out of her room and looked at her door from the hallway. "If thou believest then thou shalt be saved. If thou disbelievest then a calamity shalt befall thee." Dark letters were scribbled on the outside of the door. The moment she tried to get a better look the letters disappeared without a trace. Riz was shocked. No matter how many times she checked, she couldn't see the letters anymore. Riz was alone and at a loss in the darkness section. Riz didn't remember when she slept. The moment she was conscious it was morning. She remembered up to returning the candlestick on the shelf and sitting on the edge of her bed. She had still held onto the pocket watch. It was likely her body reached its limits and she fell asleep as if she lost consciousness. When she sat in her bed, dumbfounded, John entered the room like nothing had happened. He was holding a wash basin filled with water. Looking at his usual attitude, she almost suspected that last night's events were a dream. "Good morning, my lady." "Morning. You don't appear to be unwell." "Shall we eat at the cafeteria outside?" He checked Riz's health first then urged her to wash her face with the water in the wash basin. In a natural motion, he took back the pocket watch she was gripping. Then he briskly prepared a dress for her to change into. "I would like to have you drink herbal tea but please bear with the lack of it during our stay here." Saying that reluctantly, he chased Riz to the other side of a screen placed in the corner of the room. Riz took off her nightgown, feeling confused, and changed into the dress. She tightened the laces of the corset, fixed her collar, and had John finish up. He fixed the drape of her clothes and covered her shoulders with a thick cloak. Regrettably, it escaped. John said this in a tone similar to having small talk. Riz stopped combing her hair. "The demon?" "Yes, it escaped. It appeared to watch from close by without returning to its hideout. Losing my familiar was quite a serious blow and, before I could catch up, I lost sight of it. Last night wasn't a dream." As she spoke a hot feeling like anger welled up from the bottom of her stomach. She couldn't forgive him. Even though this demon said he would serve her as if he loved her, last night he left Riz in this room when she felt like she was about to be crushed under her worries and went to exterminate the demon alone. The pocket watch on the shelf must have vibrated as a warning that danger was close to him. "Are you still asleep, my lady? What's wrong? Does it hurt anywhere?" John's words became rushed halfway through. "Does your chest hurt? Shall I loosen your corset a little?" "No." "Are you?" "I'm fine." "Leave me alone." "Even if you say that, it's my problem, so there's nothing you can do." It was after she pushed him away that she realized those words were the same as John's yesterday. "I can at least wipe away my lady's tears." Riz was shocked when this was pointed out. She was crying. John reached out his hand when she was dazed, but she drew back immediately. "Don't wipe it. Don't be headstrong. It's not like you. You don't know what's like me and what's not like me. Besides, my tears belong to me." "No, I believe they belong to me." Riz turned to the side. She didn't feel like joking with him. "My lady, don't turn away." When she didn't respond, her face was peered at by this hateful demon. "I'm sorry," he graciously said, but what was this apology for? In any case, wasn't he just apologizing to calm her agitation? "Last evening, I was too worked up. I don't find my lady to be a burden." Oh, so he knew what she was hurt by then? Riz said this in her mind. Her chest felt more and more blocked. "May I wipe your tears?" "Right now I'm not the Maiden of Stars, I'm the Maiden of Obstinacy." She wiped at her eyes violently with both hands and made herself sad that she was a woman who lacked charm. John must be thinking this and feeling exasperated. She couldn't face him. A heavy stone-like silence spread. If, for example, last night John had explained Riz, You'll become a hindrance if we're together. I can't bring you along because that will increase the danger." Then she would have been a bit depressed, but she would have obediently accepted that. She didn't want to bring the misfortune of him getting injured because he protected her or anything like that. However, in that moment, John had completely shut her out of his heart. He treated her the same as he would treat an obstacle that blocked his road. To smooth over his true feelings, he used the excuse of Riz's safety. "I didn't think you would cry like this. What should I do?" Riz sighed heavily at his bewildered voice. To him, she wasn't important, but that didn't mean she should also leave her own heart behind. "Are my holy eyes still of use? If you dug them out, could you carry around just the eyes?" "My lady, 2 eyeballs won't be a burden. You can hide them in your breast pocket. You can also hang them on your jacket, like your pocket watches." Of course, she did think that'd be creepy, but last night John broke one of his 3 pocket watches. Maybe it was fitting. "I want it to be possible to remove my eyes with the powers of a demon." "You're thinking about something ridiculous." He pulled Riz's head to his own chest with awkward actions. "John, if I threw away my one and only wish, would you be happy?" What would she do if even possessing her eyeballs was a burden? "No, don't throw it away." He said this while being confused. "It appears there has been a misunderstanding. I decided that, even without being beside my lady, you would not be fazed." "I wasn't scared." "Is that so?" "I might have been a bit scared. That would be natural. I thought something bad might have happened to you because the pocket watch vibrated." "That was much scarier." "What did you say?" "The pocket watch reacted." John looked down at Riz in surprise. "That thing appeared in the room?" "No, but if the pocket watch reacted." "No, I didn't notice that." "Then, what does that mean?" "It sensed the demon was close, but it wasn't able to perceive any danger." John muttered this to himself while holding Riz to his chest. Recently, before she knew it, they would be glued together like this. But was John apathetic about that? She quietly tried to withdraw without letting him know, but, conversely, she was pressed into him more. The pocket watch only vibrated. "Did anything else happen?" He asked this in an impatient tone and took Riz's chin to stare at her intently. He was close. If she was looked at from this distance, she felt like her skin would burn. It might have been an optical illusion, but there were words written on the door. "What words?" "If thou believest, then thou shalt be saved. If thou disbelievest, then a calamity shalt befall thee." But it disappeared in a second. "It's possible I saw the doors." Would grains as words. She had considered the belief of the 16 holy paintings. However, would a demon encourage religious belief? "At any rate, this was my mistake. I shouldn't have left your side." Riz was confused at his heartfelt words of contrition. "Weren't you the one in danger, John?" "My lady, you had no means of fighting." "Putting aside whether it's scary or not, I'm always prepared to die. So, when it comes time, I can give up on myself, but I'd like you to cherish yourself more, John." "What are you saying?" "Do you wish to die?" "I don't want to die, but death was merciless. Promise me, John, that you won't sacrifice yourself for a goal." He stared at Riz without breathing. "Also, in order to clear your false charge, I don't want you to chase after that demon in a rage and kill it. Let's find the distorted painting and hand it over to Father Greco." "All right. I understand. I swore to serve you as if I loved you." "I will do as my lady says." Riz smiled. The words "as if I loved you" were proof that he didn't love her. Did she want to be loved by such a horrible demon? Was she so hurt because she knew she wasn't loved? That day Riz came down with a small fever. Even though she said she was fine, she wasn't allowed to get out of bed. It was the next day. The church would accept worshippers at 6 in the morning. Farmers and craftsmen would generally begin their work around this time as well. The clergymen rose earlier than when the roosters crowed. They woke at 3 in the morning to finish their morning lessons. They prayed 7 times throughout the day in accordance with a bell that rung every 3 hours, and then they slept at 10 in the night. The neighboring residents roughly followed the schedule of the church too. In the royal capital, although this was not always the case, the ringing of the bells wasn't just for commoners and clergymen but also a marker of time passing for the aristocrats as well. Riz woke up around 4 in the morning. It was several hours earlier than she would normally wake, but she endured the cold and dressed herself up. She wanted to look at the paintings in the Room of Peace before the worshippers arrived. She hadn't done anything yesterday. Strengthening her resolve, she brought a small bottle of holy water and a lamp, and she would have liked to slip out of her lodging, but the moment she descended the stairs she was discovered by John. Or more like he seemed to be waiting for Riz here, because she planned on checking the paintings in secret. The instant she found herself looked down on in silence, she wanted to run back to her room. The chill of his gaze made her back shiver. This is a time when the priests are already awake, so I don't think there's any worries of being attacked by the demon. I'm also carrying holy water in the worst case that I am in danger. My health is good too. Riz made all her long-winded excuses without even being asked. He suddenly exhaled and grabbed Riz's hand. You're going to the room of peace? Yes? If I see that you are even a little tired, then I will take you back to your room. John, you're not angry. Would you like me to be angry? I don't want that, but I feel like something's a bit lacking. Then, you do want me to be angry? No? He gave a small laugh even while he frowned. You will be taking a nap later due to your lack of sleep. I slept too much yesterday, so I'm fine. Yesterday's portion is invalid. After she reluctantly nodded, she noticed that he was matching her pace as they walked. When did he start doing that? Especially when, barely any time after they exchanged a contract, he dumped her behind and went on ahead. Being an escort needn't even be said. Riz had a smile on her lips even though she suddenly felt sad. John submitted. He abandoned his revenge on the demon who killed Petron and chose to obey Riz's will. It also meant that he was acting in a way that respected human morals. By a demon's standards, this was no doubt a circuitous and troublesome method. However, he swore again to serve her as if he loved her. Because they have a contract, he lent his ear to Riz's words. Why are you smiling, Riz? Her heart jumped when he said her name again. He calmly explained. Here, everyone thinks of us as husband and wife. No, I will call my lady by name during the day when there are people around. Despite accepting that, Riz found herself falling further into a bog of distress. Why did her heart clench every time he said her name? Section. John, what do you think? Do you think these miracle paintings are real? Impossible. John declared this while examining the paintings displayed in the room of peace. Even just from listening to Navi's stories, you can tell these miracles are counterfeit. This is assuming the boy's stories are true. He glanced over at her. Riz, you also know the reason, do you not? Asked like this, she couldn't help but answer. Every one of Navi's stories presupposes impending disaster. At first glance, it seems like God's message through these paintings are protecting the people from misfortune. But that's wrong. Yes. Instead, these messages are the invitation come. Disaster. It was like the grimoire which said that it is evil who prospers. Riz sighed, lamenting. The people looking at the paintings are just conveniently interpreting it to be God's salvation, right? Most likely. By nature, those who come to church to pray are wishing for salvation. Even if it was only the wind that opened a window, they would be under the impression that an angel passed through. John's example was biting, but it couldn't be denied. Interpretations could change greatly due to the values and emotions at the time. That was precisely why it was forbidden to idol worship despite loving the arts in this country. The reason being that God didn't stray, they were an immutable being. They couldn't be something that would change by human interpretation. But if this is the case, then things have become a bit trickier. John also showed an unhappy expression at Riz's words. You mean to say there may be someone using this while knowing it is a false revelation? John pressed a hand to his temple and glared at the paintings on the wall with distaste. There's one more troublesome possibility. Which is? I have been chasing the demon who killed Petron up to now, and every time I come close it escapes and changes its hideout. However, this is the only time it has not tried to run away. It likes this place, so it's decided to erase us, right? That's what I thought. John said this, looked at her, and approached her. It seemed like the collar of Riz's cloak was disheveled. He continued to talk while fixing that. There is a simpler answer. Perhaps it has made a contract with someone here. Riz blinked and then drew back a little. Contract? What are you surprised about? After all, I'm contracted with you. Am I not? Yes, but she hadn't thought about that. Demons love contracts, John nonchalantly said. Contracts can raise a demon's powers. I can see that its powers have increased from the death of my familiar. So these false revelations might be the work of the contract and demon? It's possible. Rather, the possibility is high. If I had to give proof then, even though a statue in the nave was destroyed, no one made a fuss about that. Someone secretly cleaned up the fragments then. Riz and John returned to their lodging without cleaning up the broken statue. She had been distracted by the discovery of the demon who killed Petron and forgot to clean up. More specifically, with Riz's status, she didn't have much of a sense of cleaning things up herself. I thought the priests would cause a ruckus about the fragments being the harbinger of a disaster if I left them. Actually, I wanted to see that. It appeared that in John's case he left it like that on purpose. But even if the fragments were cleaned up, wouldn't the priests notice right away that one statue disappeared? Yesterday, I went to ascertain the state of the nave. A different statue was placed there. Did you look into who put it there? That's what is interesting. I asked several priests, but everyone gave a different name. Their reasons were varied as well. One said that it was cracked and dangerous, so they had the head priest change it, while another said it was sent to the craftsman for repairs. Every one of them was hearsay. It seems that someone has complicated the information. Can you trace it to the start? If we search around too much, we would be suspected of having caused that problem instead. The church was a unique place. If they were suspicious, they might be driven out of the place. Speaking of people who could benefit from these false revelations, could they be artists seeking fame? I feel like we can't exclude the head priest who might want to raise the church's status too. I wonder about the head priest. Rather, too much commotion would make the inquiry commission board move, and that would be a problem. You're right. Riz didn't want to think this, but was it possible Greco sensed how much trouble this would be and pushed it onto Riz and John to settle? She had a bad feeling. If we brought out all the paintings in this church, then we could solve this. If all of them is too much, then just the 16 paintings. I understand your feelings to a painful degree, but we cannot do that. I thought so. He was right. It was certain that a demon was hiding here, and that the 16 paintings were extremely suspicious. It was likely one of them was its dwelling. Then, even if she couldn't specify which one, she just needed to bring back all 16 of them. However, that was where it was difficult with the church. Even if she was an aristocrat, there were procedures to moving religious paintings exhibited in a church. She couldn't carry them out without a reason. For example, even if she explained about the danger of a demon dwelling here, the result would be wrong. The church would be harshly judged for being a demon's dwelling, and it would become a huge problem. It was because of this that John wanted the holy eyes. But, first, if she didn't uncover the symbols, then there would be no point. We can only investigate steadily. I will go into the town to confirm whether or not Navi's stories are the truth. Then I'll look into the artists here. My lady is to take a nap. I'm going to look into the arty. Nap. Yes, sir. She was pressed down by his intimidation, but faced him in a hurry. John, I'm your master, aren't I? And what about that? I am your demon. Am I not? From a standpoint view, I'm on top. Standpoint? He snorted. Don't oppose me when you are merely just a master. Or are you trying to say something else? Never mind. She was thinking it'd be nicer if he was a bit kinder, but she didn't even have to think about how devoted he was to taking care of her. She couldn't complain. This demon was terrifying. More importantly, can you not find a symbol in these paintings? Riz became depressed when she was asked this. I can't seem to see any. Truly? Riz faltered. She checked them with her eyes wide like plates, but these 16 paintings, although they had strange areas, had no signs of blasphemy. She didn't know what she was missing. If it made a contract with someone, then it doesn't need to live in a distorted painting anymore, right? There are cases where demons leave their houses after a contract, but this time there's the issue of the false revelations. Riz mouthed the word revelation again. Judging from a chronological order, the demon who killed Petron settled in a distorted painting and then tried to invite disaster to the people around it. The person who noticed that changed the demon's disasters into the messages of God. That being the case, were the words that appeared on the door of the room Riz was borrowing drawn there by the person who contracted the demon with the goal of threatening her? The stories about the miracle paintings were large enough to reach Greco's ears in the royal capital, And it was said that there were some cardinals who secretly contracted demons too. Because Greco knew that, he suspected that, with respect to the miracle paintings, someone was borrowing the power of a demon to set up fake revelations. He had long been searching for the demon who killed Petron, so perhaps he was even more suspicious about things here. Concurrently, at this period, Riz's fiancé, Emile, died a suspicious death. So, because the timing was perfect, did Greco push this annoying task onto Riz and John to settle? It was right when Riz was organizing the information in her head. John suddenly turned around, ran to the door, and threw it open with force. "You are?" a young boy called out in a panic. Navi tumbled into the room. He stumbled, but he didn't fall over and was relieved. Riz was astounded. Could he have been pressing his ear to the door to eavesdrop? Madam. I'm sorry, good morning." Navi straightened his back and greeted her with a clearly suspicious manner. "Pardon my intrusion." Mr. Ow." Navi tried to run away but John captured him quickly and twisted his arm. "Were you eavesdropping?" "Oh wow. No, I only came here to clean. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry, but the door was thick and I didn't hear anything." "Really? My arm's gonna break," Navi yelled out with teary eyes. Riz sent John a glance, asking him to loosen his strength because Navi was pitiful, but it was ignored too. "Madame, save me. I'm going to be killed by the Mr. Navi, were you sent to watch us?" "No way. Madam is pretty so I just ended up following." "You are?" "Mister, please let me go. I wasn't following her out of a wicked heart, because I was asked to watch over Madam and Mr. No, wait, I didn't say anything." "Asked by who?" Navi turned pale but didn't say anything further. "I'm allowed to tear off one of his arms." "Yes?" John said this indifferently. Navi's face became even whiter, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Please stop. Madame, please stop the Mr. John, you can't hurt him." She didn't want to hurt a child and she didn't want John to do such a thing. It happened the moment she was about to ask him to release Navi. "Mr. John, please release that child." The voice of a third party resounded and Riz and the others turned their heads at the same time to the door. There stood the artist Julius. "Mr. Julius? Why are you here?" Navi, with his arm gripped by John, asked this with round eyes. Julius didn't answer and looked at Riz and John in order with a stiff expression. "I am the one who ordered that child to watch over you too. Please, I ask that you do not punish that child, but punish me." John glanced at him and released Navi. Navi looked at everyone and then ran over to Julius, stumbling in his speed. Mr. Julius." "Be quiet, Navi." Julius looked at Navi with a stern eye. The atmosphere around the two was indeed strange. Navi shrunk back with a guilty look and Julius was very nervous, but they didn't have the air of people flustered at being discovered by Riz and John. "Mr. Julius, why did you order for us to be monitored?" Julius and Navi exchanged looks at Riz's question. "I sincerely apologize, but you two do not look like mere art dealers. I thought that perhaps you were here for another reason, such as being people from the inquiry." Julius averted his gaze and casually placed a hand on Navi's shoulder, moving Navi behind him. "Did the two of you not arrive here to investigate after learning the rumors of this church?" "Suspecting that this church is manipulating human nature by spreading miraculous lies. And, because it'd be a problem if proof was found, you ordered Navi to monitor us?" John's tone was a bit messy. Riz's demon was always polite at the beginning, but before long he seemed to find it annoying and would return to a rough attitude. "Please wait." Navi came forward and shouted. "It wasn't Mr. Julius. It was Director Knox who asked me." It appeared that this simple boy was terrible at hiding things. The culprit's name was spilled out just like that. Julius looked down at the boy, making a grimace. "Why did the director ask you?" John asked in a cold voice. Navi answered while trembling. Because." "Speak." "He asked me to find out if the madam was planning on enticing anyone back to the royal capital." Riz and John tilted their heads at the same time. "Enticing?" He said that even though he was one of the people who drew a miracle painting, it was always Mr. Julius, the young one, who was focused on. This time too, Julius is the only one favored and, eventually, he might become a court painter. if the madam was going to choose his works then. I was told to spread bad rumors about Mr. Julius. After confessing, Navi waved both hands in a panic. I wasn't going to talk bad about Mr. Julius. If Mr. Julius was chosen, then I was going to reveal everything to Madam and ask for help. Riz lost her words at this unexpected development. Her attention was stolen by the demon, but for people who were uninvolved there was no doubt they were in a restless state of wondering if someone would become an aristocrat's painter. It looked like John also didn't expect this development and was at a loss. Julius too, learning about the true feelings of his friend Knox in this shape, must have received a shock. Just when everyone fell silent, the bell announcing that it was 6 in the morning rang. Everyone raised their heads quickly as if they were struck. Riz, you should return to your room. It's time for the worshippers to arrive. John said this and pulled Riz into him by the shoulder with a caring action. Navi took a few steps closer to them and timidly looked up at John. Mister. About this, I'll act as if I did not hear anything. Navi showed a relieved expression at John's response. Still, could it be said that they gained something from this conversation with Navi and Julius? She felt like she peeked into the darkness of another person's heart, who she didn't even know. Fatigue suddenly pressed in on her. It might be better to rest for a bit. She was about to leave the room of peace with John when she was called to a stop by Julius with Lady Riz. Turning around, after a slight hesitation, he sent her a strong look. I'd like to request for you to tell me one thing. What is it? Is my painting really worth the blessing of God? She was asked this in a serious voice. Riz also thought about it seriously. Did he want to check to see if he was going to be taken back to the royal capital? Or did he purely want to know whether or not his work was a masterpiece and worthy of being considered a sacred painting? This answer came along with a great responsibility. How should she answer? If she judged him in terms of skills, then, to be honest, she'd sum it up with just the word inexperienced. He wasn't unskilled, however. He didn't even reach the feat of a court painter with his brush technique or emotions. Technique and talent, passion, patience, youth, luck, endurance, assets, status, and gender. Only those who had all these approved would be a court painter, and these people faced their canvases daily in a place where talent gathered. Painting was also a battle with one's heart. As a woman, Riz could never become a court painter. She had assets and passion. However, she was hindered by her gender. The Fine Arts Agency wouldn't open their doors to those who weren't qualified. However, if it was God, Riz stared into his eyes and answered, I believe that what God sees is not the results of a painting, but the earnest heart of the painter placed in there. Julius looked back at Riz, startling as if he came to a sudden realization. Riz curtsied to him and then left the room with John. In the afternoon, Riz rested obediently after being warned by John, who went to gather information. Please do not try to leave the room. She was also given the pocket watch that acted as protection as usual. This time she was also left behind to watch the room, but unlike before, she wasn't worried. It was daytime and, besides, John was properly caring for Riz. Because the bed was positioned right up against the wall, she rested her back against it with a pillow behind her. Thanks to John's devoted care, she had successive healthy days, but she might have moved around too much this time. She felt a heavy sluggishness, as if the blood flowing through her body was muddled and stagnant. Maybe it was because of the cold too. Her room was of much higher quality than that of an inn, but it didn't have a hearth. It was just packed baked salt placed inside her blanket, and that wasn't able to warm up the entire room. The moment she sighed, her door was suddenly knocked on. It shouldn't be John. He knocked much quieter. Madame, are you available? She was confused at the unfamiliar male voice. I'm Drake, one of the studio's craftsmen that you met at the church a few days ago. I brought some herbal tea for you, Madame. I got it from Navi. Drake. He was one of the artists whose painting decorated the Room of Peace. After some consideration, Riz got off the bed and opened the door. A man in his 30s stood there with a nervous expression and carried a copperkin with a handle. He had dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and a nose that was slightly flat and crushed. Indeed, he was one of the men who were together with Julius and the others in the nave. Please have this. he said, and offered the copper can. The hot air and fragrance of herbal tea drifted over. She didn't know why she was being given a refreshment, but she thanked him and accepted it. He showed some embarrassment. Even in this season it's as cold as midwinter because the cold air is pushed back to here from the town. I see. He probably didn't come to make small talk. Riz stared at Drake, feeling inwardly suspicious. His face suddenly turned red when he met Riz's eyes straight on. Should I bring more blankets? We have some made from the skins of tigers. No, I'm fine. How about some charcoal? It'll be warmer than baked salt. He was oddly friendly. But, generally, friendliness from a stranger came with desires. Is there something you needed from me? No, I was just thinking that I'd love to be able to speak with Madam. Drake answered in a disordered way. Belatedly, Riz realized the reason he came here. He must have come to ask her to take him to her gallery. Maybe she should ask him what he thought about God's revelation. Riz immediately asked this question. I saw the paintings adorning the Room of Peace. They're all very interesting pieces. Really? I was assigned the painting of the Blue Spring and friars lighting up the darkness. They are wonderful paintings. I think they're masterpieces, if I say so myself. I likened the small fire of the candles to be faith. People's hearts shake easily in the winds of worldly temptation, but if you keep your faith without failing to pray, then you can light up the darkness. That's the theme I put into it. So that's why the candlestick was drawn much more colorfully. Exactly. He gave a broad smile. Then, have your prayers reached God, Drake? Worshippers praise these paintings as having God's will. Drake's pleased face stiffened a little. Well, that's... Navi told me about it, that the paintings moved, such as the reed swaying or the angels pointing to the well. My paintings have a divine message too. There's a lot of people who say they see the flames flickering. And yet, is there a problem? An emotion like anger and jealousy flashed through Drake's eyes. The fuss is only around Julius. Sure, he used to be a baron's son and his looks aren't bad, but I've been working years longer than him. I joined the studio in my teens, you know. Talent was not proportional to age. But Riz chose to be silent. The director's probably the one who's most frustrated though. He pasted on a smile as if to hide his true feelings. It was the director who suggested at the start to use the notes of the Bible's apostles. The director? Yes. He was asked by the priests to complete some works to decorate the Room of Peace. So then we all finished them in a year, throwing ourselves into it and forgetting to eat and sleep. It was a matter of honor, you see. I understand. But, in the end, the only one getting attention is Julius. Apparently, Drake seemed to think that all the credit was being hogged by Julius alone. Then, while he was simmering like this, Riz appeared as an art gallery owner from the royal capital. This time he decided to stand his ground and come over to sell himself. It looked like he accepted God's message from the miracle paintings, but Riz got the impression that religious faith came second to him. Above that, he paid more attention to his own success. Drake, who seemed to have forgotten he was standing in front of Riz, continued to express his displeasure about Julius. In the first place, how is that guy like a saint? What does giving to the poor do? Painters should just think about painting. If you paint with heart and soul, then God will respond. And yet that person doesn't put in any effort and even refused to act like an apostle. Act like an apostle? Maybe he became calm after he was asked, but Drake showed a no crap expression. Riz was inwardly vexed too. She should have kept her mouth closed and let him spit things out to the end. And never mind. It's nothing you need to think about, madame. But, I have to head to town to buy some minerals for pigments. Excuse me. He forcibly tied up the conversation and left in a hurry. Riz wanted to dig deeper, but it could be said that their conversation just now provided more than enough of a result. However, Drake's visit was only the beginning. A little while later, after that, artists visited her room one after another. The majority of them were the same as Drake, selling themselves and showing dissatisfaction towards Julius. To sum up their talks, it seemed like they expected the revelations to make their opportunities leap. However, the most complete work among 16 pieces, Julius' painting burned into the awareness of viewers. In addition, The appearance of the person himself was excellent. On his holidays he helped out with the church's fields, he'd take on repairing broken bridges, and he had a spirit of compassion and honest poverty. Naturally, people's evaluation of him rose. After speaking to the last person, Riz drank her completely cool herbal tea. It was bitter and there was also a slight taste of rust. She sighed. The feud between artists wasn't unusual. Talents clashed and, in a sense, this was more ingrained than ordinary relationships between men and women. Sometimes differences in the direction of the work could lead to people killing each other too. Art was like a naked blade. But, Riz thought, if a work was rated by itself and omitted the artist's personality, then Julia's painting would not reach the level of a masterpiece. It was likely that, without God's revelation, the worshippers' hearts wouldn't be drawn to this extent. In unreserved terms, the revelation is what raised all their works to becoming sacred paintings. These circumstances were undoubtedly a demon's favorite situation. People's emotions were jumbled together and chaotic. Drake, Julius, and Knox, the other artists, the priests. It wouldn't be odd at all for any one of them to have made a contract with the demon who killed Petron. Maybe she had been affected by the desires of the artists, but Riz felt even more listless. She wanted to rest her body, but if she stayed in her room then it felt like another person would come. She was starting to feel a bit of fear at their visits. On the surface, they were gentlemen, but there were also some who'd indirectly asked to enter her room. In short, they were offering that they'd like to be her lover, and they couldn't help but be angry at the result of her refusing. Riz covered herself with a cloak and left the room. It'd be safer to be in a place with people. Deciding to go to the church now that she was outside, she started heading there. There were churches that also acted as poorhouses. This seemed to be the case here too, since there were many orphans and prostitutes. Riz stopped before a large tree beside the church. An extremely eye-catching woman stood beside the tree. It was a red-headed prostitute, and she was staring absently at the church while playing with her shoulder-length hair. Her skin was pale enough to be transparent and her unfashionable dress was the same vivid red as her hair. The woman suddenly stopped twisting her hair and turned around. Their eyes met and she looked Riz up and down as if she was appraising her. Then, the corner of her lips hooking up, she showed derision and joined a circle of friends who were chatting with each other a little distance away. Riz unconsciously walked closer to them. The prostitutes were buying colorful flowers from a flower seller. Foreign flowers are amazing, aren't they? I wonder if they're magical. When I wear one in my hair, it feels like I'm less tired. The flower seller smiled at the prostitute's praises and replied with jokes like, "Yes, I'm actually a flower magician. I've put spells of protection onto the flowers I sell to everyone." They had an androgynous appearance, making it hard to distinguish whether they were a man or a woman. Their gray hair was unkempt and long and thin. They seemed extremely suspicious, but the laughter at the prostitutes was bright. Riz somewhat felt like buying those flowers and was about to call out to the self-proclaimed magician, but then she noticed Director Knox standing beside a statue set in front of the church. It seemed like he had been looking over here this entire time. His eyes, which gleamed with rage, made goosebumps jump out on her skin. The incidents this morning might have made it to his ears. Riz turned round and left the place. Her heart was pounding. Knox's gaze reminded her of the demon's eyes that flashed in the darkness. Those wet eyes like grapes peeled their skin. Her uneasiness expanded and her terror even more so. It appeared that she made a mistake to move forward while looking at her feet, because she nearly crashed into someone. The moment she staggered, she was supported by the other person's arms. "My lad, Riz." She raised her head up hurriedly at that voice and all the strength in her body slipped out of her in relief. The person who grabbed Riz's shoulders and peered into her face was the one and only person she could believe in this place, John. He looked down at her in mute amazement, but then the corners of his eyes quickly tightened. "Why are you walking around right now? Even your lectures sound dear." "Dear? What do you mean?" "Don't dodge the question." "Why did you leave your room?" "Scold me more. Are you trying to unsettle me by confusing me?" "Wait, aren't you white as a sheet? Don't tell me you've been outside this entire time?" Partway through his sentence his complexion changed. Paying no heed to people's eyes, he picked up Riz. "I'm an idiot. I'm a huge fool to have looked away from you. Seems so. Don't give me an attitude. No. I'm blaming you. Blame? Me? He asked this with an expression that looked like he found it hard to believe. You left me alone. Giving a short reply, Riz gritted her teeth. John's cheeks stiffened and he started walking with large steps. Did something happen? Men kept barging in one after another. What? John's steps stopped for a second and then he began to walk again. Which men? Did they come uninvited even while knowing you're my wife? They have some nerve. She wasn't really his wife though, Riz responded inwardly in her mind. John, I think you should always leave me beside you. If you can't do that then I want you to kill me or carry me around like you are right now. She wrapped her arms around his neck loosely and, leaning her weight against him, closed her eyes. Her head hurt terribly to its core, but her heart was calm and she wasn't feeling any shortness of breath that'd make her collapse. I'm an idiot. John said this with a sigh mixed in. I forgot humans were creatures who would want to try and grab the stars. Even more so if they are beautiful. Stars? Riz, were you touched by anyone? No. Then, were you hurt by their words? No. Were you threatened by anyone? No. Did anyone try to entice you? Sort of no and sort of yes. Who? Riz felt like if she answered honestly then she'd be asking for a huge incident. It was the artists who visited the room. They didn't come to act inappropriately, but to indirectly ask me to take them into my art gallery. Would you like me to burn down the studio? Or should I burn all those painters? You're saying scary things in a calm voice. You are the one who went through a scary ordeal. No? Hey, John. Yes? What do you want burned? You don't have to burn anything, but I realized there's one person who fits all those earlier questions. John's eyes changed. His expression became ruthless in an instant. Who? John Smith. After she declared this, John's gaze became sharp with a different meaning than before. You're quite frivolous in a situation like this, aren't you? I'm not being frivolous. John, you touch me a lot, you belittle me, you threaten me, and you've also tried to seduce me. John was silent for a while. He must have the memories of having done that himself. It was around the time when they left the church and her fear had faded before he said these words, sounding like he gave in to despair. If a demon doesn't threaten, seduce, or belittle then they would end up changing into an angel. An angel. If my wings are stained white then you must take responsibility. Isn't that too much responsibility? It was the first time she was swept off her feet by words. Later, they didn't return to their lodgings right away but detoured to the area the studio was in. On their way they passed a craftsman who held a delicious-smelling pie. When Riz asked where he got it, he said it was baked at the mess hall close to the painting studio. So then she pestered John and got to head towards the mess hall. She asked the cook for the same thing and left the mess hall with a cloth-wrapped bundle. But it looked like it would cool before they returned to their lodging, and so she decided to sit down on a stack of wooden boxes beside a building used for storage to eat. This was the first time in her life that she was doing the so-called eating while walking. Strictly speaking, it was different because she was sitting down, but for Riz it was the same thing and, inwardly, she was deeply moved. John, this rabbit pie is extremely delicious. You seem to be in a dreamlike state. To think those eyes of yours would sparkle with light like this. Can we take that cook out of their court? Can we pull them into the Milton house? The reason you find this delicious is because you're eating it here right now. Really? Yes, that is how it is. Did flavors change depending on the place someone ate at? Sometimes I am apt to forget, but you are a genuine young lady, aren't you? John, who was sitting beside her, looked over with gentle eyes. Riz suddenly became embarrassed and couldn't taste what she was eating. She changed the subject to something new in order to hide the heat of her cheeks. So, John, you went to town to ask people questions, right? Did you get any results? Were the stories Navi told them about the miracle paintings true? John quickly finished off his own pie and elegantly wiped his mouth with the cloth wrapping. Riz secretly sighed in admiration. He had a slender figure but, in the end, he was a man. The pie, which was a reasonable size, was completely eaten up in no time. Riz still had more than half of hers left in her hands. If you want to gather information then the obvious places would be the bar. the mess hall, or the trade union? I went to the trade union. John adjusted his crossed legs and then, propping an arm on his knee and placing his chin on his hand, he turned his head to Riz. It seemed to be flourishing more or less, and the words of that boy can be deemed mostly true. To be precise, everyone believes it to be true. I see. Essentially, the townspeople are naive and are grateful to the church. In particular, the ones who seem to support the church are none other than the prostitutes, who are targets of derision. Those girls? Riz tilted her head. In reality, the church struggled with how to treat prostitutes. The job of selling sex wasn't compatible with the teachings of God. However, did the church here treat those women with kindness? There are some who cynically say that perhaps those women have given themselves to the priests, though. The pie nearly got stuck in Riz's throat. Before, John had also talked about putting a brothel in the church. When she froze, John must have mistaken it to mean that the pie in her hands was too much, and he reached out from the side. Her pie was eaten before she could stop him. My pie. You're so cruel. This is the first time I've seen such a despairing look on you. All right, I'll go buy another one. The moment he stood from the wooden box, they heard the sound of a woman and man arguing nearby. Riz and John looked at each other before they got closer while being careful not to make a sound. Told you that you shouldn't come. What's with that? Are you saying I don't have the right to come to church? That's not it. Ella, please. That's what you meant, isn't it? You're just ashamed to be seen with me. Riz was shocked and she unconsciously grabbed John's cloak. The people quarreling behind the storage building was Julius and the red-headed woman, who was called Ella. Ella, who was about to accuse Julius even more, turned her eyes to Riz and John by chance. Her face stiffened. Julius also seemed to notice them with that reaction. A strained silence spread between them. Oh my! Isn't this perfect? That young miss there. This person looks like he has something to say to you. It was Ella who opened her mouth first. From a distance she looked gorgeous, but close up she had a rose-like presence. It seemed like the person herself was aware of her beauty too. In fact, there was a red rose that was adorned on her chest. Julius, who you really want to draw is this sort of angelic woman who is pure from head to toe and knows nothing about being dirty, right? Ella laughed aggressively and shoved Julius back. Miss, won't you listen to this man's request? Request? Riz looked at the two in order. Ella divided the situation with force by saying, we'll be over there until you two finish talking, and grabbed John's arm for some reason before rapidly walking away. Riz panicked. Lady Riz, may I have some of your time? Julius stopped Riz along with a sigh. John, who was being taken away by Ella, looked back and sent a signal at Riz with his eyes. He probably meant let's listen to her, but for some reason she felt irritation at the sight of Ella wrapped around John's arm. She wanted to chase after them as soon as possible. Mr. Julius, what did you want to speak to me about? When she asked him this rapidly, he replied with a troubled look. I'd like to ask you to be a model for my painting. Yes, I don't mind. In that case, please come to my room later. She nodded without a thought in order to wrap up the conversation and quickly walked over to John and Della. Noble in the capital, really? Would you like to come to the shop later to enjoy yourself? Ella placed a hand on John's chest and smiled bewitchingly. Riz was flustered. The moment she felt her blood drain from her body, in the next instant she was set aflame. John, who was about to say something, suddenly saw Riz. He politely distanced himself from Ella's body and approached Riz. Hey, do you hate roses? Ella said this towards John. He looked back as he touched Riz's shoulder. If I pluck a rose then I won't be able to grab a star. Section. Riz lost her mood to eat the pie. After what happened, they immediately returned to their lodgings and Riz lay down on her bed. She felt John's confusion, but she didn't have the composure to talk to him clearly. Some time later there was a knock from outside her door. John went to answer the door. The one who appeared was Julius. Riz saw him and the exchange from earlier crossed her mind. She had accepted being his model. Were you resting? Should I try another day? Julius asked this hesitantly when he saw Riz rising from her bed. No, don't mind me. Please come in. Although it was a promise she made out of inattention, the one who accepted it was none other than herself. John pinned Julius, who entered the room hesitantly, with a gaze full of suspicion. Riz, do you have something arranged with him? I was asked earlier to be his model. For an instant John's expression became severe at Riz's response. His eyes clearly told her to refuse, but Riz gave a small shake of her head. Now that Julius was here, she wanted to hear things from him. He also wasn't really longing to paint her, so he must have something he wanted to talk about, and that was why he gave the model excuse. There was a limited space to sit down because the room was small. Riz sat on the bed and Julius settled on a stool. John, who didn't hide his displeasure, leaned against a wall and stared hard at Riz. Julius had brought paper used for rough sketches and charcoal just in case. For a while, the three of them were silent. There was only the sound of Julius scratching his charcoal on the paper. "I'm sorry for Ella." Julius suddenly opened his mouth. His gaze remained on the paper though. "Mr. Julius, are you together with Ella?" "No, we grew up together." He made the face of an older brother. "Her parents died during an epidemic 7 years ago. After that, Ella took over and looked after her younger brothers. She worked day and night," Julius said sadly, and his hand stopped. But then he immediately began to move his charcoal again. Riz chose silence. This wasn't a story she could sympathize lightly with by saying that it must have been hard. "After I quit being a bodyguard for merchant caravans and joined the studio, Ella also started going to church. She has a passionate temper, but she's much more religious than I am." Riz wondered if God heard Ella's prayers. It'd be nice if they did. That's why, she definitely didn't do what she did earlier out of malice. It looked like he requested Riz to be his model in order to protect Ella, who tried to seduce John in front of Riz. He must have been worried an aristocrat like Riz might punish her if Riz was angered. "Yes, I know." When Riz implicitly conveyed that she didn't plan on punishing Ella, Julius's expression relaxed as if in relief. "Mr. Julius, could it be that the red-headed flower girl in the painting of geese was modeled after Ella?" "Yes, because she loves flowers. And she especially likes red roses." He was bashful, but then his eyes became empty right away. "In truth, I might not believe in God somewhere in my heart. Why isn't Ella, who is desperately living, given even a single day of rest?" I find myself thinking this. If she can be given rest, then I wouldn't care if it was a demon. Riz's breath caught at that low voice. "There are days where I think that." Julius closed his mouth on that note. The rough sketch was concluded after 30 minutes. John ended things on the basis of Riz's health. Riz stepped out into the hallway to see Julius out of the room, and, at that moment, Drake appeared again. It must have looked like they were trying to butter up Julius. The moment they passed each other they both showed complicated expressions. After Julius left, Drake stared at Riz with sharp eyes and whispered this: "Don't be tricked. Julius uses women to raise his own value. So he often goes to the brothel." Riz gave him a smile. Everyone only saw what they wanted to see and believed what they wanted to believe. Chapter 5. The Hollow Saint. Over the next few days, Riz and John checked the paintings and statues in the painting studio and church. However, they couldn't find a single suspicious distorted painting. The demon who killed Petron also hadn't been seen ever since that night. Riz and John were on their way back after sneaking into the storage building beside the studio at midnight to check the paintings stored there. John muttered with a complicated look, "Should we return to the capital for the time being? We can't go back yet. We haven't found anything, not the distorted painting, the demon, or the contractor." Riz looked at John, who was leading her by the hand, and shook her head. "However, it will be difficult to stay here any longer because we have the backing of the Milton family. No one is saying anything on the surface, but even the priests are beginning to suspect whether or not we came here for a different purpose." That's true. She hadn't thought it would be this difficult. They only needed the demon. If she could just find the distorted painting the demon lived in, then everything would be resolved. It was easy to say that though, and reality was different. Due to the location being in the church, their time to search was limited. There were many people coming and going, and there were many people who suspected them. Once they got one piece of information, they needed even more information. Riz's physical endurance was a burden too. As long as there were humans, their emotions would intersect by the number of people there, and like a spiderweb complicated relationships would be created. For Riz, who was a lazy shut-in young miss. This place was extremely dizzying. John looked up at the night sky where a clear half-moon floated. I'd like to ask you, just in case, but if we were to provisionally withdraw from the search for the demon, is there an artist you would like to bring back from the standpoint of an art gallery owner? Riz was troubled at how to answer. Her eyes inadvertently looked down at her feet. If we're talking about a painter who could draw interesting works if their skill could catch up a little to their passion, then there's one. Julius? Yes. The other artists were outraged that he gained a reputation outside of his skills. It was certainly a large side to him, but Riz didn't think he was just that. However, her heart hurt. Right at this stage, he wasn't at the point where she'd want to urge him into a contract no matter what. If she stayed long, then she'd just cause needless chaos. It wasn't a good thing. Riz knew that, but her priority was John. She came here with the resolve to be hated on by others. It's not that the other artists have nothing to look at either. Each and every one of their works has a sparkle somewhere, but the potential seeds are small, much smaller than the fresh painters I already have at the art gallery. I see. The moment Riz wheeled her gaze up from the ground, John murmured that in a strained voice. That is, if talent is something that can be collected. Collected? It is like making a flower basket. Even though it doesn't look like much when there's a single one, after collecting 100 then it becomes gorgeous. A collection of artistic talent? Riz wondered if he was possibly trying to cheer her up. It was an interesting expression. Riz smiled. Right after that, she blinked. A collection of artists. Unbeknownst to her, she stopped moving. Riz stared at the bonfires which were placed at regular intervals. Her conscience was elsewhere though. There were 16 religious paintings decorating the Room of Peace. Each one had a motif based on an apostle who appeared in the Bible. If one was to speak of a connection between them, then that was it. It wasn't like the 16 pieces told a single story or were designed to show a larger picture if they were arranged properly like puzzle pieces. However, hey, I heard this from Father Greco before. But if you interpret distorted paintings in a broader sense, then they could be statues or hymns. John? Partway through her question, she realized that John was also standing still, as if his attention was caught by something. What's wrong? There's been a sweet smell from a while ago. He looked around suspiciously. Like the smell of fruits or pastries? No, John seemed to say as he gave a small shake of his head. It was the appearance of someone whose mind wasn't here. Maybe because he was concentrating on finding out the source of the smell. For something to smell sweet to me, is this the smell of human blood? Blood? Riz's face froze at that dangerous word. The time was about 1 past midnight, a time where the priests were asleep. There were bonfires lit around the church and studio in order to ward off wolves. But this area was a bit far from the town on the highlands, and so the darkness was deep. My lady, do not leave my side. Okay. Riz squeezed his hand. If they were like this, then she wouldn't lose sight of him even in the dark. John showed a bit of surprise and looked at their connected hands and Riz's face in turn, but he eventually gave a wry smile. Riz ran her eyes around the area while firmly holding his hand. Do you know where the smell is coming from? When she asked him this, the corner of his lips curled with some irritation. Regrettably, I cannot pinpoint it. Did demons not have a good sense of smell? They were somewhat like dogs though. Right now, you thought something rude, didn't you? Not at all. I'll say this. This is a problem of the train. The land has small hills and the side with the town is higher in general. Because of this, the direction of the wind is easily disturbed. John glared at her and pushed up his glasses with a hand. He was quite prideful, and it seemed like it was frustrating if he was thought of as being unable to do something. After she rated the tea he brewed as being awful, he immediately began to study it passionately. He had a cute side. Riz moved forward while grinning at her inner thought. But then there was a sweet smell. No, a raw iron-like smell that suddenly floated over. A light flickered at the edge of her vision at the same time. John, that building there. Her mouth was blocked halfway through her sentence by him and Riz stiffened. Quiet. He half carried Riz closer to this building where small tools and statues used for sketches were placed. All the buildings connected to the studio were built somewhat the same. They had domed roofs and were 1 story tall. Both the ceiling and the walls were made of stone. When they came to the wall of the building, they could see that a part of the round stained glass window was broken. Light was spilling out from there. John brought his face close to the missing part and peered inside. For an instant he froze. Then he immediately withdrew from the broken window and, as if nothing happened, told her with his eyes, "Now then, let's return back to our rooms." Riz also asked him with her eyes, "Did you see something suspicious?" John shook his head nonchalantly as if to say, "Nothing in particular," and tried to pull Riz away. Incidentally, this entire time, he was still covering her mouth with a hand. He was clearly trying to hide something. Riz pulled his hand off of her mouth and turned back to the stained glass window. John grabbed her arm right away in a panic to keep her away, but he was too late. She saw what was happening inside. Riz muttered, "Blood ritual?" John pressed his hand over Riz's mouth again in a hurried motion. It was an abnormal sight. Candles were arranged in a circle and, inside that, there was a crowd of beautiful women around a large chair with strings of pearls led and fastened to the backrest. The women only had thin cloths wrapped around their genitals. They were basically naked. They looked like the goddesses drawn in religious paintings. A sense of holiness was felt more so than lewdness. They bled from a single part on their body. It looked like a part of their flesh had been gouged out. Beside them, there were men wearing red hats like they were officials overseeing the proceedings. These men were the studio's artists. Drake and director Knox were also there. Riz felt like she didn't see Julius. The men held a knife used for oil painting in their hands. Her heart raced. It didn't look like a wholesome gathering. Riz peeked through the stained glass window once more. Drake picked one of the beautiful women and took her arm. It was the red-headed prostitute, Ella. Drake sat her in a pearl chair and a little above her chest. He pressed the knife to the part of her flesh which had been gouged out. From there, red blood dripped down like a crushed fruit. Knox caught that with a silver cup. Ella was shivering and crying. It looked like she was crying more out of fear than pain. And yet she didn't try to run. She stayed still like she was trying to endure some sort of trial. She wiped her tears with one hand and, by chance, met Riz's eyes. Riz backed her face away from the stained glass window. John pulled Riz's arm and tried to leave this place again. However, he stiffened abruptly. The moment he changed the direction of his feet, he seemed to have lightly kicked a small type of tool placed at the wall to be discarded. The moment he kicked it, some sort of cylinder thing fell over with a clank. What he kicked was the lid of a copper can. With the lid gone, small stone fragments flew out from inside. Riz searched her mind all of a sudden. It was a familiar copper can. She believed these were in the painting studio, and they contained painting tools. She also saw something similar on another day. She remembered. It was the can with herbal tea. Drake had brought it as a refreshment, and that one was a smaller size. If she remembered correctly, Drake said it had been prepared by Navi. This reminded her that, even in the painting studio, Navi seemed to be the one cleaning the medium-sized copper cans. "These are pieces of the statue the demon broke." John picked up a fragment and said this in a quiet voice. "There's no mistake. This is a part of the flute the statue of the apostle was holding. The olive pattern is identical." The moment Riz turned her gaze to the copper can on the ground, "Madam, what are you doing over there?" A cheery voice, ill-matched to the dark of the night, echoed. Riz and John turned around quickly. There stood Navi with a curious expression and a lamp raised in one hand. His other hand held a round basket with hard bread and packed with small copper cans. The young boy looked at them strangely, and then, as if a realization came to him, he made a smile. "Oh, were you praying at night? But wolves come out around this time, so it's danger." Riz hurriedly put her index finger to her mouth, hushing him. John rebuked him at the same time in a quiet voice, "Shut up." But it looked like it was too late. Navi's voice seemed to reach the interior of the building since it suddenly became noisy. Drake and the others ran outside before Riz and John could escape. "Madame, why are you here?" Drake asked this in a panic. Then, seeming to realize he was still holding the blood-covered knife, he dropped it immediately. John stared at him and moved Riz to stand behind him. "Riz, Step back. Drake realized John was wary of them, so he waved both hands. Mister, you're misunderstanding. We're carrying out a holy ritual. A bloody ritual is holy? John continued to stare at Drake and the others without lowering his guard and, with one hand, signed at Riz to run away. Riz slowly stepped back as instructed, trying not to stimulate the artists. The sight of Drake pressing the knife to Ella's wound was burned into her eyes. She didn't know what they would do right now. We were only imitating the last supper in the Bible. Our blood is the wine and our flesh the bread. Drake pleaded to them with a heart-wrenching look, and the others nodded with desperate faces. John didn't release his caution and cornered them with a cold tone. I see. So you were offering up the blood and flesh of these women to the fake god who granted miracles to your paintings. Everyone stared at John, Riz included. Fake god? Who was he pointing at? They're not a fake god. What else should I call a demon who pretends to be a god to obtain flesh and blood? Saying that, John slowly directed his gaze to him. Right, Navi? Huh. Navi jumped when he was suddenly named. Riz was also struck with surprise. Navi was a fake? There's the smell of blood from your mouth. You've drunk the blood of these women, haven't you? John grabbed the head of the taken aback Navi with one hand and shoved him down violently. Before the young boy could come back to himself and struggle, his left arm was twisted off. There was no hesitation or compassion in that action. Navi's face twisted and he let out a horrible scream. Large amounts of blood gushed from the place that was twisted off. Riz didn't know what she was looking at. The conversation up to now also flew out of her mind. John raised his hand against a human. What have you done to Saint Warlam? Are you trying to defile the resurrected saint? What's going on? He ripped off an arm with his bare hands. Drake and the others, who were shuddering and frozen, cried out in hoarse voices. Riz repeated the word Saint Warlam as she vacantly reflected this unnatural scene in her eyes. Why did Drake and the others look at Navi and call him Saint Warlam? That was the name of the church. It was named after the beekeeper, Bill Warlam. Navi was the resurrected Saint Warlam, but John called him a fake. Reason gradually returned to her together with a sense of heat. John wouldn't hurt a human without meaning. In that case, the true identity of Navi was demon. Riz looked at the screaming Navi and murmured this. It must have been drowned out by Drake and the others' screams, but Navi suddenly stopped crying and turned around. There was no anger or fear on the young boy's face. It was like he lost his soul and turned into a doll. From the part of the arm that was twisted off, a black lump, dripping blood, thrust out. That lump was the face of a wolf. Saint Warlam? Drake raised his voice in shock and collapsed on the spot like he lost all strength. The women, who were timidly looking out from the building, opened their eyes wide and screamed one after another. The skin on Navi's body split like cracks running down a pillar. The women screamed even louder. A blood-covered wolf flung off Navi's torn skin and landed lightly on the ground. The wolf glared at Riz and howled, "Calamity befalls the heretic." Then, flashing gleaming fangs covered in saliva, it leapt in her direction. Riz couldn't move. Although she was used to seeing strange things more than a normal person thanks to John, it wasn't like she could fight with weapons. As she stood there frozen, unable to even close her eyes, her vision was suddenly blocked by a black wall. No, it wasn't a wall but black wings. Her body became weightless. John quickly lifted Riz up and floated into the air, dodging the wolf's attack. He retreated to a distance and placed down Riz. Riz stared at the things that grew on John's back. At the black wings. Liar. It wasn't 4 wings. It was 2 wings. No, when she looked closer, there seemed to be 2 more wings like long tail feathers. She was confused to the point where she tried to escape reality by thinking about something like this. The wolf snarled and rushed at them again. This time John didn't escape. He turned his body nimbly and kicked the wolf's flank. Then, as the wolf somersaulted through the air and hit the ground, John knocked over a nearby bonfire on top of it. He grabbed one leg of the broken bonfire basket and stabbed it through the head of the wolf, which tried to get up. The wolf gave a dying scream and then disappeared. No more than a few seconds had passed since being attacked to the conclusion. It was an aggressive offensive to the point of beauty. Wasn't John a little too strong? John's lack of mercy, Navi's true identity, and Drake and the others' ritual. Because she witnessed shocking events in succession, She was pretty much absent-minded. It was only her heart that was racing to the point of bursting. This is a familiar. Is the main body still hiding in the distorted painting? John dusted off his hands as if he had finished one task. Demon. Drake, who was dazed like Riz, suddenly pointed at John and shouted. John tilted his head at that accusation. It was a strange look, as if he was saying he saved Drake. So what was he going on about? Riz gingerly walked up to John and pointed at his back in silence. No matter how one looked at it, those were the wings of a demon. Pitch black. Oh, this is problematic. They appeared unconsciously. John flapped his black wings and fixed the position of his glasses with a serious expression. His wings disappeared quietly and it seemed like he was feeling slightly disordered. Riz was about to call out to him, but then she heard footsteps running over here. What were those screams just now? The person who appeared out of breath was Julius. It appeared he had been working in the painting studio. His hand was gripping a brush and he had an apron wrapped around his waist which was stained with paint. He seemed to have noticed Drake and the others' screams and quickly came running. However, how were they to explain this chaotic situation? Riz was at a loss and then abruptly looked Julius up and down. Did he know about Navi's true identity? Or what on earth is everyone doing? Drake raised his voice as if to cover Julius' question. Everyone saw it too, right? This demon killed Saint Walham. What did they mean? Certainly, John was a demon and he killed the person they called Walham, but she couldn't overlook the way Drake said that. Riz tried to step out but John stopped her. He looked at Drake, crossed his arms, and then looked disappointed. You must have noticed the thing wasn't Walham. No, of course. It wasn't the boy called Navi either. What are you saying when you killed the saint? I understand your wish to push the responsibility onto me. After all, the existence you believed and obeyed was actually a wicked demon who used you. The expressions of Drake and the others became severe. But John didn't stop. A demon has settled down in the paintings you all have painted. It should have led people astray and called down disasters, but those have been misunderstood as God's messages by devout believers. It was similar to interpreting a painting. Depending on the awareness of the appraiser, the painting could be a masterpiece or a waste. Owing to these miraculous paintings informing you beforehand of coming disasters, you were able to avoid them. That is what you all believed. The demon took advantage of that psychology. John, rather than took advantage. Isn't it more like it got caught up in being worshipped? When Riz inadvertently interrupted, John raised an eyebrow and looked at her. There were those words written on the door to my room. I was thinking, wasn't that a threat to worship it as a god? After Riz experienced the danger of a falling statue, the threat came to recognize the demon as a god if she wanted to protect herself from disasters. That was why it didn't kill Riz. It also gained strength, having contracted with someone, and didn't need to run away from John anymore. Rather, wasn't it thinking about killing John's familiar, breaking his desire for revenge, and then enslaving John? Ah, you mean it was living decadently, feeling good from being adored by humans? How foolish. John gave a small chuckle and returned his gaze to Drake and the others who were shivering. You said you were imitating the Last Supper? Were you likening the flesh and blood of these women as bread and wine and peeling them little by little? Did you hear sweet whispers about how if you offered sacrifices to this god then you would be bestowed revelations and granted glories? John, saying things too clearly wasn't good. Despite thinking this, Riz couldn't scold him because she was curious about where he was going with his words. However, the demon needed the gathered flesh and blood of these women like it truly was bread and stretched it, creating Navi. It outlined a plot such as the resurrection of Saint Walham, who conveyed the words of a great god. Ah, if more flesh and blood was sacrificed then it might have completed an adult instead of a young boy. If its foundation was human flesh and blood then it's not strange I didn't notice its smell. John showed a cruel smile befitting that of a demon. It means all of you here have made a contract with the demon. No wonder its powers also enlarged. There was a thumping sound. The women who had pressed together all sat down hard on the floor. Mr. Drake and the others said that if we cooperated with their ritual then our living conditions would improve. They said they would give us donations and our father's medicine. Ella murmured this in a voice that was close to disappearing. Julius, who was dumbfounded, threw his brush and ran over to her. Ritual? Ella, what exactly did you do? I was under the impression you gave your body to them for money to buy medicine. Wait, you're hurt? Ella clung on to Julius' extended arm and lowered her head. We gave our blood to a demon instead of a messenger. Julius, if I had listened to what you said and stopped. No, Drake shouted out. She was wrong with a stiff face. Don't be deceived. The true demon is this man who came from the capital. Didn't he grow black wings? It's proof that he's tainted. That's right. The demon killed Navi. It killed the resurrected Saint Walham. Knox played dumb and agreed with Drake's words. Someone bring the fathers over. Get this demon exorcised. Riz panicked at the words of the artists who didn't accept this reality. Everyone was just in pain and felt like shoving all the responsibility onto John. As if she'd let them do as they wanted. Riz grabbed John's arm and ran. Riz, if you run then your body will. Now's not the time. First they had to escape and then come up with a plan. Behind them, Drake and the others shouted, don't let them escape. Chase them. Riz could hear footsteps chasing them right after. A convenient miracle didn't happen, and just from a little running Riz's breaths were starting to choke. Anger and frustration welled up at herself. She wanted to do something about this burdensome body. Couldn't it at least let her run to the town in the Highlands? Every single day she crammed expensive medicine into her body and yet it didn't get better at all. In that case, what could she do to satisfy this body and restore her health? It was hopeless. At this rate they would be caught up to immediately. You're at your limits. Are you not? Stop. I'm Mallory. She started coughing in the middle of her answer. This is why I told you not to run. Halfway, John roughly picked her up. He checked the position of their pursuers and then ran into one of the buildings. The smell of pigment prickled Riz's nose. This was a warehouse where art supplies were placed. Its appearance and structure was almost exactly the same as the painting studio. In the corner there was a chair where dresses were hung on. It seemed like the women took off their clothes here and prepared for the ritual, and so there was also a single lamp placed here. Thanks to that, the interior of the room could be dimly seen. John lowered Riz to the floor and kneeled in front of her. Riz pressed a hand to her chest while she breathed raggedly. Her head hurt violently and even now her heart felt like it was about to leap out. John pressed the palm of his hand to Riz's forehead and his expression darkened. You're sweating a lot. You mustn't stay here and you need to rest your body immediately. John, enough about me. Go somewhere safe. What are you saying? I'll trick them well. Are you an idiot? You're sacrificing yourself to save me? John spoke in a stiff voice. Please do not look down on me. I can protect myself without you sacrificing yourself. I only need to kill everyone. I don't intend on being a sacrifice. Stop talking. Come, lean over here. Riz borrowed John's arm and waited for the ringing in her ears to settle. She wanted to stand up soon but her body wouldn't listen to her. Her eyes blurred and her consciousness distorted like melting paint. It'll be all right, Riz. Exhale slowly. Sweat rolled down her forehead. She couldn't breathe. Her body expanded and there was a terrifying feeling that she would burst apart. When she closed her eyes and endured the pain assaulting her body, she heard the voices of Drake and the others from outside the building. Multiple people approached. Fathers, over here. The demon kidnapped the madam. We need to exterminate it quickly. Her mind was urged forward at their voices. She had to at least get John to move. If he stayed he would be discovered right away. Riz tried to push John's arm, but he didn't move. John, go. In any case, I just need to be given to them so that, at the least, your status will not be judged. She shook her head and he stroked it as if to soothe her. Riz knocked awake her consciousness, which was about to get swallowed by darkness, and desperately thought she didn't feel like giving John to anyone. Moreover, she didn't really plan on sacrificing herself. Either choice would lead to unhappiness. She didn't want such a future. Riz would live as herself and John would live as John Smith. She would shut herself up in the art gallery and immerse herself in the world of paintings while occasionally being played around with by her mother, Verma. She loved that sort of unexciting and peaceful days. She didn't want to let that go. So what could she do in order to protect those days? Now that things were like this, They couldn't just catch the demon who killed Petron and hand it over to Greco. She had to do something about Drake and the others who were trying to lay the blame on John. They would try to catch John by all means to hide their own mistakes. Lord, she would continue to go to church in the future too, regardless of searching for a good man, so please let her move her body. Even just 1 more hour was fine. John, don't speak. Wait here for just a moment. I will drive away those irritating creatures. She grabbed John's sleeve when he tried to get up. She couldn't let him go. She felt like he really intended to kill Drake and everyone. Contrary to his appearance, this demon was surprisingly extreme on some points. Riz, you don't need to think about anything. The moment her hand was gently removed, her dizziness became more intense and she pitched forward like that, almost hitting her head on the ground. It was like her head was being stabbed by countless needles. Can you not be obedient? John hurriedly supported Riz's body and leaned her against the wall behind her. Don't do anything and hide somewhere. You're being fussy, my lady. I am the master. Listen to what I say. Don't get cocky thinking you're the master. Enough. Rest. The next time you open your mouth uselessly, I will pick you up and fly around above them. The difference between his words, which were spat out, and his gentle hand as he stroked her cheek was cruel. I want you to stay, as the appraiser, John Smith. I want to be together with you, John. So, no matter what. I told you not to open your mouth. Do you wish to fly in the sky that much? If only John was my husband. I etched that wish in my heart over and over again. If that was the case, then I'm sure you would touch my cheeks every day, right? Every night, I could sleep while hearing your good night. John's eyes widened and he drew his hand back from Riz. The instant she pressed her hand to the floor, so that her upper body wouldn't fall, her fingertips touched something. It was a round container. There were similar-shaped objects lined up. A pungent smell drifted around over there. For a second, she forgot her breathlessness and stared at those containers. Was this paint? There were colors stuck to the lids. The closest one to her was red and beside that was blue. Beyond those was a white one. Riz blinked her eyes. There were lots of paint placed there. John, how many times have I told you not to speak? John said this in a strong tone and drew back before Riz could grab him and stood up. I'll return soon. Do not move and wait here, Riz. What's with those eyes? What are you trying to do? Even though your breathing is rough, for some reason your eyes are animated. Wait, what is that? Paint? It's very rare paint mixed with lime wash and metals. The color is vivid and opaque. Inspiration descended on her. Her state of pain was still there but energy returned to her body. It seemed like God had granted Riz's wish. Riz? Why are you opening the lid? It's not the time to play with paint. Stop. Don't try to carry such a heavy thing. Put it down right now. Despite rebuking her, for some reason John took a step back with a frightened look, as if he had a bad feeling. He was an alert demon. John, I have a request. Could you bring out your wings for a bit? What? Please. Riz smiled. She tried her best to keep it fleeting, delicate, so that she wouldn't be refused. He blinked, as if overwhelmed, and then materialized his wings with an extremely hesitant attitude. What do you want to do looking at my wings at this time? Turn around. Yes, like that. That's nice. What in the world? I don't understand at all. Your face is terrifying. Don't worry, don't be afraid. It won't hurt. What won't? Spread out your wings more. Yes, that's wonderful, John. If possible, could you crouch this much? Right there. Keep that position and don't move. Make sure your wings are spread. After Riz made the uneasy John face forward and half crouch, she lifted up the container with all of her might. This was the first time in her life lifting such a heavy object. The color at the paint she held in both hands was white. Riz, you can't possibly be, John said in a strained voice as if he guessed something. Don't move, John. Hey, wait. Please wait. I can't wait anymore. No, really, wait. Stop. I want to defile you with my hands and with a lot of white paint. Riz, I'll apologize for everything up to now. So, please, just not that. Riz carried out her action before he could turn around. Sploosh. She forcibly dumped the pigment all over his black wings. Exhilaration filled her body. Oh no, that actually felt really good. In contrast to the lightened Riz, John was frozen. Angel accomplished. No way. What have you done? One day she would like to paint John's expression in this moment. If she were to use one of his expressions, then, yes, his eyes had less light than that of a freshly severed sheep head. Later Riz asked John, who had dead eyes, to pick her up and head to the cathedral while taking care not to be discovered by Drake and the others. Perhaps it was due to doing a good job, or making a miracle from God occurred, but her breathing became much better. Their destination was the Room of Peace. It took a long time, but I think I've found the distorted painting. It's definitely a certain painting in the Room of Peace. Symbols of blasphemy mean that they can be letters too. To begin with, letters are a variation of pictures. John didn't respond. His eyes were completely dead. Riz deliberately tried not to look at his back. Well, the white was conspicuous though and dented her vision no matter what she did. It's not that the distorted painting is hiding among these 16 paintings, but rather that the 16 paintings are all a distorted painting. This came to me from your words, John. Mine? He finally responded, but his voice was low. You mentioned the collection of artists. Also, that Drake and everyone made a contract with the demon. And what about that? My wings are stiff. His voice was awfully dangerous, but Riz pretended she didn't notice. Those 16 paintings form the words of the grimoire. How? If you're mistaken, then I will cover your entire body in paint. It's one of the verses of the grimoire. Ashiki koto o anisekiyo, aokiyama yo hitashi wo make. Evil prospers greatly, the pale horse scatters ashes and death. So, do you wish for me to throw paint on you right now? Reeds swaying under a winter sky, a man and woman standing beneath an apple tree, a maiden playing the harp, apostles speaking under a tent, workers carrying heavy baggage, a red-headed flower girl walking up a hill and a flock of geese, people suffering from a plague, angels of blessing descending on a windowsill at night, animals gathered around a blue spring, a saint and old woman standing beside a pear tree, horses running through a field, monks illuminating the darkness, ashes falling on ruins, a town with its doors closed and fearing calamity, foreign merchants selling salt, and farmers sowing seeds in a field. In other words, you also want to cover Julius and the artists in paint. John, do you know about homonym drawings? Homonym drawings? For example, a simple explanation would be bear and bear or fur and fur. Essentially drawings that can substitute for each other like that. John turned his eyes to the 16 paintings. Ashiki koto o anisekiyo. Ashi is reeds. Ki is the tree and apple tree. Koto is the harp. Oa is the covering of the tent. N is the luggage. What was to be noticed in Julius' drawing was neither the red-headed flower girl nor the geese. The thing to look at was the hill. Saka. E was the epidemic. Yo was the night. Like this, it would become Sekiyo. There were also literal paintings. The blue spring drawing, the horse drawing, and the ashes drawing. Shiwo was salt, and this was an easily understood symbol. In the Bible, salt held the meaning of death. The Dead Sea at the Holy Lands had a lot of salt content and no living creature existed there. That was where the association came from. There were actually a lot of religious paintings depicting towns of salt. The last phrase, make, was the painting of the farmers scattering seeds. Homonym drawings have long been used by people who couldn't read or write. They used pictures instead of words. Riz pointed at the painting of the geese. The paintings adorned in this Room of Peace happen to be lined up in order of the grimoire's phrase. Going clockwise, Ashiki koto o anisekiyo, aokiyama yo hitashi wo make. Evil prospers greatly, the pale horse scatters ashes and death. It happened the moment she said all that. The maiden, angels, and animals inside the paintings glared hatefully at Riz. Ash fell down, the farms withered, and the old woman screamed and scratched at her hair. The plague struck hard, the harp made discordant sounds, the apples withered, the pear exploded with bugs, and the spring became muddied. The horses neighed, spit flying, and the foreign merchants became skeletons. Then the light from the monks disappeared and they spat out curses. Death comes, they intoned in a flat voice. Ah, it's you. There's no mistake. The demon who killed Petron. John whispered. I've wanted to meet you. The monks inside the painting rolled their eyes back into their heads. Then there were eyes like a peeled grape. It was wet and veins ran through it. It doesn't matter why you killed him. There's no meaning behind demons killing humans. John suddenly changed completely from before and showed a quiet expression. However, that good-for-nothing old man was my foster father. He fastidiously pounded manners into me, gave me knowledge, and made me drink disgusting soup. What will you do about how I cannot drink that old man's disgusting soup ever again? Riz's eyes widened at John's words. Her entire body was paralyzed. It was like she received a divine revelation and she understood the truth now. In this instant, she saw John's heart. There was certainly a fragment of love and sadness. Incidentally, right now, I'm in an unprecedented horrible mood. Poor you. John looked at the bee demon, which was about the size of a lion, that broke out of a painting, and smiled with the utmost pleasure. Riz, while trembling, quietly averted her gaze. John displayed a brutal fight becoming of a demon, just as he stated. It was likely 1 minute hadn't even passed. As she stood there stiffly, there were alarming and agonizing screams with the sound of things tearing, plopping down, thrown about, and splattering. Eventually, it became quiet. Riz, it's over. She fearfully turned round and saw John standing there with a pocket watch in hand and a refreshed look on his face. She definitely didn't look at the white wings, which were stiff from the dried paint. Did you kill it? No. I ripped it somewhat into little pieces and closed it within a watch. When a demon is at the brink of death, it can revive itself so long as a single piece of bone is left. One day, she only heard disturbing words in there, but he probably meant to say it was successfully captured. She would take an optimistic outlook. For now, Riz was relieved. If John killed it, then they wouldn't be able to hand it over to Greco. She thought he restrained himself well. If I take this thing to the capital, then the charges on me will be dropped and I will be able to continue spending a cooped-up life with you again. You'll become a shut-in together with me? Except for me, who else could take care of a dangerous woman who would splash paint on a demon? You're right. Yes, there's no one apart from you. Right? My wings are heavy. Haven't they hardened because of the paint? If I don't wash them, I won't be able to withdraw them. Riz nearly burst out laughing at John's soliloquy, which overflowed with grief. Just as she desperately held it back, she noticed many footsteps approaching them. It was Drake and the priests. John did his best. Now, it was her turn. The stage was set. She would display the acting skills she learned directly from her mother. Riz threw off her cloak and pinched her cheeks as hard as she could, making her eyes water. John, who was fiddling sadly with his wings, looked over at her in surprise. I saw the demon entering here. Father Mile, please drive out that thing. The voices of the men sounded, and then, following that, the door to the Room of Peace was banged open. There it is, the demon! Drake shouted with excitement. Those gathered were Drake, Knox, and the artists who participated in the earlier ritual. Then there were several priests, including Mile. Everyone had weapons or holy tools in their hands. Madame, are you unharmed? Thank you so much, Angel. Riz interrupted Drake, who was about to run over, and declared this loudly. She clasped both hands in front of her chest and, opening her eyes wide, drifted down to kneel at John's feet. You protected me from the demon lurking in this church. Riz, what's with that terribly monotone voice? John's despairing murmur was also interrupted, and Riz continued on in a high voice. Fathers, this angel saved Mr. Drake and the others from the demon. Huh? The artists looked at each other and were intensely confused. Even John, who should have been her ally, sent them a bewildered look, as if saying, what's with this woman? He was a clueless demon. Oh no. Such a terrible demon. Oh, I was so terrified. Mile and the other priests shuffled around like they wanted to say, this is different from what we expected. Please listen, fathers. This cunning demon transformed into a child called Navi in order to deceive us. However, this angel mercilessly ripped off its arm and skewer, pierced it with a holy sword at the end of a struggle to the death, and destroyed the demon. Madam, please hold on. That's not the truth. This is the complete truth. Riz sealed Drake's objection again and took one of John's hands as he stood there dumbfounded. She pressed his hand to her cheek and cast her gaze at everyone. Isn't that right, Mr. Drake and everyone? My words are not lies. The artists fell silent. Owing to your holy paintings, this angel appeared and destroyed the demon. There's no mistake, right? They didn't answer. They were at a loss as to whether or not they should take the truth she proposed. Riz continued further. This church is protected by an angel, Father Mile. You must be pleased with that as well, yes? You definitely weren't collecting donations and tolerating the artists' rituals while dimly realizing they were false revelations, right? Mile panicked. There aren't any dirty desires here at all, yes, Miss Riz? What are you talking about? I have a letter here from my brother, Daniel. Maybe I'll ask him to come from the capital. Mile gave in. Seriously, Riz wondered what sort of relationship he had with her brother. In that moment, she heard someone running over. Madame, are you safe? The person who appeared was Julius, and he had a farming tool in his hand. It appeared he had rushed over out of worry for Riz and John. Mr. John, the things behind you. Covered in a tragic but brave air, Julius' gaze stopped on John's back and he was struck dumb. A short silence fell on everyone. I'm an angel, John said in a low voice, not at all fitting of an angel. His voice only contained resentment and curses. A angel? You? John pushed his glasses up with a fingertip at Julius' astonishment and spat this out hatefully. No matter how you look at me, I'm an angel, am I not? No angel would have such a villainous face. However, Julius was someone who could read the atmosphere. He looked quickly between Riz and John's face and nodded awkwardly. Yes, right. An angel? Right. John gave in to his despair and spoke. I am something like a guardian angel for Riz. Don't say something like one. John forcibly picked up Riz as she made the comment without thought. He probably only looked like a demon come to kidnap a woman, rather than a guardian angel. But angels and demons were the same as paintings. They changed depending on who looked at them. For Riz, John was equivalent to an angel. Something like one though. John turned his clear gaze to everyone without compassion. I sealed the demon concealed in this church. Everyone here can clean up the rest themselves. The artists dropped their weapons. Her angel had no mercy. Epilogue. Desired days. Riz and John gathered their luggage and headed to the Highland town. Upon reaching it, they went to the trade union and arranged for a carriage. However, because it was in the night, it took some time to prepare. During this time, Riz and the others waited inside the trade union's lounge. Incidentally, John's wings were washed at a well. Julius, who had come with them up to here, received the wine they ordered from an employee of the trade union. Please have some. You too. Thank you. Riz accepted one, took a drink, and looked at him. By the way, Mr. Julius, how do you feel about drawing paintings at my art gallery? His talent was still a bud and whether it can bloom or not was unknowable at this stage, but Riz thought about it again. Perhaps it could improve dramatically. Julius fell silent with a complicated look. Riz waited patiently for his answer and John also didn't open his mouth. I apologize, Miss Riz, but I am inexperienced. I intend to polish that inexperience. His doubt disappeared and he smiled. It was an expression, as if a burden had been placed down. I am a painter. I will continue to paint in the future, so these hands do not need to hold a brush no matter what. I want to draw paintings of hope for Ella, who is hurt, and for people who need saving. That is the sort of painter I am aiming for. Yes, I'm certain you will draw many holy paintings. God is nestled in your heart. Thank you very much. I hope you two are blessed. Julius laughed after he glanced at John and then left at a relaxed pace. How regrettable. He is someone who can become a saint. John said this in a mutter. In that case, she would leave Julius alone. This was what Riz thought. It was better for a saint to be near those who needed him. A short while after Julius left, a familiar man appeared. It was the Supan priest, Greco. John's face twisted the instant he saw him. Yo, Miss Riz, John. You two weren't sending any progress reports, so I came here out of worry. Don't come, John said without a delay. Even if you say that now, I really can't wait for you two anymore. His gentle tone didn't change, but Riz's cheeks tensed. I see, then take this thing. John roughly shoved a pocket watch onto Greco. It was the watch with the sealed demon who killed Petron. Greco stared at the watch in surprise and felt the lid with his fingertips. Soon, He chuckled. All right. I've certainly received it. Go home. John, you're always scathing towards me. You always were since Father Petron was around. It's because you're slimy despite being a priest. You're just jealous of me being the best disciple, right? My looks and personality are good. And in addition, I have talent with painting. Unlike you. John looked at him with eyes that burned. Father Petron thought it was such a shame. If only there was talent in your hands, he would say. John silently tried to throw out Greca from the trade union. Greca hurriedly escaped his hands and approached Triz, a pitiful maiden of stars. How about I exorcise this demon and liberate you? You may be aware already, but Supan priests are allowed to marry. I'm quite a catch in the category of good men. I told you to go home. Don't ever show your face again. I'll always accept your request to exorcise a demon. Greco waved his hand while he was pushed by an angry John towards the door. Riz also waved her hand back. Oh, yes, I've sent a gift to you as a thank you for this matter. Please look forward to it. What could it be? Riz tilted her head as she watched Greco be driven out. She tried to call him back to ask him about it, but her vision suddenly spun. Riz? In her fading consciousness, she realized she ran out of energy. Someone supported her body but she wasn't able to ascertain who that was. Riz lost consciousness like that. To be honest, even if she died, she wouldn't have any complaints. When she woke, she was back at the mansion in the royal capital. She was put to sleep in her bedroom's bed. Riz stared up at the canopy of her bed and sighed. Everything felt like a long dream. She took over the art gallery of her uncle, Hein, and was half threatened into making a contract with a demon. Later, she met her fiancé, helped him elope with a servant girl, and transformed a demon into an angel at a certain church. It was this sort of astounding and dramatic dream, full of ups and downs. If this was reality, then didn't she surprisingly lead a fulfilling life? She slowly raised her body up from the bed. How long did she sleep for? Just that movement alone put exhaustion onto her shoulders. Riz turned her eyes to the small table beside her bed, where a water pitcher was placed. Feeling thirsty, she stretched out her hand but then noticed that a letter was put on top of the small table. It was a letter from the 7th Church. Riz moistened her throat and then, after a small break, she opened the letter. The continuation of her dream was written there. It mentioned the replacement of the priests at St. Walham's Church. It mentioned that, due to John Smith and Riz's activities, the priests and cardinals of the Third Church, who had their hands stained in evil, were swept out. It mentioned how John Smith would continue to live peacefully as Petron's foster son after this. Lastly, it also mentioned giving Riz a small reward. One card was inside this letter. It was a beautiful certificate with the emblem of the country depicted on it. Appraiser is Milton. That was what was written on it. Riz stared at it for a while. I don't need this small reward. I'll grab the title of Appraiser someday with my own knowledge and efforts. Smiling, she tore the card up. It seemed like Riz had fallen asleep for several days after she collapsed at the trade union. John had brought her back to the capital's mansion but she remained unconscious. Because of that, the mansion fell into an uproar. Verma had fainted. Her sister, Grace, had burst into tears, and her brother, Daniel, had grabbed a sword from the decorative arms in the entrance and tried to cut down John. So then you were barred from entering this mansion, right? Yes, which is why I came in from the window. It'll be bad if I am discovered. Riz looked at John, who sat at the edge of her bed. Once she woke up, whenever she tried to leave her room Verma would tear up. Riz also felt apologetic for making her worry, so she planned to stay quiet and obedient for a while. On another note, your room is becoming buried in gifts by the day, John said in disgust. Riz didn't know where they heard about it, but sympathy gifts were delivered to the mansion one after another. The majority of them were gifted with respect to her father's reputation. They had the ambition that, if things went well, their names would be remembered and they could obtain a chance to climb up the social ladder. There were also letters and gifts sincerely wishing for her recovery. In the near future, she would try to invite these people to a personal tea party. Meeting people one could trust in the world of aristocrats was, in some ways, more difficult than obtaining prestige. There seems to be many who don't know of your personality. John picked up one of the gifts that was stacked on the ground and opened the lid. Inside was an exquisitely made coral brooch. Instead of accessories, you would rather receive art supplies and art books, yes? Yes. Riz gently pressed a hand to her chest as she agreed. Ever since they acted like a married couple, John had continued to call her by name, and each time he did her heart felt like it shook and she couldn't calm down. Panic grew in her because she didn't want to treat him as a special person. He was a demon, so he would only be around for as long as the contract lasted. But one day she would marry. He was someone she couldn't let her heart flip over and think about wanting to stare at for an entire day. Love was even more absurd. Riz pressed on her forehead this time. Why was the word love surfacing within her? She was a gloomy, shut-in, lazy young lady with dead eyes, and such a bright word didn't suit her. This fervor in her heart must be make-believe. Riz straightened her back. John, I've decided. On what? That I'd use this chance to try and leave you. Saying such nonsense. Do you have a fever? It's not nonsense. Don't think about anything pointless. You just need to do your best to live thinking about paintings and me. Not just paintings but also you, John. Naturally, this was a problem. Her make-believe wasn't staying make-believe. Speaking of paintings, you ripped up the appraiser certificate sent by Greco. Yes. Why? You wish to become an appraiser? John asked this curiously while fixing Riz's dressing gown which was about to slip from her shoulders. I want to grab that certificate with my own hands, not to be given it by someone. I know this is a childish thought though. I think it's good. Really? I am instructing you, and so eventually you will become an appraiser on your own merit. Riz furrowed her eyebrows. What was with this man? He shook her heart without warning over and over and over again. In order to avert her awareness, she changed the topic. Ever since she woke up she had been curious about what happened after the demon who killed Petron was caught in St. Walham's church. She knew about the general circumstances from Greco's letter, but she wanted to know in a bit more detail. John, will the demon you handed over to Father Greco be judged by the church? Yes. However, it involves problems which cannot be made public, and so the cardinals will resolve it within themselves. Riz wanted to ask if he didn't want to kill it with his own hands, but it was somewhat inconsiderate. Still, she did want to hear his true thoughts. It's not like you to hesitate. You should just ask honestly whether I'm fine not killing that demon. John said, amused. No churchman would wish to contract with a demon who killed the previous bishop of the 7th Church, and so that thing will be sealed forever. You're all right with that, John? Petron is a target for canonization. In order for that, a tragic death is required. John recrossed his legs and turned his face towards the window. Greco and the others in the 7th Church faction intend to use that demon as a tool for Petron to obtain a seat as a saint. He was a pitiful martyr who was targeted by a demon due to his overwhelmingly pure soul. Good enough. That good-for-nothing old man did take care of me. After all, he can become a saint. He brought his gaze back and smiled thinly. Nevertheless, for an old man who was accompanied by a demon to be made into a saint. Humans truly are interesting. John, there's no doubt that Father Petron was indeed a saintly person. That greedy old man? Riz gripped John's hand as he stared at her dubiously. John, he chose Petron's posthumous honor over his own revenge. That was love. His adoptive father had imparted on him the most difficult and beautiful emotion a human could possess. It was fitting to praise a human who taught a demon to love as a saint. Greco responded the same way you did. That my old man was a saint. I don't understand at all. She smiled at his confusion. John had firmly raised the kindness and consideration which sprouted from love without letting it wither. That's why she was drawn to him. The love that a saint had dropped into this demon's heart has spread even to Riz. Enough about that old man. Now, about St. Walham's Church. Yes. You recall that the faction of the 3rd Church is there. Yes. They are at odds with the 7th Church, and so Greco is delighted to have grasped their weakness. Using this chance, he intends to chip off the 3rd Church's power. In the first place, the uproar about this case is due to the intimacy between these priests and the 3rd Church. They tried to stain Petron's honor and, along the way, drive away the Milton House. who is a supporter of the Seven Church. Father Greco changed a crisis into an opportunity. I see. He used us. It's quite irritating. Shall I kill him? John gave her a dangerous look which seemed to ask that, but she shook her head. Ella and the girls, and the studio craftsmen, those women were merely used, and so I believe support will be offered to them. The church and studio are undergoing investigation. You don't need to concern yourself over the fates of the artists. That Julius man didn't participate in the demonic ritual and so he'll be acquitted. I think I'll ask Mother that I want to support training pharmacists in the Milton house. Alright, why not? Also, I want to help those who don't have any relatives. There's no need to rush. You can take your time thinking about each of these slowly. Riz sighed and looked down at their connected hands. Many things happened, but she and John regained their peace. He wasn't able to achieve his revenge, but John found the demon who killed Petron. Did he still need her then? John. Quiet. John's eyes suddenly sharpened and he looked over at the door. Someone more troublesome than a demon is coming. He grimaced, quickly stood up, and ran over to the window to try and open it. However, the door to Riz's room opened before he could. John looked as if he held back from clicking his tongue and hid behind a curtain. Riz, you're awake. The person who came in was her mother, Verma. She was carrying papers that were rolled up into a cylinder in her hands. Riz smiled. Someone more troublesome than a demon, indeed. Oh my, you're in high spirits today. Verma said so happily, came close, and sat in a chair that was placed beside the bed. She was still carrying the cylindrical paper. What were those? Paintings? Good gracious. When you were carried back by that thing I thought my heart would stop. Verma said this phrase every time she came to Riz's room. That thing was John. Presently, in the Milton house, John's name became a taboo word. You have such a carefree look on your face. Just to let you know, even your father rushed back from court on the day you returned. Father did? Riz's smile disappeared. She couldn't imagine her strict father tossing his position aside to return to the mansion. Perhaps he came to confirm whether or not there were any problems that would stain the family honor. Verma, upon seeing Riz's expression, pressed a hand to her own cheek and sighed. Why can't anyone in this family be honest? Your father, on top of being deathly awkward, is always misunderstood because of his fierce looks. It's a shame. No, I mean he's such a sad person. I see. You don't believe me. That person loves you, Riz. Thank you very much. Good gracious. If he didn't love you then he wouldn't have carefully folded a drawing you did when you were 5 years old and hid it in his breast pocket, right? This is the first time I've heard of this. It's the first time I've said it. Her mother had a nonchalant expression. Sorry, but Riz was put off. Mother, I'm grateful for your concern but please tell more credible lies. It's not a lie. Incidentally, he also carries Grace's and Daniel's drawings next to his skin though. It sounded extremely suspicious. That father of hers acting like a doting parent? Why are you telling me this now? Because I thought you could understand it now. Verma smiled. Even if I said this to you in the past, I thought that it wouldn't reach your heart. You've always had cold eyes, didn't you? Because we, as your family, pushed you away. No, I was a creepy child and that's my own responsibility. She was a child who would say there were fairies over there while she looked at an empty spot. It was natural her sisters would be scared. Yes, everyone thought it was frightening. Beautiful and sickly, you would whisper happily that you could see spirits. It was as if you were a heaven-sent child of God, and that is why we were frightened you would be summoned back into heaven soon. But you lived. How adorable you are when you laugh. It's like a light in the darkness. Mother, Riz, we love you, and in the future a lot of people will love you. Riz's words became stuck in her throat. Verma's smile deepened, seeming to envelop Riz. Now, you can only get married right away. This time it will be decided. You've spoiled an emotionally touching moment, Mother. How cruel. Her tears were sucked back in. Now, Riz. Here are 2 paintings. Verma triumphantly stuck out the 2 rolled-up papers to her. This can't be. Choose whichever one you like. Riz was feeling a lot of déjà vu. She knew. Mother, these were paintings to decide her marriage partner, weren't they? Last time there were 5 choices. But were there only 2 this time? Verma wasn't John, But she really was a mother who was more troublesome than a demon. Riz spread open a painting with empty eyes. It was a painting she had seen somewhere. Or more like, there was no way she would forget such a poor painting. It was certainly the one she had seen in the art gallery. It was a dubious painting that was hard to judge, like some sort of abstract painting yet not. She thought it was probably a drawing of a snow leopard. She unrolled the other one while feeling puzzled. This one was also familiar. It was an unbelievably unskilled painting of a ghost. Mother. These paintings. He. That's creepy, Mother. She was showing a vulgar smile unbecoming of a lady. What do you think about these two, Riz? Yes, I think they're wonderful works, Riz answered, aware of the curtains over there. The air that was flowing over from there was somewhat heavy. Your true thoughts? Shockingly bad. PFFF, Verma burst out laughing. She was grinning like a villainous. Oh ho. What do you think these paintings are about? A snow leopard and ghost. Oh my, oh ho. Most of her oh ho became jai ha ha. Verma laughed to the point where tears were spilling from the corners of her eyes. Riz also wanted to laugh, but she felt a murderous intent from behind the curtains. Riz. That's so sad. No matter how favorably you view this, it's a ghost because it's so hopelessly bad it shouldn't even be seen. I didn't go so far as to say that though. Your true thoughts? I think I agree. She felt like the curtains shook. Verma laughed her head off with a face that couldn't be seen by anyone. Take a close look. What do these two pieces have in common? Their bodies are covered in spikes like a hedgehog fur. That's not it. What are the other characteristics? The white chestnut-looking things? Close. You're close. Chestnuts? Not that. White? Riz stared at the paintings again. White? No, wait. Silver? The moment she noticed that her skin broke out in goosebumps. This isn't a snow leopard and ghost. It's me? Riz unconsciously asked this. Those spike-looking things were hair? Was it to show the glimmer of her hair? Wait a moment, aren't both of these John's paintings? Verma turned her face from a villainess into a holy mother. Both of them are John. These were paintings to choose her marriage partner. And both of them were John's works. Mother? Why? Honestly, why do you think your mother easily allowed you to spend nights away from home with a young man? Spending the night outside. Come to think of it, John was the one who persuaded Verma. Did you threaten John into marrying me? The opposite, Riz. Verma stretched out an arm and stroked Riz's head. It was impossible for me to allow you to spend the night outside. However, John kneeled in front of me. He said that it would be fine if he was bringing along his wife. Right? Because he would marry you. Do you love Riz? When I asked him this, he said he served you as if he loved you. Such an idiot child. When I asked if he would destroy a country for you, Riz, he asked if only one was enough. He doesn't realize his own feelings. Verma stood in an elegant motion. Marriage with John? Impossible. She couldn't. Mother, John's true identity is the person you fell in love with. Right? Verma smiled with a bit of sadness. John will keep you alive forever, without letting you suffer, without making you cry, without letting you be lonely. I believe that. He is someone approved of by Saint Petron after all. Riz lost her words. Could it be that Verma knew? Suddenly, Verma's voice lowered. If you were to hurt my daughter I would summon the entire world's exorcists. Mother. My goodness. My daughter has a beautiful soul like a saint. She can even enchant a demon. I'd like to steal you back, but I cannot. If I do that then the demon will take you away forever. Riz tried to get up, but she was stopped by Verma's gaze. She cleanly erased her grief and then showed a gentle smile again. Leave it to your mother. I will give you a lovely wedding. Swearing this, she left the room. Silence spread. Eventually, the curtain moved. Riz got off from the bed while holding onto the two paintings. She stopped in front of John, who came out from behind the curtains, and looked up at him. It was John first who sighed as if he lost. I can't see you as anything other than the Maiden of Stars anymore. From the moment you splashed white paint on my wings, black wings spread open on his back, you cannot live an honest life. You won't be able to remain pure either. Even salvation in your last moments will not be granted. John said this as quietly as usual. It's impossible for the wife of a demon to meet their last moment. John, He removed his glasses with a careful gesture, stowed it away in his vest pocket, and leaned down slightly, tilting his head. Something brushed softly against her lips. "So, Riz." As he spoke he dropped another light kiss on her lips in an elegant move. Riz couldn't speak. "Am I the person you fell in love with?" Again, he touched her lips as if he was teasing her. Should she say he was mistaken and try to dodge the question? Or should she present her heart? Perhaps he saw through to her instant of indecision, because John roughly grabbed Riz's arm. He pulled her waist into him and this time kissed her deeply. Riz absently thought she might have fallen asleep again because she was at a loss about how love was this hot, this suffocating, and she was so painfully happy. Her first love would be forever. "Very well. I shall make you fall in love. Name?" "What?" "If you tell me your true name, I'll call you my husband." John Smith. He was still saying things like that at a time like this? "Don't doubt me. It's my true name." If you read John in another way it would be Johannes. Johannes? There was an apostle with the name Johannes in the Bible. Correct. I was born from the ribs of the blacksmith apostle, Johannes. The blacksmith Johannes Smith meant a craftsman. His name truly was just that. John Smith. So it wasn't an assumed name? "Now, with this we are husband and wife," John whispered with a sweet smile that concealed his schemes. "I shall serve you, dearly." And while being in love, Riz hugged this demon who was sometimes an angel. In that moment, the glimmering droplets that had fallen into her heart every day overflowed, and love blossomed like a rose. 1 month later, a painting arrived from a certain Highland town. It depicted a maiden offering up prayers and an angel who extended a hand to that maiden. However, the angel's face was so villainous it made her laugh. Then there was one more painting. Riz received a painting from Hein, who was in a foreign country. To celebrate her engagement, he said that a painter, whom he had met in that land, drew it for Riz. She displayed that painting in the art gallery. It depicted a silver fish and a black iron fish swimming gracefully in a dawning sky. It was that sort of beautiful picture. Afterward. "Hello, is everyone well? This is Marie here. I'm grateful for those who have purchased this book." This is the sequel of Miss Appraiser and the Gallery Demon and the continuation of Riz and John. I have some backstory to share. There may be some spoilers below, so please be aware. These are the main contents, but I had planned to have Riz trapped in a painting. I also thought about other plot devices such as seasons being brought into the painting and how those drawn would grow and age. I was conflicted over those to the last moment, but it all involved being trapped in a painting. Riz was captured by the demon who killed John's previous contractor. That sort of scene. The result of my conflict was deciding to cover everything in the main paint. In addition, the character called Greco who appeared in the real book was, at first, a bearded old man over the age of 60. For some reason, it seems I have the habit of naturally making bearded characters. I have to thank my editor for their advice because Greco safely became a beautiful young man. Here are my acknowledgements. I am very grateful to my editor who took care of me. It was encouraging to be supported by their advice and schedule adjustments. I look forward to working with you in the future. Yomichi. Thank you so much for the beautiful cover and illustrations this time too. I fall in love looking at these detailed, gorgeous, and brilliant drawings. John is very sensual and handsome. I would also like to deeply thank the people who have continued to support me, those involved, the salespeople, the proofreaders, and the storekeepers where my books were placed. I'm also grateful to my family and friends. I hope the readers who have read this book were able to enjoy it. Under these emotions, although it is just a conversation, please have this scene of John and Riz after he was forced to be an angel by the well, late at midnight. It won't come off. This paint won't come off. My wings are stiff. John, I'll also help wash your wings. To think I'd end up washing my wings at well in a winter night. It's cold. My wings are freezing. Humans are such wicked and frightening creatures. They're able to make a demon despair to this extent? I want to go back to my safe hell. John, don't cry. If you cry then my heart will hurt too. Who's crying? In the first place, your heart is far from hurting when you're the criminal who splashed paint on my wings. I can only see you trying to hold back your laughter, to say nothing of reflecting on your actions. I detest you. Unbearably so. The water really is cold. Even if the paint falls, your wings will become frozen in ice. Shut up. Enough already and go over there to be quiet. Ah. To think I was dirtied by a human. I cannot believe it. Even though, despite my appearances, I'm a high-ranking demon, and yet I've encountered such atrocity. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for staining you like I promised. I don't believe in verbal promises. I want you to make a declaration of marriage that you will pay careful attention to your husband and never again splash them with paint. Okay, it took about 2 hours until the angel returned to being a demon. End. Well then, I hope I can see everyone again somewhere else. Marie Tamaki. End of Volume 2. Series completed.